At the beginning of the manhwa, we see a crazy guy who is worried that everyone has left. He wanted to go with them. He feels uneasy, but he understands that this room is safe. He must control himself. Next, this guy hears some sound at the door, but thinks that his people have returned. He just can't believe it, but he's still gonna open the door and check what's there. Opening the door, he noticed that there was no one here, but only an empty, dark, and very creepy corridor. He feels uneasy again. It seems to him that this imagination is making various sounds. After some time, a dark figure begins to look through the window of this door. The guy became more scared. He calmly gets up from his bed and looks at this figure, thinking that it is his acquaintance Matthew Gu. The yellow-haired man was about to rejoice, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, this psycho's face began to look very frightened, as if he had watched the movie Saw 4. We are shown a guy in a bathrobe who is greeted by some girl and smiles at him. This guy turns out to be the main character named Matthew Gu. He is a trainee in the surgical department of Lianhua Hospital. This friendly doctor walks near a crowd of people and wishes everyone a good morning. As he continued to calmly go about his business, he noticed something he didn't expect. It turned out that a vase of flowers fell from the roof right next to him and broke right next to him. He turned around and, looking at the vase, also saw that people blame him for what happened because he brings bad luck. While the main character is thinking about everything, another pot begins to fly straight down from the roof. He happily counts the number of these vases and, like a ballerina dodging them, he counted as many as 9 pieces. People around see all this clownery and are very surprised how this doctor is even capable of this. Now we understand that Gumian was able to count a total of 18 vases that fell. He has the nickname of a star offended by God. He was sent to an orphanage, but he soon went bankrupt. While he was growing up, he was haunted by troubles, various accidents, explosions, shipwrecks. The old tree stump behind thinks that 18 broken pots can be considered murder, but it's not a big deal. The gray-haired man heard the words of the main character, and it simply infuriated him because this is unacceptable. The doctor believes that anyone can make a mistake and there is nothing wrong with it. Leaving here, Gumian believes that life seems to be letting him down again, playing a cruel joke. While the guy was wandering down the street, he turned his attention to a car that was driving at speed. Passers-by around also noticed this and were very scared, afraid to see a cruel scene. However, the agile Gumian was able to easily dodge this bucket of bolts. People understand that something like this can only happen to this doctor. He was already embarrassed. The driver got out of the car and began to ask for forgiveness from this bro because he was to blame. The doctor is actually fine, and the moderator of the Discord server is surprised at the guy's calmness. Gumian is already leaving, but the driver decides to ask him why he is so calm. The driver decides to find out where the psychiatric ward is. Gumian will take him there. The driver followed the doctor, continuing to consider him the most sane victim of the accident. The main character tells the guy that they need to go upstairs, so they get into the elevator to go up. We see the news that a fire broke out at a school and killed 29 people. Meanwhile, the driver is still wondering how Gumian was able to dodge the car. Suddenly, something incomprehensible begins to happen in this elevator. The fat man already thinks that an earthquake has begun, but in fact, he accidentally jumped. After a while, the shaking ended, but the light went out and some sound was heard all around. Suddenly, they are welcomed into the game of global collapse. It begins right now. They learn that in this game, all the players are living people, but they do not understand what is happening. In the next chapter, they read various information and realize that this is a game of survival. In the dungeon, death will not be real. Players will only lose some items. The guy is at a loss because in his table, he does not have the information that the driver has. Gumian understands that he will go crazy from such a life, but still decides to enter this game. After pressing the button, something strange begins to happen. The guy looks around. He tries to call his new friend to find out what's going on with him. The doctor sees how he is welcomed into this game. Now the information about the player is being processed. After some time, the processing process was completed. The guy noticed this and wants to check. Gumian sees that the process went quickly, and now he will need to choose a nickname. After selecting the names, a scan will be made, after which the player's characteristics will be recorded. He needs to choose the default outfit, naked Tsukumizu, or keep his current outfit. The character creation has been completed, and now this handsome guy can start this game. A moment later, the main character found himself in some strange room. It looked very empty. In turn, being completely alone, Gumian is not even lost. He wants to look around. Looking around, he realizes that the place is somehow abandoned. He also sees some kind of door. He sees that there is no one behind the cash register, which means the portal must be somewhere nearby. Gumian notices some kind of glowing passage and already thinks that there really is a portal there. However, the witch above decides to troll the guy and shows him her Hollywood smile. The guy finds out that there are instances in the game that can be activated. The main character decides to check his characteristics because he is interested in what he has. Having opened this page, he sees his name and a bunch of other miscellaneous information about himself. He saw that his nickname is a star offended by God, although he believes that he is a good doctor. And then some guy appears behind this good doctor. They said in unison that everything is strange here. Of course, such a sudden turn of events greatly frightened the main character. This is the usher. He is responsible for distributing tickets and asks you to come up to hit him. Next, this guy, with a pleased look, decides to give the yellow ticket to Gu Mian for something. However, the main character decided to do differently. He decided to fulfill the request of this kind man. That guy says that this is just his text, not a request, so let him just take the ticket and leave. The doctor put this ticket in one place and is about to leave, saying that they will see each other. After these actions, this Sigma silently heads towards the portal to leave here. In the next chapter, you can see how the guy jumped into the portal and apparently began to fall somewhere. He landed in some room right on his ass. Some people noticed him. The guy realizes that he is in a simulation. There are only 6 players. His mission is to become a teacher of 29 children. The main character also saw a reward, namely a lottery ticket, currency, etc. Gumian decided to look outside and sees an empty courtyard in front of him, but at the same time green. Guman understands that this simulation cannot be distinguished from reality, and his friend approaches him. The fat man surnamed Wang has the same task. You need to pretend to be ghost teachers. While Wang is whining about how he wants to return home as soon as possible, Gumian notices some people. Specifically, he drew attention to a man named Chu Changge. Perhaps they know each other. It turns out that Chu Changge is his friend from childhood. They have pleasant memories. The doctor doesn't like the fact that this guy decided to ignore him. He remained arrogant. We see a guy we know named Guli, who is also in the simulation with the same mission. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongsu's mother smelled a strong stench in this place. Strange things are happening here. We see Qixin Binglin. She also does not understand what is happening here and does not want to participate. Chu Changje asks everyone to remain calm, because now it is impossible to return to the world. He tells them that the best thing to do now is to find a way to complete the task. Apparently in the real world there is chaos now. If they find all the tickets, it will help them. The purpose of the mission is to pretend to be teachers in front of children and not let them know that they are not ghosts. But it is also unknown what will happen if these children reveal them. This was not said. Since they are teachers, then it's time to find out what subjects they will teach. It's time to act. Meanwhile, the main character stands silently and looks at something. You can see how he is thinking. He continues to sit in his thoughts, and it seems to him that everything around him now is an illusion, just like the morning after the new year. In the next chapter, we see our good doctor opening the door to some room. In this room, there are different books related to different objects that have owners. The main character took the book that had his name on it. It was related to politics. He took it. Chu Changje took biology. It seems to them that they were given specially inappropriate items. The doctor decides to ask the other participants what objects they have. All the people named them. The white-haired guy also realizes that there is another teacher, after which he went to the window. This teacher is Xiao Bang. His subject is literature, but there is no one with that name in their group. There are only 6 of them. Perhaps Xiao Bang is the real teacher in this school, which means she must come. The guy looks at the schedule and sees that lessons start at 8 and last 45 minutes. Van learns that if you don't go to class, you can die, and this is very scary. In the morning, there will be physical education with the fat man and politics with Matthew Gu. After lunch, there will be history lessons from Xun Li. Next, absolutely the entire group discovers with horror that a dark figure has entered their room. It turned out that this is one of the students of this place. Now he is turning to his teacher. Gumian realized that they were addressing him. He was not taken aback and asked this boy to come in. His name is Liu Li. He is the headman and came to remind you that the physical education lesson will begin soon. He also sees that the doctor is sitting in the wrong place. He says that he already knows this. Leo wants to know who the physical education teacher will be. Van immediately became confused after this. The boy says that he brought the teacher workbooks for the lesson, so there is no need to be late. Leo, as headman, completed his task and decided to leave the office before looking at everyone terribly. Apparently this kid is worried about Xiaoban. Perhaps it is connected with the accident in which they all died. The fat man decides to find out where the 4th office is. Gu Mian believes that it is on the 2nd or 3rd floor. In this case, he goes to look for an office. The group believes in this guy. He will definitely cope. Meanwhile, the main character noticed some interesting book and wants to take it. The white-haired man believes that if they want to get out, they need to complete the mission or die. Gumian remembers that a similar function works for everyone except him, and this irritates the guy. Meanwhile, some strange things are happening in the corridor. Something fell with a roar. Van was going down the steps at that time and was very scared. He still didn't understand anything. Later, he realized that there was a dead rabbit lying in front of him, but it was not clear where it came from. At this moment, one of the students calls the poor guy. He turns around with fear on his face. This terribly scary kid points his finger at the office, saying that the teacher needs to come here. But the fat man simply froze in horror. He continues to look at this kid and is very confused. Still, he listened to the boy, because he knows that otherwise everything could end badly for him. As soon as Van opened the door, the attention of absolutely all the children in this class switched to him. Trying to overcome his fear, he entered this office and wants this to end soon. He started the lesson. He talks about the most basic knowledge related to physical education, and someone turned to him. Of course, Van is very frightened by this, but he responded to the student's call and wants to listen to him. The kid thought his lesson was too boring, so they all wanted to play a game. In the next chapter, the teacher wonders what kind of game they want. It turns out to be storytelling. And let them start with the guys from the last desk. Everyone will have to tell their terrible memory. Van understands that he will have to endure all this. His worst memory is happening right now. Then the headman indicates that he wants to start from the last desk in the right row. The teacher suggests teaching the lesson first, and then telling stories to each other. However, the headman doesn't care about his teacher's words. He tells his friend to start the story. One day, this guy and his friend stole 5 yuan to buy soda at the supermarket. This is where the story ends. The next one comes. Van says that stealing is not good. Some emo doesn't like his newborn little brother, so he secretly draws on his face with a marker. Van continues to listen to the stories of these cute kids. He was horrified by what they were saying. Someone even stole one girl's rabbit and hid its eyeballs in her locker. The neighbor's cat gave birth to kittens. They constantly made their way into the boy's house, which is why he took action. The guy decided not to speak in words, but simply show the proof and simply threw the dead cat on the table. This is a real shock for the fat man, who just recently sat at home and peacefully played League of Legends. He understands that they are all just monsters so young and have already done such terrible things. One of the children asks if the teacher is okay, and then wants to continue telling stories. The 5 stolen yuan belonged to a high school student, and when she came to them to sort it out, they finished her off. Then some bespectacled guy says that he can't stand his little sister and did something. One day when their parents were not at home, he decided to do a very cruel thing. Someone else was annoyed by his grandfather because he constantly hung around his house. His grandfather's fate was already clear. Van wants these devils to stop talking about this as soon as possible because this is too much. To the guy's surprise, he noticed that they stopped, and even for a second he was able to calm down. However, these sadists look at the teacher and say that it is his turn to tell the story. If the teacher does not tell anything, what does it mean that he is different from them? Tears are already welling up in the guy's eyes. He doesn't even know what to tell them because he's a kind person. Crazy children rush him and ask him to tell the story as quickly as possible because they are interested. The guy couldn't stand it anymore. He decided not to pull the cat by the tail and simply said that he had no stories. Dr. Gu enters the class and doesn't understand why everyone is standing. Van saw him and was happy. He rushes into his arms because his friend has finally come here and will help. But then Chu Changge appears, who stopped Van and does not understand what is happening here. Tightly hugging the protagonist's hand, he tries to tell about these little sadists. The headman says that they were playing a game, and Gu Mian says that the lesson is coming to an end. However, he and the teacher have not finished the game yet. He will still have to tell the story. The doctor says that the lesson is over, so it's time to rest, and he himself loves games very much. After that, the white-haired one grabs Wang and leaves, but Wang is worried about Dr. Gu. But he has a lesson now. Everything should be fine with him because he has seen a lot in life. The child points a finger at the doctor and asks if he is their politics teacher. The main character, with a calm look, tells the children that it is he and his last name is Gu. And then the boy decides to ask this guy one question. He wants to know his biggest fear. This GigaChad is not going to stand on ceremony with them. He wants to be addressed as Mr. Gu. Otherwise, he will break the kid's neck. The boy, on the contrary, smiles after hearing from his teacher, apparently understands that he should not be joked with. Next, Gumian asks everyone to sit down, because their lesson will begin very soon. The doctor left class too early, but this was because he was reading a textbook and fell asleep from boredom. The guy in the robe also learned something interesting, which he would be happy to share. The game's rules say there are 29 students, but he only counted 28 ghosts. He asked about the absentee, and found out that his name was Xuan Mei and no one in the class liked her. Meanwhile, Vangu remembers the very horrors that these bloodthirsty people did in his lesson. Guli appears behind the guy and doesn't understand how anyone can be afraid of these children, so Wang Gu is just a coward. The doctor wonders if they mentioned the missing person in their stories, but learns that this was not the case. but then the guy remembered something. According to their stories, they mocked some girl. The main character became interested. He wants to find out if they were talking about the same person. He doesn't know this, but he remembers the story about the rabbit, how it was stolen from one girl. If the bullying concerned the same girl, then the riddle of the quest is easy to solve. Therefore, after her death, this girl cursed the whole class, turning into a vengeful spirit. They have two tasks. They need to find out who this girl is, and secondly, they need to understand what role Xiao Ban plays in this. In this case, they have time. They need to search the school for any clues. Qixin Binglin and the woman want to stay here. They are very scared to see all these horrors. And Guli has a lesson soon, so he will also stay. Wanggu wants to go. But can they team up? Then Chu Changge is going to search the main building, and the main character will look around alone. Gumian went out into the courtyard of this school, after which he approached the gate to start looking around. He cannot pass through this lattice, but he is able to look or even stick his hand through. He found some kind of notice from the police of Wrong City. Wrong City apparently seems somewhat familiar. Then the guy pays attention to something, not understanding what it is because it's hard to see from here. Gumian put in a little effort, which caused the bars to simply break and he could simply pass through. He holds the bars in his hands and does not understand how this could happen, because it was very easy. Next we see some doors. In the background, the main character asks if his friends found something. They found a locked warehouse in the attic, and the door had previously been replaced, and there were also traces of a fire on it. Having heard about the tracks, the doctor thought that it was some kind of coincidence, getting the white-haired man interested. The guy asks his friend to look at it for himself and shows him some piece of paper. They see the 6th grade incident notice, the fire report. The doctor took it off the notice board. There was a fire on November 26, 2008 in a warehouse. Apparently the fire was planned, since traces of arson with intent to kill were found. The number of victims was 29, including 28 6th grade students and their teacher, Xiao Bang. This means that in addition to the 28 students who died, there was also one who disappeared. They see a photo of Li Xuanmei. Gumian recognized her, but the report says that she did not die but disappeared. This is strange because the problem of the game said that there were 29 children, which means there must be 29 dead in the fire. It means either someone killed her and she turned into a vengeful spirit, deciding to take revenge on everyone, or she is the arsonist and all the dead turned into ghosts and killed her. There are many ways for evil spirits to kill a person. There is no point in complicating everything, so he is for the second option. Van Lu wondered, so what is the meaning of the existence of Teacher Xiao Ban? The game is really difficult. It's actually not that hard. You just have to catch the student, spank him, and ask questions. Chu Changge understands that Gumian can do this and wants to do it to him. Wang can't even believe it. Those two continue to think about it and want the doctor to go and get some more information. Chu Changji had just passed by him. The door was locked and it said the dorm would open after 4 p.m. And then this guy remembers Xiao Ban. Apparently you still need to take some time to think about him. We see our group looking through a door with a mysterious figure standing behind it. This figure slowly opens the door and looks straight at this group. Some already scared. It turned out that it was just a ghoul. Seeing their reaction, he did not understand what happened. The fat man doesn't understand why he was so scared because he almost went crazy. After the lesson, Guli realized that students only bully weaklings because they were silent during his lecture. Since this mountain of muscles has already returned, the doctor thinks it's time to go to the hostel. Under the cover of darkness, the group set off to their destination. Some were scared, others were not. The fat man realizes that the closer they get, the more scared he becomes. The strong man turns to Wang and asks him not to make a fuss over nonsense. Upon entering, the two realize that they appear to be roommates. The fat man and Chu Chang are right next door. If you need anything, you can contact them. Chu Shanga sees Xiao Ban's room, but understands perfectly well that it is now locked. The doctor understands that in any case, they will definitely look there sometime in the future. We see how Gumian entered his room. It's clear how quite cozy it is here. The strong man thinks the game is too realistic. Guli tells the guy that he shouldn't be afraid of the students. Guli sees that the guy is not reacting to his words. He wondered what he was staring at. It turned out that right outside the window, there was someone's scary face that scared the ghouls. Wang Gu runs into the room and doesn't understand what happened, because Guli doesn't usually scream. But it turned out that they just saw a face in the window, although it was rather creepy. The main character decides to look there again, but this time he doesn't find anything. The main character warns the others to be careful. After all, these terrible creatures are all around. They are close to you all the time. You have to live with it. In any case, you need to be prepared for anything, so as not to be frightened by every rustle in the future. They will wait until midnight and then act. Perhaps this way they will calculate the movement of the spirits. The frightened Guli asks the doctor to look under the bed because it seems that there is someone there. Gumian asks him not to worry. He checked and there was no one there at all. After a thorough inspection, there really was no one there, so no need to worry. The frightened strongman sees that his friend is leaving. Apparently it will be scary without him. He doesn't understand why because it's too dangerous outside. Gumianyu will be safer next to him. However, the main character does not have time to talk about it. He silently simply closed the door. In the next chapter, you can see that before closing the door, the guy understands that he needs to train his nerves. The mountain of muscles shouts after the guy and asks him not to forget to lock this door. Then the doctor knocks on the door of room number 103, wanting to find out if anyone is there. There was zero reaction from inside. He decided to open the door and saw a strange emptiness inside. He sees that there is no signal on the phone now, so it will be very difficult to find someone. Gumian thinks that we should forget about it because gathering friends together is useless. Perhaps Fatty and Chuchangi encountered something along the way, but first we need to find a Kosaku teacher. He approached his door and does not understand what kind of creature will be hiding inside the room. The doctor easily opened the door and realized that it was not locked. He wanted to turn on the light. The light doesn't work, so he turns on the flashlight and realizes that it looks like the lock has been broken. While he was looking around the room, he found some kind of magazine on the bed, which was actually a diary. Perhaps he can find something that can help them all solve the mystery. He took out a piece of paper from the diary he found and sees how the ghost cultivates the curse of the soul. Examining this piece of paper, he realizes that the stronger the resentment for how he died, the stronger the ghost. While he was reading this, the guy discovered that someone had torn part of the sheet of information. Gumian decided to start flipping through the pages in search of various information, hoping for something valuable. He reads that when the silkworm dies, the silk will be exhausted, the torch will turn gray, and the tears will begin to dry up. It's strange why Kosaku has records of such important spells in a regular diary. To use the spell, one must possess his body, and the person's body is burned, therefore, only Lee Kwan Mei can be imprisoned using magic. Perhaps the dead Kosaku cast a spell on Lee Kwan Mei, and she took revenge on him and burned herself to death. You need to forget about it for now and go to another place, but you can also see a monster under the bed. The main character heard some kind of grinding noise and decides to check, not understanding what is happening there. He pointed the flashlight at some monster, which he hoped would scare the protagonist. Dr. Gigachad just stepped on her face. It doesn't even scare him. He's the one in charge here. After that, the guy calmly left and began to go about his business along the corridor of the hostel. Passing near one of the rooms, he realizes that its owner has not yet returned. All surviving students live on the 4th floor and can find clues or help in the dorms. While the guy was wandering along the corridor, he discovered someone's legs on top as if someone was running away. He believes that it was the shadow of Kosaku and is apparently going to chase it. It seems to him that she is leading him to the 2nd floor, and he decided to chase her to make sure of this. Having climbed the stairs, he runs further and stumbles upon another dark corridor. Meanwhile, we hear Guli saying that Gumian and the others have already left, so he wants the same. Hiding under the covers, he believes that his room is still safe and decides to stay. He hears some kind of creaking near the door and believes that it is Matthew Gu, not understanding why he is so fast. Approaching the door, the sound of creaking stopped. It seems to him that he just heard it all. Curiosity takes over, and this orange-haired strongman is about to look through the peephole of this door. Still, he began to look through this peephole, wondering who was making all these sounds. However, he sees no one here, only an empty corridor and a lamp that shines. In the next chapter, we see the ghoul again. He has moved away from the door and is very scared. It seemed to him that he heard something, but he is trying to convince himself that he did not hear. He looks at the door handle that they are trying to open and thinks that it is Matthew Gu. The brave guy decides to come out from under the blanket, thinking that this is Matthew Gu. He wanted to meet him. However, unfortunately for him, he saw not his friend, but something very terrible. We see the main character again. He walks along the corridor and believes that the story is always strikingly similar. He picks up a hairpin from the floor and realizes that it seems its owner is also a player who is looking for evidence. However, he does not understand what she is doing here inside. He is interested in finding the answer. Gumian decides to go at full speed in pursuit of this character. We see Kishin Binglin hiding, not believing that Aunt Zhao is really dead. A few minutes ago, they were sitting and discussing how ghosts would not know that they were people. Chu Changjin knocked on their door and asked them to open the door for him because he wanted to discuss something. She opens the door and looks around this corridor, not understanding where this guy disappeared. However, instead of Chu Changge, Aunt Zhao was met by some kind of monster who was looking straight at her. Judging by the expression on this woman's face and scream, this monster is doing something bad. Apparently, the monster was too hungry and decided to eat her face because he liked it the most. The purple-haired girl noticed that Aunt Zhao, with whom she had recently communicated, was dead. She looks at her body and is in complete shock because no one could have expected this. Meanwhile, the monster simply laughs terribly and slowly disappears from sight, inspiring fear. Kishin Binglin understands that she can't stay in this room and it's time to run away, because the ghosts may return. She checked all the rooms several times, so it should definitely be safe here. Suddenly, she heard some knocking on the door, which caused her complete horror. In tears, she believes that these are ghosts again and tries to hold the door with herself. They keep knocking outside and she cries and asks the ghost to leave and begs him not to come here. Through the glass of this door, you can see some mysterious figure. The girl is scared. She still decides to take a look at this figure, but it is already starting to slowly leave. The purple-haired girl understands that he is now in another room and can come in at any moment. She understands that she needs to run now, and there is no time to waste sitting in this room. However, unfortunately for her, this ghost noticed how she opened the door and is now looking at her. The monster looks at the girl with great interest and it seems that it wants to attack. The creepy ghost ran right after the girl, and she, in tears, tried as hard as she could to break away from him, screaming. While Kishin Binglin is running away, she doesn't know where to go, so apparently she decides to turn left. She found some room, after which she decided to open the door and run inside. In the next chapter, you can see how she already ran into this room, hoping to hide. Having run inside, she decided to make sure that the monster did not come to her and close the door. And then behind some door, you can hear the voice of a guy who thinks that it's pretty cool here. Hearing this voice, Kishin Binglin calmed down a little because there are other people here. While she was sitting calmly in this room, she noticed something. Coming closer, she decided that it was some kind of note and decided to take it in her arms. She reads what is written there. Some person writes that someone is going to finish him off. The purple-haired girl drew attention to the inscription "They behind me," after which she turned around with fear. Turning around, she was horrified to discover the same ghost who was chasing her down the corridor. Meanwhile, we see the main character running down the corridor and seems to have heard something. He is perplexed and does not understand why today everyone loves to shout so loudly. Now we see Wang, who entered the room and fearfully turns to Chu Chang'e. However, Chu Chang'e asks him to shut up. The fat man does not understand what is happening, and this is very strange. They hear some kind of scraping behind the door, which was recently blocked from ghosts. Through the window of this door, a monster looks directly at them and decides to instill fear in them. Wang Gu saw this monster, and as usual, he became very scared. He began to scream at the top of his voice. Then the monster decides to continue tickling the nerves of these people. He decided to try to open the door. Chu Shangji understands that this castle will not last long, so he needs to come up with something. The guy made a decision very quickly. Lifting the curtains, he thinks it's better to jump from the window. Wang Gu believes that they can die after the jump, and the bespectacled man believes that they have no choice. Meanwhile, the ghost is slowly breaking through the door. He has already broken the glass part. Wang Gu, seeing that the ghost was reaching out to the door handle, realized that it would be better to jump. However, he discovers that the window does not want to open, and they are trapped. He couldn't open that damn window, and then he sat down on the floor not knowing what to do next. Then you can see how someone apparently hit the ghost because he looks unwell, and there is blood all around. The guys, overjoyed at the rescue, are trying to figure out who it really was. Looking out the window, they see that it was Dr. Matthew Gu. Apparently it was easy for him. The white-haired man was just as overjoyed at the rescue and, running closer, was ready to hug this guy. However, the fat man decided to get ahead of Chu Chang'e and rushed straight at the doctor, but he only stepped aside. The white-haired man wondered if the guy killed this ghost, but apparently he did. The ghost stood with the back of his head, so he couldn't help but do it. Perhaps the ghosts are afraid of physical attacks, but it is better not to try to repeat this because perhaps this is the power of Dr. Gu. Wang wonders if Dr. Gu has killed ghosts before. He finds out that he started doing it when he came here. The main character wonders why Chu Chang'e didn't wait until he returned here. They found themselves in a difficult situation. He will explain everything later. First, they need to look at the evidence. These two just found this book. While they wanted to read it, they were discovered by this ghost. In the next chapter, the doctor takes this activity log into the book and realizes that it belongs to the Kosaku. It says that he knew that students often bullied a certain Martha, so he was obliged to talk to the class. A secondary mission has appeared. You need to live another 5 hours in the dungeon. The reward will be a lucky draw. The guy is angry because he also found out that if he fails this secondary mission, he will not be able to leave the dungeon. The truth will soon be revealed. The game doesn't want Gumian to skip the dungeon so easily. He needs to stay here for another 5 hours. Wangu listened to his words and already believes that this is all because he decided to beat the NPC with his stool. The main character invites the fat man to do the same, but it seems to him that he does not have the courage to do it. In the book, it says that Kosaku contacted the class, and they said that they would be friends with Marta, which is a real relief. March wanted to talk to the class one evening. She said that everyone should wait for her in the warehouse. This is the time for the students to apologize. After reading the page, the main character decides to start scrolling further, trying to find something else important. He flipped to the page on which something was written several times, namely the words, "I was wrong." Wangu decides to ask Gumian if there is anything else interesting in the book besides this. He learns that this is not all, but it will be enough for him to find out the whole truth that they so need. Marta was undoubtedly bullied by the other students, and her death occurred after she burned the others alive. Chu Changjae believes that Lady Kusaka tricked the other students into staying in the warehouse and then set it on fire. But the doctor says that after that 28 spirits returned and killed Martha Lee, they glued paper with spells and hid the body. Wangu thinks it's not surprising that the students won't stay in their dorm overnight. They might have gone by March. Then the fat man begins to be very happy because he thinks that the mission has already been completed, which means they will return home. Suddenly, Wangu shouts at Dr. Gu and asks him to be careful. Gumian does not understand what is happening. Unexpectedly, but the guy seemed to be transported to another place. He looks around and sees that his friends are not around. According to what is written here, 10 years ago this is today. The dungeon forced him to stay here for another 5 hours just for this moment. The spirits have awakened, and now the dungeon will be even more terrifying. To kill him, the game resorted to the last option. After some time, the main character sees someone's legs and is very surprised, wondering who this person could be. Raising his head, the doctor sees a girl in front of him and finds out that this is actually a Kosaku. He thought that she was involved in this, but it turns out that she is innocent. However, she believes that she is guilty. If she had noticed Marta's strange behavior, she would have stopped the other students earlier and there would have been no tragedy. He knew that Martha was hiding somewhere. She couldn't find her. Every night, Kosaku hears painful screams from the classroom. Kosaku can only stand outside, listening to the heartbreaking screams of the girl who used to trust her. Gumian believes that for his and her safety, and also for the benefit of Marta, Kosaku should go with him to the educational building. Now we watch as these two approach the educational building, but see that the door is locked. The main character was not taken aback and decided to pick up the stone, but Kosaku believes that this will not work. This Sigma didn't listen to her. He just silently took the stone because he knows what he's doing, and then broke the glass. He throws back a stone and says that he once broke the school gate and thought that he could open this door too. Suddenly the girl heard someone's voice. Fear was visible on her face, and it would be interesting to find out who it was. It seemed to her that it was Martha's voice, and she ran to the source of the sound, surprising Dr. Gu with her behavior. The main character did not want to let her go and rushed after her. He wants to know where she is. He reads about how they will attach papers with spells to someone and put them in a dark box and torture them. After reading this paper, Gumian decided to walk further and met a rabbit in the corridor. Before he can approach the rabbit, he hears someone's very strange laughter from above. He apologizes. They say that he is sorry. The main character remembers Vangu's words that the student said that Martha Lee was like a rabbit. The guy reads about some dark box near a disgusting mouse hole. Someone will be laughed at and also at a rabbit in the box. After reading, Gumian began to run down the corridor. He is running near class 4, level 8. Apparently he realized something. In the next chapter, the main character continues to run down the corridor and hears someone's creepy laughter in the background. He ran to some office and fearlessly was able to open the door inside, intending to examine it. After opening the door, he slowly begins to enter and looks around just as calmly, without any unnecessary movements. He slowly walks through this office, after which he gets to one of the tables and simply kicks it back with his foot, so that all the women know that he is in charge here. After Dr. Gu overturned this table, a bunch of black rats ran out from under it. You can see the place is very old. He continues to look around this place and looks at one of the tables. Apparently he found it quite interesting. After a while, the guy still hasn't found anything on or around the table, so he decides to just look under it. Looking down, he found someone's corpse holding some paper in his hands. The corpse had been lying there for quite a long time. The main character carefully examines this body, and after some time realizes that it belongs to March Lee. After examining her body, his attention was finally drawn to the letter that she had been holding the entire time. He decides to just take it. He reads that the soul training spell can restrain a ferocious spirit, but cannot completely suppress it. If you remove the paper with the spells, the spirit will get out of control and break out. Then the spell will no longer be able to restrain it. However, despite all the scary warnings, this guy still decides to remove the piece of paper from her face. You can see how he still took it off and meanwhile continues to hear a frightening laugh, and the spirit itself does nothing yet. Something strange is happening around. It is even possible that someone is dissatisfied with what this doctor did right now. However, no fear is visible on the protagonist's face at all. He remains completely calm. He believes that March began to take revenge the moment the spell paper was torn, so he must find the spirit first. And then Gu Mian remembers something. He understands that right now he should not waste time and should go to the 6th floor. The main character tries to run to the 6th floor at all his speed, and on the way sees that there is a fire raging there. Having risen, he notices a bunch of children who are screaming in pain right now because they are burning alive in this fire. While the guy was trying to break through further, he noticed something happening right in front of him. He sees Kosaku, who was trying to run to March Lee on time and asks for forgiveness for being late. March Lee remembers Kosaku's words that she said that she would not trust her, but only other students. The girl also remembered that the teacher wished her death, but Kosaku believes that she should not believe any of this. Kosaku believes that she did not say such things. She stayed here for several years simply because he wanted to take her with him. Martha Lee continues to listen to her teacher, as if she is now completely deluded. While the two were looking at each other and experiencing different feelings, a large explosion occurred on the 6th floor. The guy realizes that the fire is not approaching him. It looks like Martha found out that he broke the spell, since the most important thing now is to figure out a way to get out of here, while the guy burned the paper. And then the alarm began. The high school dungeon begins to collapse, so the players will be taken out of the dungeon. The countdown began from 10 seconds before kicking all the players from this simulation. Gu Mian didn't like it. Apparently the countdown has already passed, after which some strange things begin to happen. The main character covered himself with his hands. After some time, Dr. Gu was transferred somewhere. He sees a bright light and does not understand anything yet. The bright sun is shining all around. The guy is standing on some platform and someone says that he is glad that he is back. The girl knows that the player sent from her booth blew up the dungeon, and the guy only thinks that she has aged 10 years. However, it seems to the guy that he is not to blame for this. The girl is very angry and reminds him of the mission in the ghost school. Dr. Gu understands that his mission was to be a teacher and find out about the death of the entire class. But it is not clear what he was doing in the dungeon. He acted there as a teacher and learned the truth about the death of the class. He also saved a girl who did wrong. It seems to the girl that the guy now considers himself cool. He just had to find the truth and not all this. However, the main character believes that it is just a game, so they can correct the data. But apparently this is not the case. After listening to this strange girl, the main character thinks that she is hinting that this is not data at all. However, she only asks him to leave here because she doesn't want to see him again. She doesn't want her performance rating to drop. Before the doctor leaves this place, she decides to ask his name and finds out that his name is Matthew Gu. She let him know that she understood him, after which she pushes the guy and asks him to leave as soon as possible because he is making him nervous. The girl quickly pushed him away and hid back in her booth. Matthew Gu almost fell from such force. He turns back to this crazy woman and can't understand what's wrong with this crazy woman. The girl hung a sign on the doorknob that said that Matthew Gu and dogs were not allowed in, and it was very funny. Then the main character realizes that he is not welcome here and decides to simply start examining different people in this place. He believes that all these strange people must have been forcibly dragged into the dungeons, and they could not do anything. Suddenly, Matthew Gu noticed some strange sounds. He wondered what was going to happen. In the next chapter, you can see how the game content begins to load. The guy will now see everything. An interface opened in front of him, in which he sees statistics about himself as well as an offer to start a drawing. He also read about some function points and can't understand what it all means. Matthew Gu is trying to upgrade his strength, but the system asks him to stop this operation because he is not compatible with this. He was very angry because he couldn't add his points anywhere, and at that moment he remembered about the prank. Matthew receives a roll of toilet paper. He realizes that this is the only thing he could get from the lucky draw. The guy thinks that this roll has no value, so he just threw it away because the game is quite unconventional. After his amazing throw, the guy begins to silently look directly at the broken cars and people around them. He believes that everyone was in on the game, so there will be more changes in the world, and maybe that's a bad thing. Continuing to look at all this chaos, Dr. Gu begins to believe that his life will be more difficult from now on. A certain George Chu sent the doctor a friend request, but he still doesn't understand who this person could be. The main character accepted this request and immediately received a message from George Chu. He is at the ticket office next to his hospital. Dr. Gu read this message and then immediately turned around, apparently to try to find the guy. Turning around, he sees a large crowd of people, but one of these people is different from all the rest. He met this guy with glasses who was already looking at him, after which he realizes that the business brothers have finally gathered. The white-haired man sees that this hospital is in great chaos, and this doctor is different from other players. The place is very noisy, so they should find a quieter place to continue discussing their plan. The main character offers to go to his apartment because it is not far from this place and they will talk there. Suddenly, someone starts calling Dr. Gu. He turns around and sees Wang Gu, who is trying to attract attention. The fat man is very happy that he found Matthew Gu and wants to go with them. The doctor is, of course, not against this. After some time, these three were already at the entrance to the main character's house. They were about to go inside. People think that this building looks ominous, but that is why there is no one in particular here, and it is very quiet. Once inside, they come to Dr. Gu's door. Wang Gu noticed that this guy's door is different from the others. He says that it so happens that he has an excellent house owner who is afraid of death. A moment later, they are already inside. Wang Gu examines this apartment and notices that it is very cozy. Then you can see how apparently our heroes are trying to turn on the TV, but nothing comes of it. Turns out the cable signals are gone and they won't get the news, but all the people were involved in the game. Maybe it's because of this. Matthew Gu remembers that there was a radio somewhere here. The president of the orphanage gave it to him. It's worth checking if it works or not. The guy knows exactly where his old radio is, after which he simply reached into his nightstand. He looked for her there for several seconds, after which he was able to find her and was completely ready to begin checking him. Dr. Gu put the radio on the table and begins to open its antennas. They should pray for this thing to work. The signal has gone out. They find out that a certain Guardian number 1 lost his target 20 years ago. Guardian number 2 is offering protection. They need to respond to this message. The guys continue to sit silently and try to hear something with static. Wang Gu doesn't understand what that message means. Chu Changji also sits and silently tries to listen to this radio in order to understand what they are talking about. Dr. Gu is going to hit the radio because then perhaps it will work, but Wang Gu still wants to eat. All they know now is that the whole world has entered the game of global evolution. By completing various dungeons, players receive rewards, but at the moment they have not been able to obtain enough information. The doctor simply suggests going into the dungeons more often. He was not safe in the original world. Meanwhile, Wang Gu invites these Sigmas to start eating because there is too much food in the refrigerator. And then suddenly various sounds from something began to be heard. Wang Gu is now at a loss. Chu Changja also drew his attention to this oddity. He is now a little perplexed, so he decides to take a look. And the main character himself decided to look at what was happening there right now in the same way. He was scared. It turned out that this announcement asks the players to forgive them for the inconvenience, and some will even be given compensation. Chu Changja realizes that they were sent out of the dungeon before everything collapsed, and Dr. Gu was the one who caused the collapse. The system asks the doctor not to do anything that goes beyond the scope of his mission, and apologizes for the inconvenience. The main character begins to get angry. He read everything that was written there and began to believe that this was a threat. Chu Changja sees that the system has offered compensation. If he were the system, he would have beaten Matthew for hacking. There was a voucher for a dungeon. The owner can choose a dungeon to enter with his team. The main character has already taken this item into his hands. Having learned what it does, he began to consider this thing very good. Two guys had already visited a bunch of stores, but they were all closed. One was open, but even noodles there cost $100. Matthew Gu suggests getting something from the street. Yesterday was not the best day. Maybe they will find something useful. After some time, a group of guys sees in front of them some kind of car that is filled with supplies. They began to steal other people's deliveries because even if they had not stolen them, they would not have reached the recipients. The doctor asks for help with the boxes, but Chu Changge prefers to remain an honest person and leave the dirty work to him. Wang Gu sees a creepy delivery address on one of the boxes, the 9th freezer of corpses for the morgue. Dr. Gu, with a very seductive face, crept up to the fat man from behind, scaring him because he found out his address. After some time, they had already filled full bags with various junk, after which they got ready to go home. While the whole group was walking back home, the main character noticed something strange and was trying to figure out what it was. It turns out that this is a special dungeon testing center for hearse drivers that has been activated. Everyone is shocked. The number of players in this game is from 5 to 10, but there is a shortage of them, so the system selects random players. The mission is that the player must obtain a driver's license. Losers will be eliminated. The difficulty level of this mission is 6 stars. Wang Gu only recently passed the test for beginners, and here it is. While Wang Gu was whining about the difficulty, and the others were looking at him, someone said Cheryl Chow's name. Some player looks at someone and realizes that some Cheryl is standing there. I wonder who it could be. Dr. Gu believes that this is the actress Cheryl, known for her beautiful face and bad acting. We see Cheryl herself, who also got into this game. Apparently it's easy to meet a celebrity in this game. You can pay attention to 2 more players. The girl sees that the dungeon was activated so easily. While all the players were minding their own business and thinking about something, they were greeted by someone they all looked at. This person turned out to be an NPC teacher. He will be their curator. Even though he is a mentor, He will only count their points. Now they are in the underground testing center for hearse drivers. There are written and practice exams. They should keep in mind that the written test can only be answered from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m. To proceed further, you need to score 80 marks in the written test. And on the practical side, he happily announces that these players will be driving 3 cars behind him. You can see how one car is simply in perfect condition. It is beautiful, it looks expensive, and there are decorations on it. While the other 2 supposedly went through the Afghan war, they are completely bloodied, beaten, and badly damaged. I also have to say that players rarely encounter this dungeon, so they are lucky. They may think that a hearse driver's license is useless as a reward, but they will change their mind later. This NPC, with a wide smile on his face, advises these players not to fail the tests and not to cheat. The guy also realizes that as he gets deeper into the game, a certain card is the best one you can get in this game. Having explained everything, the teacher tells the players that the written test will start right now, so they should go into the building. By the way, there are devilish spirits in this test that will interfere with or even threaten the lives of players. The teacher begins to look at the players with a very ominous look, after which he wishes them to drive more carefully. In the next chapter, a group of players is seen walking into this nightmare building and standing in front of the teacher. The teacher advises professional plagiarists not to be cunning, because everyone will have different questions, but you can talk to each other. Getting ready to leave the office so as not to disturb the players, the teacher decides to wish them not to die during the exam. The demonic teacher begins to look at the players with his empty gaze and holds a metal chain in his hands, after which this terrible man loudly closed the door and apparently used his chain. The players are very tense. They do not believe that the players can die in the written exam because this is just the beginning. We see a table with chairs. On this table there are already player tests and everyone is about to take their seats. The main character took his exam and examined it, after which he realized that both parts of the exam were extremely strange. The total score for the exam is 100, 40% are multiple choice questions, 20 are fill-in forms, and 40 are short written answers. Chu Chang's first question sounds like this. In a building with 3 floors, like each has a ghost, it is necessary to write about the death of each. The doctor has a question about what gender the ghost with the last name is Ma. The answer options, by the way, are very strange. The tired main character put the exam right on the table and continues to read very strange questions. Another question is how a pregnant ghost will react if you sing a song praising maternal love. Vangu also read this question. He is sure that option D will be incorrect, namely that the ghost will dance under the moon. Matthew Gu asks not to say for sure that if he really dances under the moon, Wangu will understand everything. In response, Vangu only asks the main character to stop scaring him, and this guy grins back at him. One of the tasks is that you need to add the missing words in a sentence. Dr. Gu silently looks at this. One gets the feeling that the system gave them all several random questions, and it's all very strange. Wangu himself does not understand anything, just like Matthew Gu, but decides to clarify what they should do next. The main character offers to look around because there are only 3 floors. He invites the group to start from the first. Matthew Gu begins to look around this room and apparently notices something, and looks at it very closely. It turned out that there were photographs of the dead hanging here, and this is what the main character turned his attention to. The entire group of players is now silently looking at these photographs. They are trying to understand how this can help them. Chuchanja believes that the photographs should correspond to the ghosts, which is what is stated on the task sheet. Suddenly we see how Vangu was very frightened. He hid behind the back of the white-haired man and stood. Self-confident Matthew Gu asks not to panic and offers to enter the room and find out what is there. The man noticed the doctor's coat on Matthew and realized that he was a doctor, after which he asked to go with him. Cheryl raised her hand and attracted attention, telling the others that she also wanted to go with them. Chuchangja heard the request of this celebrity. In response, he only remained silent and began to adjust his glasses. The main character invites the others to become his guests, after which he is about to enter the room. We see how this guy begins to enter directly into this room. It's already very interesting what awaits them there. It turned out that absolutely the whole group went after this guy. Now they see some kind of coffin in the room. There are ribbons and other things hanging on the coffin in memory of the deceased. We see the most eerie photograph of the deceased man. Then we see, while the rest of the group is examining this room, Matthew Gu apparently confused the coffin with a loot box and decided to make an opening. Vangu noticed what Dr. Gu was doing. His eyes widened. He didn't know what the guy was doing. In response, Dr. Gu calmly tells the group that he is opening the coffin, so he needs help with this. After some time, they open the coffin. Chuchangge, not wanting to touch it, asks if they found something. We see the coffin itself. It turned out that it is completely empty and even ready for use. They expected to see a corpse there. The main character says that there is nothing there. Vangu is already wondering whether they should check other rooms at all. As time passes, these players continue to wander around the building and look for anything useful for their exams. The players left the room they were in earlier and apparently did not find anything valuable. They will have to look again. They entered another room and once again see a coffin. Cheryl thinks that this room is similar to the previous one. The main character still decides not to give up. He rests his hands on the coffin and looks at the photograph of the deceased person. Wangu believes that Dr. Gu wants to open another coffin, but they opened the last one and there was nothing there. Matthew Gu invites players to read the text, because they can find clues in the questions themselves. The question states that this building has 3 floors, each with a fierce ghost. 3 of these ghosts respectively have the surnames Ma, Yang, Zhao. The guy remembered his question related to the gender of the ghost. But the questions also talk about a ghost with a long tongue and a pregnant ghost. Apparently we are talking about their types. The main character thoughtfully tore the ribbon from the coffin and walked forward. The others do not understand his behavior. They are allowed to answer questions only from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. There are many coffins here, if there is not enough time to open each one. First, they need to look for the surnames Ma, Yang, Zhao on the first floor, so they will at least find out the identity of one ghost. Chu Changji realizes that there is also another clue in his test that can help. The 3 ghosts knew each other when they were alive, but what kind of vehicles did these people correspond to? The doctor believes this to be true. The 3 ghosts are connected to each other. They will solve the riddle when they catch one of them. And then one guy is perplexed. He heard that Matthew Gu wants to catch them. I wonder how exactly he wants to do it. The completely calm main character is about to leave the room and invites the others to split up and start working. The man doesn't like the fact that the guy suggests they split up because one of them might meet a ghost. In response to this, Matthew Gu turns to the players with a creepy face and asks them not to worry because they will definitely encounter them. Time passes. Matthew realizes that 2 is Ma, 7 is Yang, and 10 is Zhao and looks at his friends. He tells them that there are 3 halls on the ground floor for funeral events, which may be related to their ghosts. Apparently they were lucky that they excluded so many rooms, but they still have a lot of work to do, so they need to hurry. Wangu turns to Dr. Gu. He thinks that they will need to have time to open 19 coffins in these rooms. Opening 19 coffins will be physically difficult. It may take more than 1 hour, but they have not yet checked the 2nd and 3rd floors. The guy thinks that there is no need to open the coffins. He will now take a walk around. Chu Changge wants to go with him. And now we see these 2 guys wandering along the corridor together and looking around, helping each other. At this moment, the main character became interested in what his friend was looking at. He was going to give his answer. Chu Changje decides to point Gu Matthew to one of the rooms. He looks interested and looks straight at it. Now the 2 of them are looking at the portrait of one of the dead. Under it there is a coffin, which of course could be opened. Dr. Gu takes a closer look at the woman's photo. It seems to him that her photo looks very much like a potato. However, Chu Changge distracted this guy from looking at the photo by asking him to read the inscription on the ribbon. In other rooms, the flowers were from younger acquaintances, colleagues, or directly from work, but here it's a different case. Obviously, this Miss Yan did not work for the Yuzu City Police. He asks to look at her hair, because it does not correspond to police discipline. The white-haired man believes that the woman appears to be about 40 years old, and the fact that the police sent her flowers suggests that there are secrets behind her death. Dr. Gu believes that this guy is right. According to the assignment, the 3 ghosts respectively refer to 3 types of transport, and the paddy wagon refers to the police. Other players came here. It is likely that the criminal riding in the paddy wagon ran away and met Miss Yan, who stopped him but died. Dr. Gu listened to this guy, but he says that evidence is needed to confirm his theory. Wangu tells the guy that it seems to him that he is too zealous in searching for ghosts. He doesn't like it. And Matthew doesn't hide it himself. He sees the full picture. So it's time to open this coffin. After a while, the main character opened the lid of this coffin and looks inside in surprise, for now he is simply silent. Suddenly, something strange happened. Apparently, the lights in the room were turned off. No one understands what happened. The guy extended his hand to some object, and having touched it, it seemed to him that it was a soft toy. Wangu started screaming. It seems to him that someone has come here and is trying to grab his fat ass, so it's time to run. Almost all the players are scared now. They don't know what to do. Apparently, the only thing left to do is run away from here. It turned out that Gu Matthew just accidentally touched Wangu's plump belly in the dark, and it turned out to be a funny situation. In the dark, the main character tries to see what is in this coffin, but in the dark, he cannot see its contents. While the entire group of players is screaming in fear, he stands and thinks about what can be done in this situation. Suddenly, Dr. Gu heard a strong crash. He turned around and saw Cheryl in front of him, who was running and hit her head. Cheryl doesn't understand what just happened, and the guy can't understand why she decided not to run away. The girl tells him how she saw that Dr. Gu decided to stay, so she also decided so. Now the guy is just silent. At that moment, she became interested in why he didn't run away himself. He jokingly says that his legs were numb from fear. Cheryl still took out her flashlight, but she did not hand it over right away, but only turned it on and began to shine on her face. Taking a lantern in his hands, the main character began to illuminate the room, looking around and saw 2 leaves. He took them in his hands and reads them with a flashlight. The girl sees that it says about a reward for information about the criminal. On the paper, it is written that on September 23, 2003, a violent murder was committed in the city of Yuzu. A man was found dead in his car, believed to have been beaten to the back of the head with a blunt object. The investigation established that Gunther is the main suspect. He is 31 years old, a resident of Yuzu, 172 centimeter tall, thin, and has a scar on his forehead. They are willing to give $30,000 for useful information about this criminal. Apparently, he is that same ferocious ghost with the last name Ma. The guy took another paper and reads a certain letter of gratitude. He saw the name Shelley Young there. The guy understands that there must be a connection between Shelley Yang and Gunther Ma. He is diligently trying to solve this riddle. Apparently, Gunther Ma fled immediately after the murder in Yuzu town. Then Shelley Yang reported it to the police. The letter said that by that time the suspect had not yet been arrested, and Shelley should beware. Now they have some clues on the last question of the test. Shelley Yang died before Gunther Ma. It is also worth looking at this question. How many people were killed by the only male ghost in this building while he was alive? If we are talking about Gunther Ma, then now they know that he took at least 2 lives, and this will be useful to them. But they still need to get some information about the third ghost if they want to understand the whole story. They can't afford to waste time, so it's time to go up to the 2nd floor. Cheryl understood him. The test says that there is only 1 fierce ghost on each floor. It is supposed that the ghost of this floor is in the coffin, but there are only 2 pieces of paper. The main character assumes that this same ghost followed someone and then simply left. Wanggu says that he was scared to death, but the 2 guys were so brave that he didn't even scream. Chu Chang thinks something is strange. Wanggu is tense and doesn't understand what exactly seems strange. The white-haired man asks the fat man if he is holding Matthew's hand, and Wanggu says that it is really him. Wang is already getting a little scared. He doesn't understand why Dr. Gu began to remain silent. Chu Changge is also interested. Then Chu Changge apparently reached into his inventory and just got his friend ready. Apparently there's something scary there. With great fear on his face, Wanggu turns to Chu Changge and asks him what exactly he should be prepared for. In response, the guy said nothing. He just silently began to shine the flashlight in the direction of Dr. Gu to show what was there. Wanggu turns towards Gu Matthew to see who is really standing there and sees a green ghost. The fat man's face shows complete horror. He is in shock, realizing that all this time he was holding this person's hand. The time on the clock is almost 9:30 p.m. We see the main character along with Cheryl who are looking around. This floor is dedicated to an ambulance. On the 1st floor there was a hearse, and the 3rd will most likely be dedicated to a paddy wagon. As Matthew believes, there is also a nurse's post there. He offers to go and look for it now with Cheryl. They started walking together. Along the way, the guy realized that he was sharing better than other players because they are noisy and easy to scare. After his thoughts, the main character continued his path forward, and Cheryl continued to follow him. While they were wandering together, suddenly Dr. Gu noticed something incomprehensible. He began to shine a flashlight on it. Now he is shining his flashlight directly at one of the doors. It is not clear what it means, but he will apparently check. The girl looking at the door is about to walk backwards to see what is happening behind them. She was already preparing to do so and stuck to the guy's back, but he thinks that this is unnecessary and he needs to continue the search. Now Cheryl silently looks after Matthew Gu, who is now leaving. Apparently she hoped that he would agree to her idea. And again, the main character feels a strange feeling. He feels someone's unpleasant gaze on him. He understands that whenever this happens, something bad will happen, so he needs to be prepared. And then suddenly Dr. Gu looked at the girl and saw something behind her. He shouted to warn of danger. We see the girl's reaction to his cry. She looks very scared and as if she was simply frozen in one place. In the next chapter, unexpectedly for the girl, Dr. Gu grabbed her hand and pulled her away with the intention of helping. It turned out that there was a threat, but not in the face of any ghost, and it was just some kind of mirror that flew over her head. They both look at it in fear, and Cheryl, trying to get up from the ground, looks at this thing and cannot find words. It was close. They understand that this frame could have easily killed Cheryl, but they managed to save her in time. One gets the feeling that it's painful for this blonde to get up, or that the main character roughly grabbed her hand and is pulling. Even in such a tense environment, Matthew Gu finds time for jokes. He let the girl go with a smile on his face. She says that when he tries to push her away again, she should let him know in advance the guy will do so. Right now, Dr. Gu turned to this frame and notices that there is something under it. He wants to tell the girl about it. He believes that the ghost that was watching them was crushed by the frame and simply disappeared. This is for the best. Smart Matthew understands that they can't stay here, so it would be better to start running. Cheryl understands him. After some time, these two reached a room. Now Dr. Gu is looking somewhere and is simply silent. Cheryl realizes that that strange sound has already disappeared. She thinks that it was made by a local ghost who ran away after the blow. The guy found something. It's a pregnant woman named Zhao. She must be one of those cruel ghosts. According to George's test sheet, they found out that Gunther Ma committed the murder, and Shelley Yang told the police that Helen Zhao was Gunther's pregnant wife. And then the question arose, how did Shelley Yan and Helen meet? It will be very interesting and useful to find out. They are going to go to bed number 2 in room 59. Cheryl understood everything and thinks that Matthew wants to find that ghost. He would like to lure and catch the ghost on the second floor. Cheryl, the doctor's decision seems very strange. Dr. Gu believes that he simply had to do this. Otherwise, how would he have found the answers? Despite all the guy's self-confidence, this girl still thinks that this is not the right move. Now we can watch how Wanggu, with whom everything seems to be fine, runs away from someone scary. The fat man noticed a door, then slammed on the brakes, opened it, went inside, and then locked himself in the room. He now believes that he is now safe. He barely escaped with his feet, and yet that same ghost could have finished him off. However, much to Wanggu's misfortune, this same ghost is in the same room with him, and now he showed him a real screamer. Of course, Wanggu, seeing this scary face, at first thought that he was looking in the mirror. But later he realized that it was a real ghost and was very scared. Fortunately for Wang, his friend Chu Changge was nearby, who decided not to leave the guy, and decided to get him out of there. Now these two guys are running away from a terrible ghost. On the way, Wanggu says that he misses his mom. Chu Changge expensively invites the guy to split up and meet on the second floor. Wanggu may have heard him. Still, Wanggu realized what he needed to do. The two separated, but the fat man noticed something. He understands that this ghost is simply running towards Chu Changge. Apparently he does not want to rush his friend. At first it seemed that Wanggu wanted to help his friend, but he only hoped that everything was okay with him, after which he ran on. The fat man reached a certain place and realized that this place was simply terrible. He wanted someone to help him. Suddenly, fortunately for Wanggu, a system for calling friends appeared in front of him, which he of course wants to use. He tried to call his coolest friend, namely Matthew Gu, but to his surprise, this action was not available. Next, the guy looks out the window and thinks that if he jumps off and dies, he will automatically leave the dungeon. However, he understands that if he does not die after the jump, then everything will only get worse. He is already thinking about simply failing the exam. And then a figure began to appear behind this guy. It is still unknown who or what exactly it is. There is almost no fear visible on this guy's face. He turns to the silhouette with an angry face to understand who it is. Turning around completely, he was scared again, because he thought that a ghost was standing outside, wanting to finish him off. Having fallen to the ground, Wanggu looks in fear through the window of this door, seeing behind it only a black shadow and nothing more. However, he can't figure out why this shadow keeps coming towards him as he moves backwards. He continues to look at this black shadow with a frightened face and tries to guess the reason for its strange behavior. Wanggu had already turned around from this shadow, but unfortunately for him, he heard some strange sounds behind him. After listening to the sounds, he once again believes that they come from a ghost, which means that there is a ghost behind him. Greatly frightened, the fat man opens the door of his room and begins to run forward, wanting to escape. While he continues to run, he decides to turn around to check whether a ghost is following him or not. It turned out that there was really a ghost running after the guy, and this was the same ghost of a pregnant woman that they needed. Very frightened, Wanggu understands that he needs to hide and not let this creature grab him, because it will be bad. The guy found some room. He knocked down the door and flew right under the bed, hoping that the ghost would not find him. After he crawled under the bed, he practically held his breath and prayed that he would not be found. He continues to sit under the bed, hoping for his safety and that the ghost will not stop near the door. It already seems to him that the danger has passed, but he should sit quietly for a little longer and then he will come out. Suddenly for Wanggu, the hand of that same ghost appeared from the darkness behind him, grabbing him by the shoulder. Turning around, he screamed again. The ghost is smiling, looking straight at him and is ready to tear the guy apart. As the ghost continues to hold this guy down, he notices another hand and thinks it's another ghost. This hand touched the hand of a ghost. This man is happy that he was finally able to catch this ghost. It turned out that this person was Matthew. He was very glad that he had finally found this ghost because he had been looking for him for a long time. Now we can watch Chu Changge, who is going down the steps from a very dark floor. Now he is alone. At one moment he stopped to adjust his glasses. Then we continued the walk and someone's shadow was now visible behind him. After some time he already went out into the dark corridor. He just as silently and calmly continues to look around. While he was walking along these corridors, he remembered the ghost of Gunther Ma. He still had to figure it all out. Looking into the empty coffin with 2 papers, he realizes that Gunther Ma does not correspond to the paddy wagon. The guy also understands perfectly well that Gunther Ma is the cruel ghost of the 3rd floor. Right now, Chu Changge wants to check several rooms, because one of them should definitely be Gunther's chamber. He doesn't want to waste his time at all, and continuing to wander, he realizes that he needs to find her. He walked through the dark cells with his camera, and when he started shining the light on something, he saw what he wanted to examine. The sign says Gunther Ma's name, his crime, and the fact that he was released early after 13 years in prison. The woman he killed was probably Shelly Yang. After his release, he did not forget her act and finished her off. Upon entering the cell, it seemed strange to the guy because the police would not have disclosed information about the informer. He also cannot understand how Gunther Ma found out that it was Shelly who told the police about him. While Chu Changge was examining the papers, someone appeared behind him. He felt it and prepared for the meeting. It turned out that it was the ghost of Gunther Ma. He was holding a knife in his hands and, with a very bloodthirsty look, slowly approached the guy. Having come close enough, the red-eyed ghost decided to strike a fatal blow with a knife, smiling at the same time. However, Chu Changge is not a weak one. He remains completely calm in this situation and was simply able to dodge the blow. Realizing that it was not worth fighting this ghost at all, Chu Changge decided to make a tactical retreat. He continues to run along the corridors of this floor, after which he saw some kind of passage. Slamming on the brakes, he tried to run there. Chu Changge nevertheless ran into this room, after which he was instantly able to close this door so that he would not be caught. This guy, realizing that he is finally safe, is glad that the ghost did not catch up with him, but he must be on his guard. While he was sitting in this room, he decided to check a photograph of people who looked like ghosts and did not understand what they were. He reads an advertisement about a resident of this area. Pregnant Helen Zhao quarreled with her neighbor Miss Yan. During the quarrel she fell, and both she and the child died from bleeding. Gunther Ma committed the murder on September 23rd, and the picture was taken a month before it happened. They were friends. Chu Changge understood everything. Gunther Ma killed someone, ran away and hid. The police issued an arrest warrant. He told his pregnant wife where he was hiding. When Helen Zhao was talking with Shelly Yan, she accidentally gave information about the place where Gunther Ma was hiding. Shelly Yang in turn reported this to the police, and Gunther Ma, of course, was found and tied up by the police. Helen Zhao found out who the informer was, so she came to Shelly and quarreled. An accident occurred, after which Helen died in the ambulance. Gunther Ma, who was already in prison at that time, found out why his wife died. He was very angry. Of course, a fierce hatred of Shelly Yan arose in him, which is why he killed her. Then this guy was put back behind bars and eventually executed, realizing that he was incorrigible. After this investigation, Chu Changge decides to look at his watch and sees that it is now 10 minutes to 10. Now he knows the truth, but considering that this is a 6.5-star dungeon, he doesn't think it's that simple. But there will be a driving test just as soon. He wonders what will happen on it and how they will pass it. Chu Changge looks at Miss Yang's photo and thinks that maybe it can help him in some way. While he was examining the photograph of Miss Yang, he noticed Cheryl and Wang Gu standing with their backs to him. He of course wanted to connect to them, so he attracted their attention to him. They looked at him. The guy decides to ask them where Matthew is now, because he has to tell him about what he just found. However, Wang Gu believes that Chu Changge should not tell him anything. The white-haired man wondered why exactly. It turns out that Dr. Gu actually just caught a ghost on the 2nd floor. Chu Changge just can't believe it. The main character pulled the ghost out from under the bed, beat him half to death and extracted the truth from him. This is amazing. This Giga Chad is really not afraid of anything. Right in front of Wang Gu's eyes, he actually pinned the ghost to the ground and beat him up. Wang Gu is now sure that Matthew is on the 3rd floor, and the ghost left immediately after the torture. Now the 3 of them are looking at the 3rd floor, exactly where the fat man was pointing with his fingers. Apparently, Chu Changge is interested. This same ghost was sitting on the 3rd floor. He looked out and looked at them. The ghost's face was transformed after an operation from Dr. Gu. The fat man is still scared to look at the face of this ghost. Cheryl is just as tense, and Chu Changge is simply silent. Matthew Gu appears behind Wang Gu. He scared him by sneaking up and is interested in what is happening here. All three guys turned around and saw that it was Dr. Gu, but the fat man was still scared. He was scared by every rustle. A very frightened Wang Gu grabs the main character by the leg and whines that there is a ghost on the 3rd floor. Brave Matthew decides to check with the guy where the ghost is now. Wang Gu pointed to this place with his finger. The whole group, together with the main character, are looking at the place that Wang Gu points to, but so far they have not seen anything. Matthew Gu, stroking Van's head, tries to calm him down and says that the ghost is not there. Perhaps he got scared and ran away. Matthew sees Chu Changge. The white-haired man already wanted to tell him the story of the 3 ghosts, but he understands that it is no longer necessary. Let's talk to Chu Changge. The main character gives some object to Wang Gu. The surprised guy does not understand what it is. It turned out that it was a bloodied axe with a very long handle. The fat man again looked scared. Matthew took this axe from the ghost on the 3rd floor. The ghost tried to kill him with it, so Dr. Gu took it. This axe might even come in handy in the exam, and the clock is already ticking, so it's time for them to fill out their sheets. Then we see how the main character very coolly opens the doors and sees a teacher and 3 cars in front of him. NPC teacher noticed this group of players. He saw something unusual in them and simply cannot believe his eyes. In the next chapter, this group of players is seen standing and looking at the teacher's face while Dr. Gu smiles. He understands that only 4 of the entire group survived. The rest apparently did not pass this exam. The main character tells the teacher that it was hard enough for them, so it's clear why the others couldn't cope. We see how the group passed through this passage. They look around and the main character noticed someone's corpse. We are shown this same corpse in close-up. It looks quite creepy and apparently has been lying here for some time now. The whole group looks at him. Chu Changge decided to examine him and became convinced that he was dead. One of the ghosts must have killed him. Chu Changge understands that in the game they do not die for real, but they will still look like lifeless corpses. The NPC sees that only 4 managed to survive. He declares with a grin on his face that not everyone can start the next round. And then the teacher's doubts about them dissipated. Examining the written exam, he was very surprised that they all passed. The teacher realizes that this written exam was too easy for them, but the couple came to move on to the next one. It's time to conduct a driving test. Players will need to choose a vehicle and make 3 laps in it. This NPC, as a coach, will evaluate their work while sitting in the next chair, because coaches don't play. If the vehicle stalls or stops for any reason, the result will be counted as a failure. Then the teacher begins to leaf through his book with great impatience. He wants to find out who will be the first to take the test. Matthew asks him not to bother turning the pages and says that he is number 1 on the list, in which case he asks him to choose a transport. Chu Changje advises the guy to take the paddy wagon. He was also lucky to take the photo of Shelly Yang. If Gunther Ma appears, she will help detain him. Matthew Gu understands that there is no need for this, because he already has some valuable experience in communicating with specific ghosts. He also understands that he will become even closer with the ghost in this car. The teacher does not understand what he is talking about. Wang Gu is afraid that something unexpected will happen while he is driving. Chu Changge also thinks so because this is his destiny. The white-haired man also understands perfectly well that if something happens to him, then the people around him will also go to the bottom. We watch as the main character got into the car with the teacher. The car started up and the exam began. After starting the car, Teacher Che, with a grin on his face, tells Dr. Gu that he can already start driving. However, this old man did not expect that the main character would immediately decide to gain high speed. He did not even finish his sentence. It seems that the teacher is now scared for his life. Looking at the guy's behavior, he doesn't understand what's wrong with him. Dr. Gu, with an absolutely calm expression, tells his trainer that it is easy, and silently looks at this psycho. Matthew turned on the fierce funk on the radio, to which he begins to drift in his car, so he completed the first lap. After some time of driving, the main character has already managed to make the second circle, so he's waiting until it's all over. On the way, Matthew realized that the teacher was waiting for the ghost to come here, but the guy made him understand that the ghost would not come here. After some time, the guy finished the ride. He was wondering whether he passed the exam or not, and why he was disappointed that there were no ghosts. The players do not understand what is happening to the doctor. Because he is already making the 4th circle, they should move away from the car. Now the teacher, who had previously tried to intimidate the whole group, himself looks very scared. He does not understand why Matthew did not stop. The guy says that the brakes are broken and the car accelerates on its own. The teacher says that this has never happened in a dungeon. Having heard his words about the dungeon, Matthew now thinks that this trainer knows that he is a local NPC. The frightened coach demands that Dr. Gu stop the car, but he cannot, and it becomes faster. He asks the coach not to be afraid because in the last dungeon where he played there were problems. In the end, it exploded. The teacher doesn't understand what this guy is talking about, but later realizes that he is the one who broke the ghostly high school. Letting go of the steering wheel, Matthew swears to him that he didn't do anything, he just tore the paper with the spells. A very frightened teacher looks at this guy and asks him to hold the steering wheel tighter because there may be an accident. Then Dr. Gu says that he will have to stop the car by force. The coach does not understand what he is going to do. Now we can observe the rest of the group, who are just watching the car. 2 of them are scared, and Chu Chang'e is calm. It turned out that this car was rushing right at them. Wang Gu was scared and even saved his friends by pulling them out of the way. The car is now not in its best shape. The teacher is still scared and does not understand why he is braking their car. The guy asks him to relax because he just lost control of the car. He guarantees that everything will work out later. Then apparently, the main character accelerated this car and crashed into a brick wall at full speed. The rest of the players watch in horror as the car stopped hitting the wall. They simply have no words. Matthew and Thief are getting out of this car. Dr. Gu is wondering if he passed the test and wants his license. At this moment, the teacher is feeling bad. The teacher realizes that the vehicles are destroyed and the dungeon disappears ahead of time. Now he is very angry, and as for today's test, none of these players passed it. Dr. Gu has a ticket, so next time they can come again and retake the exam. The coach doesn't like it. The teacher doesn't want to see this cruel guy anymore, so he said that all the players passed the exam. Players are already starting to leave this dungeon, and finally asks the main character not to appear here anymore. We see how our group returned to the ordinary world. They are standing near their bags with things and corpses lie around. It's strange because they just went to play, but when they came out, someone's dead body appeared here. The white-haired man believes that this guy was raped and this incident must be very serious. Chu Chang'e suggests going home and talking a little later. Wang Gu remembers how Dr. Gu saved him. Meanwhile, the main character noticed something strange. He tries to take a closer look and understand what it is. He sees some huge and luminous building and does not understand why it is there. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Chu Chang'e reads the news that the hearse driver's dungeon has just closed. They found out that the affected players will be paid compensation in the amount of 1,000 coins for this, and everyone also knows about them. From another advertisement, the group learns that they can buy some things in the supermarket for coins. Wang Gu suggests going tomorrow, but the system says that permits are issued every month in limited quantities. The guy asks the girl for 3 permits to the supermarket. 1 permit costs 50 points or 150 points for 3. The girl asks them to put their hands to scan. She wonders if they will pay together or split the bill. The main character tells her that they pay together and asks her to simply remove the points from his account. This ticket is a permit to visit the supermarket. The owner can visit the supermarket with permission. The employee reminds her that it would be better to save a few coins and wait until the end of the month before leaving, because at the end of the month there will be a huge crowd at the supermarket, and that means Dr. Gu would be an easy target. Wang Gu wonders what she meant when she said about the target. Chu Chang'e is talking about thugs and robbers who are everywhere. After listening to his friend, the fat man was once again very scared because even here they were not safe. Wang Gu saw a man who passed next to them. He now thinks that this man wanted to rob them. The main character asks the guy to forget about these words, after which he invites his friends to go to the supermarket. Right now, 3 guys are standing silently at the entrance to the supermarket. The fat man armed himself to repel his enemies. The doors opened, and now this group sees in front of them the workers of this place, who greet them with creepy faces. One of the workers offers Chu Chang'e to buy a backpack, which costs only some 6 coins. Another person attracts Wang Gu's attention. Now he offers to buy a blanket from him for 10 coins. Dr. Gu is dissatisfied because they just entered, and they already managed to push him twice. He silently walks around the store. While Matthew Gu was silently wandering around the store, he saw a sign hanging that said mechanical tools. The satisfied Dr. Gu is about to go to this department, but a consultant who is heavier than Wang Gu is trying to catch up with him. Matthew is interested in the guitar. The consultant says that if he buys it now, then this case will be a gift. The main character turned his attention to the price of this guitar. He saw that it cost 100 and decided to buy it. Dr. Gu returns back to his friends. Wang Gu saw a new object behind the guy's back and was surprised. Meanwhile, Matthew Gu himself really wants them to see what he bought, because he is proud of it. The fat man continues to look at the item bought by the main character. He sees that the guy bought a guitar. They hear someone's voice behind them, which says something about the case if someone attacks them. It turned out that it was Chu Chang'e who spoke. Right now, he is adjusting his glasses. He was waiting for them to look at him. Chu Chang'e says that basic necessities are on the first floor, clothes on the second, and food on the third. They went to the food department. You can see different prices for different foods. And Wang Gu is unhappy that 500 grams of meat costs 200 points. The fat man thinks that it is very expensive, but the butcher says that it is not their fault, rare things at high prices. Perhaps this is a way to boost the players' morale to play the game. The doctor suggests that Wang Gu buy something else. He also tells Sad Wang that rice is cheaper, but still 50 points per 500 grams. The fat man begins to smile. He decided to cook wings on the grill tonight with cola. He is a very skillful cook. We see how our heroes brought all the collected products to the checkout. For all this, they got 50 points. The cashier is wondering if they have enough points for all this. A confident guy says that everything is enough. Employees believe that employees are getting better. They have already earned a lot of points in a couple of days. They remember how someone broke into the hearse's dungeon, and with horror, they realize that Matthew may be the same player. Going out into the street, a group of friends stumbled upon armed robbers. Wang Gu was scared and the rest were calm. The bandits are glad that these people have finally left the supermarket. They really hope that they have a lot of things in their pockets. They suggest that the three give up their belongings immediately, otherwise they can all say goodbye to their lives. The bad guy sees that it is difficult to come to an agreement with Matthew. He wants to tell about what happened to the last naughty poor man. And then you can see how the white-haired bandit begins to tell this story, starting with who that guy was. But then you can see how the main character began to take off his purchased item from his back. The bandits are already happy that he succumbed. The bad guy invites them to give them their things, after which they will let them leave. Matthew threw the guitar on the ground with a smile. But in fact, it turned out that it was not a guitar at all, but a damn chainsaw. Now Dr. Gu will be able to perform a surgical operation on these losers. In the next chapter, you can see how the teeth of the chainsaw begin to spin quickly, which means it is ready for use. The main character begins to slowly approach the bandits. Intending to show them who is boss, he shocks everyone around with his actions. He grabbed the bandit by the scruff of the neck, telling him that it was quite brave of him. The boss of these robbers sees that his comrades want to get out of here as soon as possible, because this guy is crazy. But it's too late to run away. Matthew wants them to give him everything valuable and more, otherwise he will chop off their heads. The white-haired guy asks the guy to cool down, because they are all civilized people, and offers to resolve this through negotiations. Matthew sees that there is not even a smell of civilization here. He asks to be added as a friend in the system and to show how many coins he has. The guy found out that this loser only had 38 points. He hit him on the ass, because he doesn't understand how with such a sum he is considered a boss. Wang Gu is afraid that the robbers might come back and take revenge, but Dr. Gu is wondering how to harvest Chinese green onions. When collecting these vegetables, you need to leave the small roots intact and then collect a little more in the next growing season. Everything was fine, but suddenly this stupid game appeared. New players are afraid to leave their homes. Having entered the house, a group of friends turned their attention to some woman who was standing at some table. The main character says that this lady's name is Ruby Lil, and she is his landlord, so they will know each other. Wang Gu smiles and says that his landlord is a gorgeous woman, but Chu Chang'e decided to remain silent. We see the protagonist's memories where he asks this woman to put out her cigarette because she is smoking near the stove. He thinks this woman is as beautiful as she is dangerous. If you don't want to die, it's better to stay away from her. Wang Gu has some thoughts about Matthew that he is ready to share with him, so he interested the doctor. A certain Mr. Zhou once said that if you have a chubby friend surnamed Wang, he is an attractive landlord and so on. Then this actually means something. And what exactly Wang Gu is going to tell us? He believes that Matthew Gu is the legendary protagonist of the story, but the doctor thinks that this is nonsense. Then the main character noticed something new in the system. It interested him and he wants to check it out. Looking at this, it seems to him that the system is trying to force all players to go to Haidian. We see a description of the event. A gathering at the Lantern Festival, the blessings of ghosts will be hung throughout the Haidian region. The requirements state that during the event, the Haidian area will be closed off. Only those with beels will be able to enter. It seems obvious to the guy that this is to allow the participants to compete, thus boosting their morale. The event will take place in a month. The main character is going to visit him, because he will be able to improve his strength this way. Wang Gu asks the doctor to take him with him. He will take him, but first he needs to go through a few more dungeons. He will need to earn more money for this event and buy some things. The next day came. We see the house of these friends, and we also hear someone's voice. Someone is calling Dr. Gu. It was Wang Gu. He wonders where Matthew is now. Chu Chanj thinks that he may have gone to earn money. We see Dr. Gu himself. He realizes that the rewards of this dungeon have been increased by more than one level. He reads information about this dungeon. Its difficulty level is 5 stars, a dungeon for 5 players. The guy realizes that the dungeon looks like a movie called The Ring, and the players are cursed from the very beginning. While Matthew was silently wandering around the room, his attention was attracted by some strange sound. He looks at the source. It turned out that it was just the phone ringing. He decides to answer it, and so far there are no signs of trouble. The man on the other side just wanted to call Matthew. The guy looking at the notebook with numbers realizes that this is Hank's Yuan. Hanks told his other teammates about a meeting in one place. The guy tells him that there is a sculpture here. In this case, they decided to meet near the sculpture. The guy has already approached this place and sees the others. The main character came here with his chainsaw. Well, where would we be without it? He also said hello to these guys. This guy is the same Hanks Ewan from the phone, and the girl's name is Molly Line. She's a college student. The brown-haired man introduced himself as a golden wing, and the guy with gray hair was Kevin. He was a college graduate. Matthew also introduced himself to them and showed his guitar. They are surprised that he took the guitar to the game. Hanks Ewan, after meeting, already wants to start talking about the game itself. But later he noticed something. It seems to the guy that someone has decided to start surveillance on them. He talks about this to others so that they know. In the next chapter, the group notices that it is already starting to get dark. Hanks Ewan is shivering. Apparently it has gotten colder. He says that the dungeon is connected with curses. They will find themselves in a situation similar to the plot of the movie The Call. They were given 10 days to play. The first day will not be dangerous, but in case of danger, they will use a landline phone. Then we are shown a strange door, behind which we can hear someone's ugly scream. We wonder what it's from. It turned out that this is some kind of ghost who is trying to scare Matthew, but the ghost does not yet know who he is attacking. As we can see, the main character is simply watching a movie while eating his popcorn. But later he became a little sad, because upon closer inspection, the guy thought that his TV with the film had frozen. Suddenly, they start knocking on Dr. Goo's room. He noticed it and is going to check. The main character became interested in who decided to knock on his door, because he would not open the door to just anyone. However, this terrible knock continues. The creature behind the door does not answer questions, but only intensifies the knock. Matthew Goo is well aware that asking anything is useless, so he decides to look through the peephole. The guy looks through the peephole and sees that there is complete silence there. There is no one there, and it feels like there were pranksters there. This seems strange to the main character because he never found anyone outside. He now needs a flashlight. While Dr. Goo was walking tiredly to his flashlight, he heard a strange whistle. The whistle apparently comes straight from the TV, on which the face of a scary ghost hangs. The guy had already reached his lantern, and at the same moment the knocking on the door continued. He begins to once again slowly approach this door. The knocking never stops. Matthew wants to surprise the one who is now knocking on his door, so he looked out the window with a scary face. Now we see a guy from his new group who has closed the door to his room right now. It's much better this way because when the door is open, it always seems to him that there is someone there in the dark. Suddenly, the phone in his room started ringing. He certainly didn't expect this and was very scared. A moment later, he realized that it was still the phone ringing, but he was almost scared to death. Wrapped in a blanket, he answered the call. Some girl said that she was very scared and had to speak in a whisper. Hanks wonders what happened. It turns out there is someone under her bed. He heard rustling noises. We see Molly Lynn, who is afraid to look down. Hanks calms her down and advises her to look down quietly. The girl doesn't even believe that she can do it, but she decided to do it without getting out of bed. Now we can observe the girl's very frightened look. Apparently she saw something really scary. She screams that there is a hand under her bed, after which the guy heard a rumble and the connection was interrupted. Hanks became very scared for his friend. He calls her name and tries to shout out, but hears only beeps. Then someone starts watching the guy through the glass. He felt it, but turned around and saw nothing. The guy is trying to quickly calm himself down, because it's even possible that everything is not so bad. He realizes that he needs to call the others and see if they are having any problems. Hanks couldn't get through because the line was busy. He tried to call Juan, but it didn't work. So next he decides to call Dr. Goo, hoping that at least he can answer him. Dr. Goo answered his call and said hello. Hanks is very glad that he is okay and at least someone answered him. Hanks immediately asks about Huang Yu because he tried to call her but could not. Matthew thinks that a ghost was talking to him. Various very strange sounds begin to come from Dr. Goo. Hanks asks him to stop acting like a fool. It turns out that the guy is beating another ghost. He tells the guy that the ghost from the movie called came out of his TV. Then Hanks heard the lights out. He was scared because it was only the first day and half the team was in danger. Now we see how Golden Wing answered Hanks's call. He wonders who it is. On the phone with a very creepy voice, they tell him not to hang up, otherwise he will simply die. This makes him scared. Some creature tells him that it is below right now. Hanks looked and saw a dark silhouette. Then a countdown began from the ghost's side. Starting from 4, the brown-haired man seemed to understand what was happening. When the ghost had already counted to 1, he told the guy on the phone that he was near his room. A moment later, this nasty ghost is right behind the brown-haired man's back and simply scared him. Now we are watching our main character, who happily wakes up in the morning because he still managed to sleep. Then he again hears a familiar knock on the door, which actually irritates him greatly. He didn't expect to hear that knock again, and swears that he will catch the ghost who does it. The main character is already losing his temper. He believes in his strength and understands that he will tear him to pieces. Approaching the door with a quick step, Dr. Gu grabs the door handle and opens the door, ready to meet him. Opening the door, he sees Hanks with Kevin. They are glad that the guy is okay because the connection was lost at night. Hanks couldn't get through to either Molly or Wan Yu. This morning, Kevin said he felt like he was being followed. Matthew realizes that if they cannot be reached, it means that a ghost killed them during the night. Hanks simply cannot believe his words. The main character wants to find out what exactly happened yesterday. These three walk silently along a dark corridor. On their way, they meet rats, who are now simply squeaking. Now they reach the door. Hanks opened it and began to call Farron, wanting to know if he was even here. She wasn't in the room, so they walked further down the corridor in search of him, continuing to call his name. Then the group heard a strong roar behind one of the doors. They immediately paid attention to it. Having opened the door, they all noticed that Farron was lying without signs of life. I wonder why exactly. Kevin felt bad and started vomiting. Hanks doesn't believe that he's really dead, and Dr. Gu examines the body. They were wondering what Dr. Gu was doing now. Matthew clarified whether it was true that the guy could not be reached by phone. He wants to get an opinion on whether Farron could talk on the phone with a dangerous and scary ghost. These two thought it was strange. They tensed up a little and didn't even answer the question yet. Kevin says that if you die in the game, you stay alive in real life. They need to complete the game as soon as possible. Hank suggests going to Molly's room. Then suddenly they hear someone calling on the phone. The two guys felt a little scared. Kevin is very tense and sweaty. He asks Matthew who is really calling them. The main character himself became interested, so he answered the call and said hello to this person. It turned out that it was Molly calling. At the moment, she doesn't look the best. I wonder what happened to her. Hanks is glad that she is alive. She says that she saw a hand under the bed. She dropped her phone out of fear and was afraid to pick it up. She is now very scared and asks to come to her room. Hanks calms her down and says that they will come to her. She tries to hurry them up because the thing under the bed moves again. The sound gets louder and it comes out. It's very scary. Molly continues to scream that the ghost is coming out, after which a strong scream was heard. The guys became scared. They continue to hear some kind of terrible laughter from the phone. They don't even have anything to say. They are just frozen in place with fear. The main character asks Molly to be a good girl and stay put, because he will definitely come to her soon. Hanks believes that going to Molly's room is the same as signing your own death warrant, because there is a ghost there. Matthew Gu likes it when ghosts are cruel. He wants to test his new weapon on a furious ghost and is not afraid of him. These two guys don't know Dr. Gu well yet. They just shrug their shoulders in bewilderment, not understanding what this guy is hoping for. Then we are shown some large building, into which this same group of guys is entering right now. Kevin asks Dr. Gu to think twice before going to fight this ghost. It's clear how worried they are about Matthew. However, the main character made his decision a long time ago. He is not at all afraid of these pathetic ghosts. So he kicked the door off his feet. Having knocked down the door, the group watches Molly, who is sitting on the bed and crying, and terrible rustling noises are heard under her. She realized that the guys came into her room to help her, but for some reason she did not show any emotions. Now it's clear that the ghost has taken on the guise of Molly. He turns around and looking at the guys starts laughing very madly. Even Matthew Gu felt completely uneasy about this, but it still doesn't scare him. He's just going to take out his weapon. The main character, with a calm look, took his chainsaw out of its case and now stands in front of the ghost in a very cool pose. The guys remember that he said that he had a guitar in his case. They no longer know what is more frightening, a ghost or Dr. Gu. Having started his chainsaw, the guy with a crazy look begins to smile and is apparently ready to deal with this ghost. Now we see the door of this very room. Apparently the process has begun, because someone's screams can already be heard. In front of the two guys lies someone's corpse. Apparently this is the corpse of the Molly ghost. The guys are scared now. We are shown the body itself. Almost nothing remains of it. It is clear how the main character dominated the ghost. Kevin realizes that Molly is dead, which means that the man on the bed is not who he says he is. Then they look at this bed and see that it is actually empty. They wonder where the real ghost went. Now this group hears some strange sounds from under the bed. They do not understand what this sound is, but they would like to find out. Two guys raise their heads up and see the ghost itself, which, like Spider-Man, climbs the walls and scares them. We are shown the face of this ghost. It looks quite scary, and it is already clear that only a person with steel balls would not be afraid of this. Apparently a fire has broken out all around. The whole room is engulfed in flames, and people look confused. Meanwhile, Hanks can't figure out where the fire came from in this room. It's really strange. Hanks coughs because of the smoke, not understanding what is happening. He believes that this is not Molly's room. He also lost Dr. Gu and Kevin. Fortunately for the guy, his friend appeared not far from him who began to call Hanks, and he paid attention to him. You can see from Kevin's face that he's not experiencing the best moments of his life right now. Something fell on his leg and he can't get up. Of course, Hanks, as a very good person, cannot leave his friend, so he ran to him to help. At this moment, Hanks Yuan asks the exhausted Kevin if he has seen Dr. Gu, but it turns out that he has not seen him. Kevin doesn't understand where they are now and why everything suddenly caught fire. Perhaps it's because a ghost died here and this place is the source of the curse. While the two guys were trying to get out of this place, they saw some cracks in the floor from which a green light emanated. A terrible ghost crawled out of these cracks and wriggled in every possible way, making his bones crunch loudly. The guys saw this terrible scene and look very confused and scared. They urgently need to come up with something. Meanwhile, the ghost takes advantage of their position and begins to approach these guys. They are still standing still. They are both scared. Kevin asks Hanks what they should do, but Hanks himself doesn't know. He wants to be burned alive more than to fall into the hands of a ghost. The ghost at that moment approached them even closer. She begins to laugh very madly and made a jump in their direction. The ghost girl wrapped her long hair around the poor guys. They can't move and are screaming. Having grabbed these people, the ghost begins to rejoice. Smiling in their faces, she says that she has caught them. Hanks tries to resist, he tries to move, but everything turns out to be fair. It already seems to him that they are finished. Suddenly, Hanks noticed something. Something seemed to be starting to glow, and it was possible that this was their salvation. Now he sees how some guy grabbed this ghost by his head and then simply pressed him to the ground. It turned out that it was Dr. Gu. He continues to hold the ghost's head and asks for forgiveness for being late. The guys are happy to see him. Dr. Gu is trying to persuade the ghost to leave all his sins behind and go to the light side, which surprised the guys. However, the ghost is unhappy that she was made to look helpless and promises to finish them all off. Of course, the main character is dissatisfied with the insolence of this ghost. He simply raised her head and hit the ground with all his might. Then the maniac Dr. Gu decided to get his favorite chainsaw, after which he began to start it. Starting the chainsaw, he looks with a mad look at the helpless ghost and tells her that her place is in hell. This Giga-Chad hopes that she will rest in peace. Apparently, he is going to hack her to pieces. A moment later, Matthew Gu jumped straight onto the ghost, pinning him to the ground and then swung his chainsaw. Hanks and Kevin realize that they have a real Superman on their team because he cut the ghost using only his strength. Then suddenly they find out that the source of the dungeon's curse has been eliminated. The game can no longer work normally, and everyone will be sent to the normal world. The countdown has begun before everyone is kicked. The guys lie near the ghost's body and realize that Matthew killed the main NPC. Returning back to his world, the main character sees that this time there is no sign, which is very good. He understands that death in the game does not affect real life, but the real world is becoming more and more like hell. Then the main character decides to press the button to call the system to find out information about the dungeon. He sees a bunch of text in front of him and is glad that they are once again bringing compensation to the players in the amount of 1,100 points. Then he decides to use the lottery. He got an old wire, he believes that it will break at the moment of use. Suddenly, Matthew Gu pays attention to how the system warns about a certain rating system. He sees that he is the most wanted man in the world, with 10,000 coins, 50 signature abilities, and 5 designated special items on his head. The guy understands that life has not been kind to him, but the fact that he is still hated so much is truly surprising. Getting ready to calmly go to his home in the middle of the night, he feels that he will have a hard time at all. In the morning, the guys gathered at the table. Wang Gu talks about the list of wanted people, and Matthew Gu would like to kill himself to pick up the reward. Then Dr. Gu decides to re-enter the system, perhaps in order to read that advertisement again. It seems to him that he can write a novella called The Most Wanted Man in the World, but he would like him to remain alive until then. You can see how the main character is dissatisfied with these events. Chu Chang'e is now thinking about what is on his mind. He is thinking about increasing the list because he looks so lonely there, and he is also thinking about how to blow up the world. Wang thinks that Dr. Gu is a pretty positive guy. Even at this moment, he is still perky, but Matthew says that he is serious. This, of course, came as a shock to these guys because his seriousness looks quite strange. He needs more points to buy things for the big event, so he is going to another dungeon. Wang and Chu Chang'e will join. He will surpass all the players thinking about how to finish him off. Matthew needs to find something useful to stay alive. After some time of walking, they see a guy in front of them sitting in a booth waiting for clients. The worker immediately recognized Matthew Gu. Dr. Gu says that he would like a group ticket to the dungeon, but the worker needs to tell him something. Dungeons choose the type of clients they want to spend time with. Today it is this dungeon that does not want to deal with them. In response to this, the main character begins to smile and wants to tell an interesting fact. His friends understand what will happen. Having grabbed the guy, Matthew says that he is the kind of person who gets what he wants by forcing others, so he should give them a ticket. After a convincing request, this employee still decided to give them a ticket, for which Dr. Gu thanked him. Van sees that teammates are being thrown towards them. He thought that there would be 3 of them, but the number of players depends on the power of the dungeon. They were transported to some strange concert. There are a lot of people next to them, and some artist is performing on stage. Matthew sees that the dungeon is called Crazy Riddles, the number of players will be 15, and the difficulty level will be 3 stars. The clown on the stage welcomes all players to the Crazy Riddles dungeon. Apparently now he will tell the rules. He is the registrar of the game and is going to tell the rules. It is easy to guess that the name implies a game with riddles. First of all, 15 players will be divided into 5 teams of 3 people. The responder must enter one of the cells. A word or phrase will appear on the whiteboard in a cell, which the guesser must figure out. The player outside will try to convey the meaning. He tells all players that there will be no sounds, no reading, and no lip reading or writing. The respondent should not look at the whiteboard, and the rogue and the team in which he or she is a member will feel bad. Wang thinks that this sounds like a pose and a guess. The smart Chu Changa understands perfectly well that this will not be easy for them. In this game, teams compete. Each round lasts minutes. Those who solve the least number of riddles will be punished. And now we see a ghost right next to the cage. Apparently the losers will be thrown to him to be torn to pieces. A little warning from the clown. If the answerer dies or loses the opportunity to play, then the whole team will lose. As for the winners, each participant will be able to take a valuable item. The reward of the answerer is doubled, and it's time to divide into teams. The main character immediately says that he, Wang and Chu Changge will be on the same team, because that's what they intended. The remaining participants were also divided into teams of 3 people, each in the same team with their friends. Van began to worry. He asks Dr. Gu which of them will be the answer, because he is very interested in finding out. Matthew Gu is still thinking about the answer to his friend's question. He approaches one of the cells and is about to give an answer. He believes that he should be the one in charge of their team, because he is a very brave and smart Dr. Gu. The clown decides to find out information about the player who volunteered to be in charge. He found out that the guy's name is Matthew Gu. You can see how the game registrar was surprised to find out who he was. The clown believes that after the game, he will have to take a long vacation. The rest of the participants also found out who he is. They understand that they are giving excellent rewards for his head, so they want to finish him off. The dungeon registrar asks the participants not to waste time. He asks them to choose their answerers. In one of the teams, one guy who looked very confident in himself volunteered to become the answerer. Now this handsome guy goes into one of the cells. He will be near Matthew Gu. This brown-haired guy decides to say hello to the main character and says that his name is Wu Tianqi 257. Matthew thinks that this is very self-confident. Each team chose their answerers, they took their cells, and the registrar had already begun counting down starting from 3. He says that this clock will help players not to lose track of time. They will know how much has passed since the start of the game. The clown just as joyfully shows them a valuable and very rare item, after which he is going to make an announcement. We are watching the timer set to 10 minutes. The clown says that the game starts right now. The main character thought while looking at one dot. He now became very interested in what word he would have. We see the faces of Chu Changge and Wang. They both look tense, but the white-haired one tries not to show it. Then, apparently, the word has already fallen out to them. Van looks very surprised and frightened. It seems the word is quite complex. Matthew wonders how many words there are. Van shows with his fingers that there are 4 of them. The guy thinks that there is a set phrase. Van begins to show some strange smile on his face, hoping that this will help Matthew. Dr. Gu thinks it's laughing. The main character, seeing various actions on the part of Van, tries to guess this phrase. He says different things, but none of it fits. We see the same responses from the other teams. Absolutely everyone seems to be in a panic, but only Wu Tianqi 257 is calm. The clown says that half the time has passed. He decides to remind that the cells of the losers will open, and this applies to everyone. Suddenly, that same calm participant guessed his word. It was the word conspiracy. The main character drew attention to this. The dungeon registrar congratulates this brown-haired man for finding the correct answer to his team's question. Chu Changji understands perfectly well how he can help his friend guess his phrase. He says that this is connected with Matthew in childhood. For Matthew Gu, this clue was enough. He remembered his childhood and says that the answer is the Mona Lisa. The clown congratulates the main character. Because his team also did it, Dr. Gu is very pleased with himself. Wang thinks Dr. Gu is amazing and doesn't understand how he figured it out so quickly. Matthew wonders if these riddles could get harder. Candidates Matthew Gu and Voyu Tianqi 257 solved their first riddles, but the rest of the teams are still standing still and have little time. The main character watches everything that happens. At this moment, he hopes that the guys will start moving. We see the receptionist with two of Matthew's friends. Someone doesn't understand why they are looking like that, and doesn't understand how many words there are. The guys begin to show with various gestures, trying to answer the guy's question. At first, it seems to him that there are 10, but later he thinks that there is 7. The remaining participants, who are still sitting in their cages, give different answers, by the way. There is 2.5 minutes left. The 3 teams that were previously lagging behind have caught up with the rest. Now they are all on the same level, so the countdown begins. The countdown starts from 10. You can see how Van tensed up after this, but his friend Chu Changge stopped him. There are still 2 seconds left. The registrar is going to announce that absolutely everyone has lost, but that was not the case. At the same time, both Matthew Gu and Voyu Tianqi 257 gave their answers. They differed from each other, but I wonder what the registrar will say. After this, Howling Tianqi began to consider the main character a vile brat, but he himself would be no better. The clown thinks that the game is wonderful. Matthew, with the howl of Tianka 257, destroyed the rest of the groups, so their cages will soon open. These respondents, sitting in their cages, understand perfectly well what will happen now and ask for help, because they do not want this to happen. Apparently, the door of the cage behind this guy had already opened. He realized this and, turning back, was very scared. The ghost, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment all this time, simply grabbed the poor guy and dragged him into the darkness. The registrar was surprised that none of the 3 groups survived the first round. He suggests that they fight honestly and give up their vile antics. They have to be pure. If the team guesser dies, the whole team will be eliminated. They should understand that. Howling Tianqi 257 invites the main character to become friends, because they are on the same wavelength, but Matthew thinks that this guy wants to find him in real life, finish him off and take the prize. The main character understands that this guy has a dark side. He can become the same, but he cannot tolerate such a friend. Howling Tianqi 257 considers him the same. He now considers Matthew a stinking two-faced and says that he will regret it. The clown sees that there is quite a lot of tension between the teams. He is wondering who will win. He also turned on the timer. After the words of the dungeon registrar, the opponent lowered some strange black curtain. Matthew doesn't understand what it is, but in fact this curtain can be used to hide anything. It can be useful if you need to go to the toilet. The main character understands that this is not just a game of riddles. He needs to puzzle over how to prevent others from winning. And we find out that participant number 5 simply went into a dead end. Howling Tianqi 257 believes that Matthew is simply wasting his time and will not be able to tear down the curtain, but will definitely lose the round. The main character says that he was interrupted, which means it's time to start the second round. He extends his hand and asks his opponent not to rejoice ahead of time. Matthew Gu grabbed directly the white board that was in the cage. His opponent could not understand what he was doing. The rest of the participants from different groups are also in shock. They don't understand what Dr. Gu is doing. Howling Tianqi 257 asks to return the board to him, because this is against the guy, but Matthew believes that he should have done it. Then you can see how the Howling Tianqi, in despair, wants to complain about the main character to the tournament registrar, but he simply started the timer. He realizes that the game has reached a dead end, and now even he does not know what is written on their boards. Voyu Tianqi 257 believes that now no one can see, so they will lose the game. He wants to lower the curtain in exchange for his board. However, such conditions do not suit the protagonist. He confidently told his opponent that he did not agree with this. The guy shouts that they will both lose anyway. This will also not end well. No one will benefit from this. The registrar understands that Matthew's rival is trying to make peace, but there is not much time left for them both to come to a common agreement. Howling Tianqi 257 tells Matthew that if he loses, the doctor will lose his strength and power, but he himself will not lose anything if he loses. However, the main character is confident that he will not lose with this loser. With his words, he puzzled this guy. Meanwhile, the registrar reminds the 2 participants that they have only 5 seconds left, and that is very little. The clown began the countdown, and the howl of the Tianka 257 does not understand why Matthew is acting so calmly. We see the face of the main character. There are already 2 seconds left before their defeat, and he remains just as calm because he has a plan. Meanwhile, there is only 1 second left. The registrar is already ready to punish the 2 participants because they did nothing. He says that the second round is over and they are both now banished, as ghosts can be seen starting to appear behind them. Now we are watching one of the ghosts standing behind Matthew Gu, and he is still calm, although he understands it. The bloodthirsty ghost has opened its mouth and is about to tear the main character apart, but he still does not know what awaits him. Howling Tianqi laughs, because she thinks that Matthew Gu's life will end first, although she will see how he is dying now. Then some kind of light begins to shine on them. Dr. Gu still stands with his back to this ghost, and his opponent seems to be at a loss. For some reason, the ghost stopped and was simply silent. The main character apparently was just expecting a similar outcome of events. Suddenly, we see how this dangerous ghost begins to step back, as if he had forgotten what he was supposed to do now. Matthew considers this a real pity, but still he sorted out his affairs. Howling Tianki does not understand why the ghost returned. Meanwhile, another ghost appeared behind the howling Tianka. He was scared as if he had dropped soap in a prison shower. You can see a bunch of red liquid around. Apparently, this ghost attacked this guy and is already beating the crap out of him. Before his death, the howl of Tianki tells Matthew Gu that this is not the end, and he will definitely find it in real life. The main character now decides to check with the surprised receptionist whether the game is over. He stands and waits for an answer. The tense receptionist realizes it's their fault they didn't borrow a few ghosts for backup. Considering this, he declares the fourth game of Crazy Riddles officially completed and declares them the winning team. Van is surprised that this game is the fourth. The receptionist says that they are the fourth group of players to attend this game, and Matthew Gu finds it strange that he is clearly aware that there were 3 more groups before their participation. Apparently, this means that the data for this dungeon was not reset after the last players completed it. Next, Chuchanga and Wang look at some strange grimaces, while the receptionist behind them smiles slyly. The main character became interested in what was behind him. He saw some scribbles on his board and did not understand what it was. Wang and Chuchanga saw the man's name but did not see it. It disappeared too quickly. The clown asks this team not to stand still, but to come up and pick up their rewards. The guesser can receive 2 gifts, the rest 1 each. In addition to the items on the table, they can also choose everything they found in this game, and this is very cool. For example, he points to the cage and says that they can take it if they are interested in some adult games. But they will read the description of the item only after they leave here, and this cannot be done right here. Chuchanga has already chosen his prize. Having taken it in his hands, he wants to take it with him, and Wang wants only a few coins. Meanwhile, the main character continues to choose a prize for himself. He drew attention to some yellow object and silently looks at it. The receptionist says to take your things and leave through this door, but you can't take more than they deserve. If you break the rules, the door will take everything. Just in case, a group of players decides to clarify whether they can take whatever they want. The registrar says that they can take whatever they want. Suddenly, the main character remembers about some watch, but the clown says that it is not a reward because it belongs to him. Matthew says that he understands him. Now he has no choice. The receptionist is glad that the guy understood everything. Suddenly, he grabbed this receptionist. He doesn't understand what Matthew is doing, but apparently this guy really wants to get the watch. Suddenly, for everyone, this crazy doctor decided to enter the portal along with the receptionist, hoping to get a watch. Wang and Chuchanga look at this. The fat man wonders if it will work, and the white-haired man understands that Matthew is doing it, so it will work. Chuchanga believes that they don't need to rush. Consolation prizes will await them, and this is only a plus for them. We return to the ordinary world. We can see the same portal and the worker who previously sold the group a ticket. Someone's leg comes out of the portal. A satisfied Matthew came out of the portal along with the receptionist. The employee immediately recognized that the guy had his friend Mr. Green on his shoulders, and this shocked him. We see Matthew throwing Mr. Green to the ground in displeasure. The worker says that he arrived here earlier than planned. Mr. Green wants to be sent back, but they do not have channels for the NPC to return, and Matthew does not understand the meaning of the phrase arrived earlier than planned. The guy grabbed the NPC and says that he is his reward, so he won't let him go. Mr. Green asks him to let him go, and then he will give him the watch. Matthew had the opportunity to choose 2 things, but in the end he only received a watch, but he can compromise. When pressing the green button, the user can save the current life status in the watch. It can also be used to record archives, and they emit green light. The guy took the watch in his hands and the recording began. Later, he finds out that he is not compatible with this item, so he needs to stop. Matthew thinks that this watch is fake, but Mr. Green thinks that this is impossible. He gave him the archive machine, so let him go. Mr. Green received a message from the organizer of the game. NPC wonders what's going on. Maybe he'll be transferred back to the dungeon. It turned out that the game notification, it says that his dungeon is suspended due to the absence of a chaperone. Now we watch as the main character, along with his chainsaw and his friends, head to the supermarket. The user can read the archive stored in this watch and resume the previous life status, but Matthew cannot use it. Wang doesn't want to go to Hengjian at night, because bad things always happen at this time, but they can't go by car from this supermarket during the day. We see one of the consultants of this store. Right now he looks very sad because his clients have not come to him for a long time. Then he saw Matthew and was immediately delighted. He asked if the main character wanted to look at the vehicles. The consultant shows them the car. Van is surprised to realize that it is actually a hearse. Now it's no wonder why Matthew didn't want to drive it during the day. Many people think that this type of transport brings misfortune, but in fact it is very convenient and does not need fuel. The car can do a lot. This car takes up 3 whole inventory slots, but the guy's things will definitely be safe, and the car also requires a license. The main character with a calm voice tells the consultant that he is going to take this car. The employee wonders if he is sure. The employee thinks he is stupid but rich because he does not have a driver's license and insists on buying a car. Suddenly for this employee, he sees how the car that he sold them right now jerks off at high speed. He watches with a very shocked look as this car rushes straight towards the exit from the supermarket. While he was watching the movement of this car, he was suddenly able to understand something and apparently even got a little scared. After a while, he realized that Matthew Gu was the same guy who was able to break the dungeon, and this really scared him. The group is rushing at great speed. Van, as usual, is a little scared and tries to attract the attention of Dr. Gu. The fat man asks the main character to look at the road, because otherwise he might crash into an oncoming truck. However, Dr. Gu is not at all afraid of this. He advises Wang to hold on tight, because he is going to speed up now. We watch as this cool dude drove onto the ramp and is now flying. Apparently, he flew over the truck. Chu Changji and the main character sit calmly, but Van feels unwell. It seems to him that he will soon go to heaven. We see this car land back on the road, but it hit both of its wheels first. Somehow, miraculously, Matthew does things with this car that ordinary drivers never dreamed of. He jumps on buildings, and the people in these houses think the car is a flying monster. After some time, the group arrived at their destination. They stopped and slowly began to get out of their car. We see an announcement about a lantern festival event that will be held from 7 p.m. to 12 midnight. During the event, the Henjian area will be blocked. Matthew sees this and realizes that today is January 27th. There are about 20 days before the event starts and they need a kiosk. Turning to Chubby Van, Matthew asks him to remove the car because they are going to take a walk around the city. The fat man understands what needs to be done. Now we are watching a group of tough guys walk through the night streets of a city where there is not a single soul. After some time of walking, the group stopped. Chu Changge tensed because something is wrong here. This place seems too quiet. A green glow appears. The group continues to stand in place and also believes that this city seems to be completely dead. Van doesn't understand why everything is so quiet here. He thinks that all the people have died, but maybe they are just afraid to leave their homes. They also noticed that there was absolutely no blood on the street. Dead bodies and cars lay neatly. Apparently they decided to move on no matter what. Chu Changge realizes that someone is watching over this place. Then the main character invites his friends to look at a kiosk selling items to find there exactly what they will need in the near future. Suddenly, Chubby Van notices that there are other people in this place who could pose a threat to them. He got a little scared and told the rest of the guys about it. It turned out that this was a crowd of policemen. They looked very unhappy because there was an order for all residents to sit in their houses, and they were walking around here. The policemen were wondering what their purpose was here. Judging by their clothes, the policemen realized that they were not from the locals. He introduced himself as the sheriff of this city. In response, the group also introduced themselves and showed them their good side. Chu Changge says that they were passing by here and decided to look in. The group is also interested in why the locals refused to go out. The policeman looks somehow strange. The sheriff advises them not to stay in this place for a long time. Sometimes a special open dungeon randomly appears here. Van wonders how scary it is. The sheriff tells the guys that it is very dangerous because absolutely everyone who played in it died. Real horrors really happen there, for which few will be prepared. One gets the feeling that this policeman feels bad from telling all this. He believes that they are very lucky that they did not stumble upon this dungeon. They better leave here. And speaking of luck, the main character has a couple of words on this topic that he wants to share with the others, but Chu Changge and Wang are trying to dissuade him from this. But apparently it's useless. Suddenly this group was transported to that very scary dungeon. Matthew did not expect this. The other guys were also very surprised. Now they need to somehow deal with it. A special professional dungeon deathmatch has been launched. It has a maximum difficulty level. The number of players is from 50 to 100, depending on the difficulty level. More players will be accepted. Chubby Wang understands that there will be a lot of people there. Apparently they will all go to slaughter. Chu Changge understands that the name of the dungeon really suggests a certain connection with slaughter. It also talks about a certain forbidden zone. This should be the place where they will play together. The main character thinks that no one is going to make them into the upper class. The system sends a notification that players are being selected, and their number has reached 59. They are all about to reach the dungeon of the game to the death. But first you will need to wait a little. A bunch of players along with our heroes are sitting next to each other on different seats. They are all silent and waiting for the start of this game. Apparently none of them expects what will happen now. From the outside, we see how all the players are placed in a certain box. Absolutely all of them are sitting in their places, waiting for the start of this deadly game. Matthew can't move. The guy next to him doesn't display information about the player. It must be an NPC. It looks like players and NPCs are sitting in this car mixed together. A man in a pink shirt comes out to these people. He looks around and realizes that apparently only the players who will be participating in this game are sitting here. This purple-haired guy introduces himself as a murderous professor. He is going to tell the players about the rules of the game and says that they are all the lower class, that is, sinners. He believes that this greatly reduces crime among the lower class, but the curly-haired guy does not want this game to be played. The professor likes his facial expression. He wants the guy to continue in the same spirit. We apparently have another guy, but this one already has a large scar almost all over his face. He tells his boss that all the cameras are ready, and apparently they can proceed to the next step. We are shown mini cameras with a panoramic lens, capable of shooting 360 degrees and showing everything that absolutely every player sees. These are quite useful things. The killer professor with a wide grin on his face tells the players that they are approaching the forbidden zone. He is very glad that they will soon part ways. Then this man wished the players good luck and disappeared. Matthew Goo's hands were freed. He wipes them and doesn't understand what the hell is happening here. This dungeon is really very strange. Now we are watching how the main character, along with his seat, flies out of the flying box and falls somewhere down. The rest of the participants sit and scream in horror. We see Matthew Goo still sitting in his chair as he continues to fall from the vehicle and is about to make a hard landing on the hard ground. With a loud crash, he lands on the ground. Of course he felt a little pain. He is about to get up from the ground and his chair next to him is no longer visible. Standing up on both of his legs, which surprisingly remained intact, this guy understands that this is the way the players are separated in this dungeon. He believes that it is quite cruel. Then Matthew begins to look at the camera, which is watching only him and will continue to do so. The person watching him through this camera paid attention to his gaze. He is being watched by a murderous professor. He considers this guy to be low class and very calm. Past players had the same appearance, but later they showed their true colors. He wonders what Matthew will do. Now we are shown the main character again. This brave man, calmly and without hurrying, walks through this city with a calm step. The moon illuminates his path and he knows exactly what he will do. The city in which he is located is called a mining city. It is literally the kingdom of coal. The guy sees a map and considers the city to be quite large and understands that he needs to find a weapon. He is also wondering where Chubby Van and Chu Chang'e are. Now we are watching Chubby Van himself and some girl who has a frozen love. They both look very scared and confused. They don't know what to do. Next, Chubby Van turns his attention to something scary. Hearing some sounds behind him, he turned around and turned his attention to a very scary ghost, ready to tear them apart. Now we are watching as Chubby Van points his finger at this girl at the ghost who is standing behind him. They try not to make too much noise and make sudden movements. While the fat man was pointing his finger at the ghost, this ghost decided not to waste too much time, after which he simply quietly approached the van. Judging by his face, he already understood everything. We return again to Van, who continues to run wherever his eyes look. He turned around to check if the ghost was running after him, but apparently the ghost was not going to let him go. You can see how Van reached the exit from the building. He passed through this passage and the ghost's paws were almost near him. It seemed that the guy was about to be grabbed. The fat man sees that a ghost is running on his heels. He becomes more and more scared. He has adrenaline in his blood. He tries to run with all his might and thinks that why it's all over. Suddenly, the noise of the wheels of some vehicle is heard. Perhaps this will only help Van break away from this ghost. Now we will find out everything. It turned out that it was Matthew Goo, who found a whole motorcycle somewhere. He blinded the ghost with his bright headlight and was about to hit him. The ghost even forgot that he was recently chasing a van. The main character did not feel sorry for this ghost because he tried to finish off his friend. Van watches in shock as Matthew shot down this ghost at high speed. Recently, Chubby Wang was lying on the ground, but now he is starting to get to his feet, continuing to look behind him. Perhaps even he is very interested in what happened to the ghost and Dr. Goo himself. Turning around, Van noticed a pile of smoke after the accident. Dr. Goo came out of this smoke. Van saw him and was very surprised. He did not expect that this guy would appear right here and now. We see a ghost who will definitely not be able to run anymore. The bike is still standing right on him. Van and the main character are discussing a certain higher person. The main character sees a badge that fell out of this ghost. The name of this person, place of work, is written on it. and Matthew understands that the ghost used to really be a person. Matthew Gu continues to study this guy's badge. At this moment, he notices that he was previously a doctor, just like the main character himself. Wang looks as if something is wrong again now. The murderous professor saw everything that happened to them. He did not expect these players to play so daringly, because they had even just killed an entire ghost in a cruel way. This is a great opportunity. Because of these monsters, they did not have the opportunity to clear the forbidden zone. The man wants to thank these guys. This is the time to send law enforcement officers to the forbidden zone to clean up. Van is very happy that he was just rescued. He looks at the main character and asks him if they will now go. Look for Chu Changge. Matthew is going to give his answer on this matter. The main character understands that Van has not yet been to the library. He invites him to look there first. Perhaps he can find clues about golden amber. We see one book. It is now open and apparently someone is reading it right now. In this book, it is written about a mining town built in 1305 AD. Matthew understands that this city has the world's largest coal mine, which requires a large labor force. Here, people from the lower class can get high wages and good medical conditions. Dr. Gu also reads that the workers at this mine can even build factories together or marry high-ranking people. This is very healthy for them. The director of the coal mine base is called Sean. He is a humorous and extremely responsible leader. He regularly sends his employees to the hospital for checkups, worried about their health. The guy understands that if anyone wants to visit this city at all, they will need to go to the coal mine base and see. Dr. Gu thinks that this all sounds very interesting. Van decides to clarify what exactly is interesting for Matthew. He says that the relationship between superiors and subordinates is interesting. They seem quite harmonious. But why now everything has become so bad is not clear. From now on, they have two options: either study the history of the city's past or simply catch a native of this world in order to ask him about what happened then. Van understands that this doctor wants to catch a ghost. The main character sees that his friend Chubby has become smarter and can answer this question himself. But Chubby Van is still scared to do this. He offers to study everything on his own. It seems that Matthew Gu agreed with his proposal. Now the two are looking at the map of this city, and Matthew Gu suggests going to the coal mine base first. Van began to look a little unhappy when he found out that they were going to a coal mine. He used to work in a mine and is well aware that people sometimes die in such places. The accident happened just a few days after his arrival, when they were dug up. The faces of these people were blue. They must have been unable to wait for anyone to save them. The main character listened to the guy and said that since this is the case, it will become even more important for them to go to the coal mine base. Only in haunted places can they find the key to turning the situation around. After some time, our heroes apparently reach this place. Right now, the only headlight of this motorcycle shines directly on the gate. Apparently, the bike has completely stalled. Matthew Gu believes that it's all Chubby's fault because he is very heavy. But Chubby Wang himself believes that he just has a wide bone. He is dissatisfied with the fact that he is called fat. Matthew is convinced that this coal mine is known as the largest coal mine in the world, because the hostels alone are bigger, but it doesn't look as good as the brochure says. We see some kind of nest with 2 eggs. Meanwhile, Dr. Gu and Chubby Wang are walking around this place. It seems to the fat man that there is nothing in this place and they better leave. The main character has not yet said anything in response. He only turned his attention to the camera that flies behind him and monitors all his actions. Perhaps he understands who exactly is watching them. Dr. Gu believes that it was all combined. He offers to go in and take a look. Of course, they still have to find clues. Van didn't like the fact that they still have to go in here. These two put on special miner's helmets with lanterns to illuminate their path. Matthew felt an unpleasant smell. Van says that there is a lot of poisonous gas here. If you breathe it, your face will turn black. 2 brave gigachads are wandering around this place. On the way, the van had a feeling that there was something ahead behind them. Perhaps it was even some kind of danger. So you need to be prepared. But it seems to Dr. Matthew that the feeling of something is not only in front and behind. He invites Van to look up. They look and see a bunch of faces that are directed straight in their direction. Van did what he likes to do most. He was scared as usual and asks the doctor what they need to do. But Matthew Gu is never afraid. He says that everything is fine, and there is no need to be afraid. They continued to look at these faces. The lights on their helmets also shone directly at them, from which these monsters simply woke up. Dr. Gu already understood this. The main character and Van huddled together and continue to look at these heads with their lanterns. Illuminating them at the same time, these scary heads invite the guys to play a game. One of the heads has come close enough to Matthew Gu and is looking at him with his creepy smile. Matthew wants to know what game this ghost wants to play. The ghost says that the rebellious people from the lower class are bullying him here, and he is turned into an offended spirit. In 10 minutes, if they find his real face, the ghost will let them go and tell them the password to safe B. If they cannot find the real face of this ghost after 10 minutes, then the ghost will do something very bad to them. This ghost will stress the main character a little. Van is too scared. He doesn't even understand how these heads can sink so low. Matthew understands that his head dropped lower for their sake. This crazy ghost does not want to waste time. One of the crazy faces got close enough. It told the guys that time had passed and the couple had come to look for the real face. Matthew understands that the ghost is calling these people inferior to prove that he is a superior person, which means he must have albinism, but no matter how white his face is, it will turn black if they linger here. The main character does not want to stand on ceremony with this loser ghost. He simply grabbed him right by his stupid face and then simply squeezed him. The ghost did not expect this from their side. Continuing to squeeze this ugly face, Matthew asks him who else can be overthrown in the mining region. The ghost thinks that the guy means the director of this plant. The crazy ghost now looks very scared. Although he previously tried to intimidate these people, he says that the director of the plant is Sean and has light blue eyes. Chubby Wang realizes that then they just need to wipe his face with those blue eyes. Dr. Gu told the fat man to keep standing there, because Matthew will handle everything himself. Next we see how the brave main character begins to look at a bunch of limp heads. He walks as if he is at home and is not at all afraid of this ghost. After some time of wandering, the main character turned his attention to one of the heads. He found the very head he needed. It has light blue eyes. This head tries to scare the Sigma. The head says that he was able to find it. It is also the only face on which the ghost can move freely. The ghost congratulated the main character on the discovery. He cannot come to terms with the fact that Matthew and Van coped with this task, so opening his mouth, he tries to eat Dr. Gu. Before this, the main character stood motionless in only one place, so he seemed helpless, but as soon as this stupid head got closer, he immediately hit it with his fist. After this hard blow, Matthew Gu turned back. Behind him, a head was visible, which was now emitting red liquid. The guy also took out some kind of towel. A moment later, the guy, taking advantage of the ghost's helplessness, simply took and wrapped this towel around his head. Now you can even see his face print. Now Matthew offers his game. Firstly, he invites the ghost to answer his questions, and secondly, to allow him to tear off his face and take it for himself, the guy asks to explain how the city became like this. The frightened ghost says that a long time ago the coal miners were not happy with the benefits they received, and a riot broke out. They hated him as the director of the plant and tied him here. In the end, the crowd was defeated by the law enforcement officers, but he still died. Now the sword begins to thrust its long and thick stick directly into the mouth of this ghost, because it seems to him that this weakling is simply lying to him, so he had to resort to such measures. Matthew Gu invites the ghost to ask him 3 questions from now on, and he will be able to answer any of them. He already knows the answers to some of these questions. If Dr. Gu finds out that the head is lying to him, he will rip his face off. The guy wants the ghost to understand this and not lie to him next time. Matthew asks 3 questions. Why he is the only one who was hated by the miner, what conflicts they have, and whether they had an unhappy relationship with anyone. The ghost says that he is the top of the coal base and rich, and they hate rich people. The main character, holding a stick right in the ghost's mouth, wants to clarify with him what about the workers' wages. The ghost says that it was good. Van sees that the ghost thought for a long time before answering. The guy asks 3 more questions. Whether there were any disputes between the doctor and the patient in the Mountain City Hospital. He also wants to know the code to the safe and what is the physical condition of the workers. Then it suddenly seemed to the main character that this ghost was just deciding to continue lying to him, so the guy just grabbed him and started hitting him right in the face with his fist. Now we are watching how the main character, together with Van, silently continue to walk through this mine. In Matthew's hands we can see the same bag, and it is better not to know what he is carrying there. It turned out that this is the head of a ghost. The guy thinks that some kind of unrest was connected with the hospital. It was Golden Amber who was supposed to become a member of the coal miners and had a dispute with the hospital. Van suggests going to the hospital. Wang says that if they could meet the indigenous people here, they would not have to go to such lengths. This is not necessarily possible. The indigenous people may not know the history of the Forbidden Zone. Suddenly, they heard some footsteps. Matthew thinks that there were a lot more people. Van thinks that this is a guardian of the order that was just mentioned. Matthew Gu tensed a little. Apparently, he just doesn't want to meet this man. He is now quietly standing in place and thinking about what he and Van should do. The main character decided to run. Chubby Wang didn't even understand anything at first. He was surprised when Dr. Gu started running. But knowing this fat man, he will definitely run after the guy. Van understands that the main character decides to go back, but does not understand what the point is, but apparently Matthew Gu believes that there is also a dead end ahead. This smart guy realizes that there is a path in the middle of the mining tunnel. Perhaps the trolley is deep in the mine. It would be worth finding it and using it. And then it dawned on Van that this was actually a very brilliant idea. He understood perfectly well that they could really use the trolley to escape from this damned place. While they are running, Chubby Van tells the doctor that he feels a group of people behind them approaching them. Matthew says that this is not the fat man's imagination, because he also hears footsteps. They still continue to run. Van is worried about what will happen if he is caught. Matthew says that if they catch up with him, they will simply shoot him and will not stand on ceremony. After some time, the two guys stopped. They see a lot of rails in front of them and look around, trying to find a trolley to escape from this place. They continue to stand and silently look around. Suddenly, Van heard some very strange sound. He is very interested in what it could be. They have yet to find out. The sound intensifies, and it turns out that this is the sound of wheels hitting the rails. It turns out that this is some kind of train or trolley that is on the way along these tracks. We can observe that it looks like a whole passenger train, rather than some kind of trolley. The train is rushing at high speed. You can also see the driver, but it is not yet clear who it is. The train stopped, and to the surprise of everyone, the driver turned out to be Chu Chang'e himself. He does not waste time on useless greetings and hurries the guys so that they quickly board with him. We see how Matthew and Van run into this carriage, because a group of unknown people may soon be somewhere nearby, which means that we need to get out of here as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the law enforcement officers approach this place. One of them, turning to his captain, said that he saw a trolley ahead. Apparently, they were going to take some action. The captain gave firing commands. His soldiers raised their loaded crossbows and were about to start firing. But first, of course, they needed to take aim. It turned out that one of the arrows hit Van right in the ass. Matthew wants to know the condition of this fat man, but Van also needs to speed up, because here they are like living targets. Chu Chang'e warns his friends that he is going to speed up, because the situation is getting tense and those bad people are trying to stop them, to finish them off or do something worse. Nevertheless, Chu Chang'e did what he warned his friends about. The trolley began to accelerate strongly. The law enforcement officers saw this and understood that they should not let them leave here alive. The arrows continue to fly right behind Matthew and Van. They fly close enough one of them almost hits the doctor. But he runs through this rain of arrows. While the tense Dr. Gu is running around the trolley, dodging arrows, one of his friends extended his hand to him, attracting attention, and he also realizes that it was close and he was almost shot in the head. We see Van, who now looks like a hedgehog with all these arrows on his back. His fat layer saved his life. He wants to find a priest to save his life. While Chu Chang'e is trying to race this trolley at full speed, he looks at the side mirror and is horrified to discover that these soldiers are somehow starting to catch up with them. After some time, Matthew, lying on one of the carriages, draws attention to the hooked rope. He realizes that this equipment is quite advanced and apparently he will use it. Van found some kind of bomb near them. He suggests using it to blow up the group behind them, but it turns out that it cannot be used. But if it exploded, the mine would collapse and absolutely everyone would die. Meanwhile, the group notices that the law enforcement officers are starting to climb right into their carriage. Van again looks scared, so the main character will have to kick their asses. Chu Chang'e realizes that things are getting very bad. He tells his friends to hold on to the sidewalls, after which he pulls the lever to gain a very high speed. Dr. Gu managed to grab the wall and this saved him from falling from the trolley, but Van did not have time to do this, so Dr. Gu grabbed him too, saving him once again. But the soldiers who had previously tried to climb onto this trolley right now fell out of it along with the coal that was in it, because they definitely did not expect this. Then a more modern soldier appears. Instead of a crossbow, he takes out a more modern firearm and, having taken good aim, he begins to shoot directly at the trolley. The main character and Van heard the shooting and realized that it was coming at them. Van was scared and he thought that they could all die now. They understand that the weapon one of the soldiers is firing from is indeed too powerful, because it is even capable of punching holes in the trolley. Matthew Gu understands that something urgently needs to be done. He suggests that Van use that same bomb. Van is scared and he thinks about this proposal. Dr. Gu asks the fat man not to be afraid and to move to the front of the trolley, but as usual, Van thinks negatively. He thinks that it's all over, and now they will definitely die after this. They move to the main carriage of this trolley, although the van almost fell. But the main character still helped this guy to hold on, because he is a real friend for him. Two guys warn Chu Chang'e that they had already moved to his carriage. The white-haired one understands perfectly well what he needs to do next. So he presses the button that disconnects the second carriage. You can see how it has been disconnected. This way it will be easier for them to accelerate to high speed, and besides, It is filled with explosives, which the group is going to detonate in order to break away from the enemies. Matthew Gu and Chubby Wang climb into the driver's cab, where Chu Changge is sitting. The doctor suggests pressing the accelerator all the way. Chu Changge heard him and apparently will do just that. A moment later, we see how the second carriage, which was filled with explosives, simply exploded. The explosion was quite powerful, and this should definitely stop the soldiers who were trying to catch up with them and finish them off. We see this explosion from the outside. It was really powerful and is still going on. Now there is definitely no doubt that the group of friends will break away from the law enforcement officers. The main character's attention is drawn to the wounded Van, who right now has his back against the wall of the carriage and is holding on to one of his wounds. Apparently, he needs help. Dr. Gu noticed the blood on Chubby Wang's chest. He understands that his friend was shot, so apparently he will examine this wound, trying to provide help. Van does not want to detain them and offers to leave here, because he thinks that he will die anyway. Although he will be a little scared, Dr. Gu asks him not to be afraid and to sleep a little, because after sleep, he will see them again. Van is trying to believe in the words of Dr. Gu. He himself did not believe that he could go to the doctor again when he slept and woke up. Apparently, the realization that he could makes him very happy. The main character becomes sad because of his friend's condition, but he still tries to hide his emotions and confirms his words, saying that it's all true, so Van can remain calm. Chubby Wang had enough support from Matthew Gu. He believed him and had no doubts about his words, after which he agreed to start sleeping. Chu Changja waited until this whole scene was over, after which he decided to ask the main character where they would go next, waiting for an answer from him. Matthew Gu is now furious with what these law enforcement officers did to his friend Wang, and clutching an object in his hands, he tells Chu Changge that they are going to the Central City Hospital. Now we can watch a car driving through an empty city. The light from the headlights illuminates its path, and I think it's not difficult to guess that the main character's group is sitting inside. Matthew Gu is now driving. He decided to ask Chu Changge why he was sitting in the mine. He says that he found some kind of plan for uprisings near the hospital, and then he ended up there. In this plan, it was said that the soldiers were going to kidnap the director of the Shona factory in the mine, so they went to the mine to investigate, and we also see the very sheet on which everything was written. The main character, after his answer, wondered how Chu Changge didn't even see the law enforcement officers when he entered this mine, because they also made noise when they moved. He says that he didn't see them. He also remembers how he met with that same ghost who has a bunch of faces. Chu Changge was somehow able to get out of there alive. The guy, holding a bag with a ghost's head in his hands, tells his friend that he is really risking his life to practice this. It's a pity that Matthew does not have such an opportunity, and in the fight they can only rely on their strength. Deep in the mine, Chu Changge found a medical examination report, which stated that no abnormalities were found. Matthew wants to hear more about this. After some time, the car reached the hospital. They are confident that they will definitely find in this place the very necessary answer to their question. They both got out of their car, after which they approached the doors of the hospital. Dr. Gu, armed with a bat, asked Chu Changge if the power was turned off here. They find it funny that the code door in this building actually works fine, despite the fact that the city looks long abandoned and very old. Chu Changge, taking his friend by the shoulder, tells him that perhaps someone has left this hospital, so it would be better for them not to make noise so as not to attract attention. And then suddenly, the main character remembers how he received a badge from a dead ghost. That person was a hospital employee, which means you can use his badge. The smart Dr. Gu took that person's badge and placed it directly on the code door. Meanwhile, the main character understands perfectly well that he was really lucky to find this thing. A moment later, two guys entered the abandoned hospital. Using their lanterns, they light their way and look around to find something that will help them answer their questions. They think that first it would be better to split up and thus inspect the building. Some of them think to see if there are any important files in this place. The main character uses a flashlight to illuminate some books for himself. He carefully examines them, and Chu Changge right now has opened some cabinet and is examining it. Matthew Gu looks a little tired, but he still continues to do his business because all this needs to be finished as soon as possible. Chu Changge also continues to inspect the locker. Dr. Gu asks what Chu Changge found. The white-haired one says that the computer can still be turned on, but he wonders if he can find information about Jin Hu there, because this is important. Suddenly it became dark in this room. Apparently their lanterns went out, the guys don't understand what's going on, and the ghost decided to take advantage of this moment and is already creeping up behind Chu Changge. The white-haired man doesn't understand what's going on. Matthew says that the monsters he mentioned are probably here all the time, and he can't see them when he turns on the light. But in the dark, they can be seen. Behind Chu Changge, various monsters appear again. They look very scary and there are quite a lot of them for these guys, so they should come up with something urgently. The main character does not want to lose another friend. He grabbed him by the hand and pulled him along, saying that they need to escape from here as soon as possible because there are a lot of ghosts here. The guys are about to climb the steps, and Chu Chang'e noticed that all the monsters following them had employee badges on their bodies. This should interest Matthew. The main character thinks that Chu Chang'e means that supposedly these ghosts can be turned back into doctors. He really thinks so, and Sean must have entered into a fire with the residents, which led to the unnecessary death of the workers. We see a scene that took place a long time ago. Sean stands in front of his two miners and congratulates them with a satisfied look on the fact that all indicators are normal. One of the miners says that his chest hurts very badly. He really hopes that he will receive medical assistance because in this way he will not be able to continue working. Now we see a scene where a crowd of miners using various tools mercilessly deal with a crowd of doctors simply beating them to death. This is a truly cruel picture. One of the guys believes that, apparently, the medical examination report was falsified. Later there was an exposure and the rioting miners killed the doctors. They were trapped here and turned into monsters. Chu Chang'e completely agrees with the words of Dr. Gu. Meanwhile, the monsters are trying to catch up with them. Dr. Gu wants to find a way to check the personnel cards of these ghosts. It is possible that among them there is even golden amber, which they are looking for. Chu Chang'e suggests splitting up and continuing to escape from these ghosts. This way one person will attract the attention of the ghosts, and the other will find Jin Hu, after which they will meet at the top. The main character continued to run up the steps, but alone. On the way, he realizes that, judging by his luck, he should find a good weapon in order to fight off his enemies if something happens. While Matthew Gu was climbing these steps, he suddenly noticed the door that he met on the way. He was surprised that there were no scratches from monsters on it at all. Without much thought, the brave guy opened this door, entered the room, then closed it behind him. He turned on his flashlight, after which he decides to look around here. The main character looked back and saw that the monsters following him could not even dare to follow him into this room. Perhaps even there was important information in this place. Matthew Gu calmly and unhurriedly inspected this dark room with the help of his flashlight. He saw a board on which there were photographs and names of the relevant employees. His attention was attracted by the director of the respiratory department, Jin Hu. According to the theory that all superior people are albinos, Jin Hu should be the so-called superior person. The main character decides to take a closer look at the photograph of Jin Hu. He understands that this man does not look like an albino at all, which means he belongs to the higher people. Having realized this, the guy decides not to waste time and began to run as fast as he could in an unknown direction. Perhaps he wants to quickly share this information with his friend. Matthew Gu met some strange man who was sitting pressed against the wall. Seeing Dr. Gu, he wants to know who he really is, and Matthew slowly approaches him. It turned out that this man is Jin Hu. The guy is glad that he found him and is going to take him with him. Jin Hu is scared and promises to pay Matthew if he lets him go and leaves him alone. Jin Hu says that this is the only hospital in the mining town. Every year, the director of the plant, Sean, brings the miners here for a medical examination. We see a scene where Sean came to Jin with his employees. We can understand that they came for a medical examination, and even then they got along very well with each other. But the good times did not last long. The lower classes at the coal mine base were incited by traitors. They got rid of the Shona and attacked their hospital. Although the riot was suppressed, terrible things still began to happen in the city. We learn that absolutely the entire mining town has become a forbidden zone, and all because dead souls dominate this territory. They are ready to tear apart anyone who comes here. In order to find out why the miners suddenly rebelled, Jin Hu stayed here and hoped that this would help him find out the whole truth of their strange actions. It turns out that Jin Hu actually found out the truth. After his investigation, he found out that the truth is in the warehouse at the end of the corridor, but he cannot get closer, so he wants Matthew to do it. The main character understands that although it is different from what he understands, he still makes a promise that he will go there. Jin Hu cannot restrain his emotions and considers the guy to be good. Matthew understands that the man did the same thing as the ghost from the mine. Namely, he simply said something to the guy, which is why the guy thinks that it would be better for them to go there together. He took the man by the hand and carried him along. He will have to console Jin Hu or, if something happens, die together. Jin Hu says that Matthew will regret this, but he is deeply mistaken. Together they reach the corridor and open the door. Opening this door, they see in front of them a bunch of hanging corpses from which blood is bleeding right now. Apparently, they are quite fresh. The main character turned his attention to something very strange. It was like some kind of green statue that had the face of a monster. He was interested in finding out what it was. Suddenly, Matthew Gu heard unusual sounds behind him. He wondered what it could be. Looking back, he saw that something very strange was starting to happen to Jin-hoo. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Jin-hoo showed his true face. He apparently turned out to be another ghost, and tells the main character that he will now be sacrificed to this statue. We learn that a special barrier has been installed in the restricted area of the mining town. These dead souls can remain here forever, but maintaining the barrier requires constant sacrifice of living life. Now, the guy understands why they keep sending lower people to them. The ultimate goal is to deceive them and sacrifice them. This is a conspiracy between the upper-class people outside and the upper-class person in the forbidden area. In response, Jin-hoo begins to smile terribly. You can see how his eyes glow with a blue light, and he already wants to sacrifice Matthew Gu for the sake of the barrier as soon as possible. Having opened its claws, the Jin-hoo monster begins to slowly approach the main character. He says that in order to save this world, some sacrifices are simply necessary, so he will become one of them. The monster believes that those arrogant people outside will never take him seriously, even if he rises to the position of director of the hospital, and even if he does a lot of good for them. He says that he later realized that if he wanted to rise to a higher position, he would do everything possible for this. As long as he retains the forbidden power, the higher people will always support him. Jin-hoo believes that in the future, when the monsters here are finished, the world will only know that he is the hero of this world. He is the one who maintains the stability of the world of the higher people. This freak considers Matthew a contribution to the salvation of this world and is already trying to grab him, promising not to forget the guy. But Matthew is not some kind of weakling. He will resist him. While Jin-hoo is laughing like some kind of madman, the main character slowly begins to move back. And behind him, you can see how the statue with a face has opened its toothy mouth and wants to grab the guy. Suddenly, the main character noticed something strange. Some object begins to appear in front of him. He wonders what it is. Maybe it will help him. It turns out that this is a kind of golden god statue. This thing is a special functional item and is apparently very cool. Then we see how the main character jumped to the side, and Jin-hoo watched in surprise as something happened to the statue. He did not understand how it could break. Jin-hoo ran up to the statue to inspect it. Matthew tells him that what he did was wrong, but he feels the same way when he wants to destroy this world. The main character is confident that he can save this world, but before that, he needs to do one thing. After these words, he very brutally took out his stick, intending to kick Jin-hoo's ass. You can see how Dr. Gu waved his stick, and Jin-hoo now looks very scared because he is afraid for his skinny ass. He is trying to run away from Matthew. Jin-hoo crawls back until he hits the wall. That's where he stopped. The main character, confident in his abilities, asks the villain not to be arrogant. The main character considers him just a representative of this world. He is just someone who needs to be saved. In response, Jin-hoo looks with a crazy look. Perhaps he understands what the guy means. Then Matthew Gu grabs the villain by his robe and begins to drag him to the window, saying that he is taking him to save him. And by saving, he means sacrificing. It is clear that Jin-hoo is not laughing now. The main character carried this bad guy to the window. Opening the windows, he stuck him out so that he could look outside and see the horrors that were happening there right now. Right now, they are watching a huge bunch of ghosts wandering the streets of the mining town almost aimlessly. They behave just like zombies. Matthew asks him if he wants to destroy the monsters that threaten the world, because this wish is about to come true. Jin-hoo cannot understand what this guy means. The guy stuck it out and said that this world has long been hopeless, and who is the monster who created this world? Only by destroying this deformed world will it be possible to create a new order. After his wise words, Dr. Gu threw Jin-hoo from a high-floor window. The villain can only watch how the ideal world he wants to see appears. Now, the main character is watching how this loser flies from a fairly huge height. He is sure that Jin-hoo will definitely not be able to survive this flight. Meanwhile, the villain continues to fall like a stone. He tells the guy that the world is being devoured by monsters, order is being destroyed and restored, and the hierarchy is disappearing. Jin-hoo understands that he cannot escape his fate. Once he is close enough to the ground, this monster just began to smile, opening his arms, because he is going to meet the modern new world. Then we see a bunch of monsters all around, who are still wandering under the windows of this building. Apparently Jin-hoo has already landed, and these zombies have left nothing of him. The main character was convinced that the villain got what he deserved. Dr. Gu fulfilled his wish and can now move on to finish his important business. The system congratulates the guy on completing the mission, the redemption of Golden Amber. Right now, Matthew is reading the details of this task and is apparently very happy that he has finally completed the mission. After some time, the guy turned his attention to an article about hiding a player's nickname. He understands that in this way he can always avoid deception. He learns that the killing game dungeon has been completed, and the player can safely return to the ordinary world. The guy wonders if this dungeon will be turned on again. After a moment, the main character begins to teleport back to his real world. He waits for the completion of this process, hoping to see his friends after that. Then we can observe how Dr. Gu appeared in the ordinary world. He stands right in front of Chu Changge, and they silently look at each other, about to start a conversation. Matthew Gu is happy to see his friend, but he also really wants to see the fat man because he died only in the game. But in real life, he remained alive. Chu Changge says that Wang lies right under them. Matthew listened to his friend and looked down. He saw Chubby Van lying right at his feet, sleeping and drooling. Matthew realized that he couldn't find a better place to sleep. Dr. Gu can't let his friend sleep on the hard asphalt in the middle of the road because it's very dangerous. He grabbed the van and started shaking him. To wake him up, Chubby woke up and was happy to see the guy. Suddenly, the crowd of police officers who previously met with the group reappears. The sheriff of this city is surprised that the group got out of the dungeon. Matthew confirms that they were there. The sheriff decides to ask the doctor if he will come to Hyangdian again because he heard that some organization was on duty there to rob passers-by. Dr. Gu says that if they encounter something like this, they will have to take a detour because Matthew Gu is just some kind of weak doctor and will not be able to do anything to the villains. The sheriff talks about the sentry blocking the road. He marked himself in the dungeon as a doctor. The main character tells him that in this case he will come to him later if necessary. We see Matthew's group's hearse. They are driving along the night road with the headlights on. As usual, there is no one around, and they understand that the world order is really collapsing. The old class system is also disappearing. Chu Changge asks whether the actions of Dr. Gu can be considered the completion of the redemption of Golden Amber. Matthew believes that it is possible because Jin Hu himself understood this perfectly and decided to die peacefully. Van complains to the main character that he died in the last game and was deducted so that he only has over 600 game coins left and will not be able to live well next year. The guy thinks that after 5 dungeons, he has 3 attribute points left. It's not clear who could be worse than him. Chubby Van wants to treat the guys to dinner because today is New Year's Eve. Unexpectedly, after some time, a couple of armed men appear on the way to the group, shining their flashlights directly at the car, blinding these guys. It turned out that this is a group of robbers. They have prepared their guns with swords and are ready to meet large prey. They are preparing to rob this car completely, taking away everything valuable. Dr. Gu seems like someone doesn't want them to have a good new year. Chu Changge asks them to hurry up, and Matthew doesn't want to stoop so low as to challenge those losers. The main character is not going to stand on ceremony with these robbers. He doesn't even think about stopping the car. He just pressed the gas pedal, intending to pick up more speed. Having accelerated, Matthew knocked down these robbers just like pins in a bowling alley. The bandits could not have expected this at all, and Van took advantage of the moment to congratulate these losers on the new year. Then in front of the group's car there is some kind of barricade, assembled from very old cars stacked on top of each other. They need to do something about it if they want to avoid meeting with the bandits. Van doesn't understand why they are blocked and thinks that it's already the end for them. Chu Changge thinks that they need to break through further, because it's already too late for them to turn around. They need to go forward. The main character accelerated this car quite well, gaining speed. He was able to jump over this wall of old cars, and from the outside it looks very cool. After such a high jump, the car successfully landed on its 4 wheels. It looks like they will now be able to safely continue to their destination. The guy thinks that there is no warranty for this car. In case of a breakdown, he will have to pay out of his own pocket. Van doesn't understand why this bothers him right now. Looking at his map, Chu Changge told the guy that they needed to turn right and go along the eastern road. The guy turned right near the sign that said the name of the street. On the way, the main character turned his attention to something very strange. He saw in front of him some abandoned bus, which was completely filled with bloodthirsty ghosts. The driver of this scary bus greets a group of guys on board the last bus number 444, while this ghost looks with a very scary look. Wang, having heard about this bus from a ghost, understands perfectly well that it looks like a special specimen. Matthew Gu considers this a good opportunity. As soon as they enter the dungeon, they will be able to temporarily escape the pursuit. Suddenly, something unexpected happened in the car. Van wondered what was the matter, and it turns out that the brakes of this car simply failed. None of the guys could have expected this. The main character, sitting behind the wheel of this car, understands that he will not have time to do anything in this situation, so he warns his group that this bus is about to hit him. From the side, you can see how the hearse of this group crashed into the side of bus number 444. From this impact, the bus simply turned over, and the car is unlikely to be able to continue moving after this. The guys sitting in a broken-down car are surprised that they survived at all. Van understands that it was not in vain that they paid money for this hearse, because it really survived and saved their lives. Meanwhile, the robbers heard this accident. They are already right there and begin to slowly approach this car to rob a group of poor guys. Further, we can understand that the main character turned his attention directly to some place. He shouts to his friends so that they run there together in order to get rid of the bandits. Of course, his friends listened to him. They ran after this guy hoping that his idea would work and they would not fall into the nasty clutches of the robbers. Van, of course, could not expect that their New Year's Eve would really be like this. Dr. Gu suggests that the guy get used to it, because in the future it will only be more interesting. After some time, the guys encounter a horror mountain villa. They will have to play the role of climbers and not arouse suspicion from the plot character named Zhao. Now we watch as the guys entered inside this building. They see in front of them a guy named Xiao Zhang and a girl named Mingguang, and a guard is also standing next to them. The guy tells the guys that he knows Fat Man Wang and Chu Chang'e. Maybe he's even very happy to see them, but it's interesting to know where he knows them from. Chu Chang'e pretends that this is a real honor for him, but Wang simply doesn't care about it. At the moment, he is shaking from the cold, and Xiao Zhang also recognized the doctor as Matthew Gu, who is on the wanted list. The blonde wants to clarify with the doctor why his ID is green, but this is all from the advanced title that Matthew previously received, and now is the time to start looking for clues. Chu Chang'e then immediately began to look for any clues in this room. He looked around and turned his attention to a strange clock in which time goes backwards. Suddenly, some white-haired guy comes into the room with a tray of glasses. He tells them to collect the cloud and other roads to clear them so they can go down the mountain. We are shown a close-up of this red-eyed guy. He sees some strong light right now. This is his first time seeing it, because before that he sat in a dark room and played League of Legends. The group has a new main mission. They must escape from the Villa of Horrors, and the side mission is not to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, Dr. Gu wants to know the name of this person. It turns out that this man's name is Zhao Lei. This house belongs to his father named Zhang Guanghai, but some time ago he disappeared. Chu Chang'e wants to know more about it. Zhao Lei says he was looking for him. He wants to know if these guys saw anyone on the way to the mountain. His father is 50 years old, has gray hair, and looks very fierce, but the group did not see him. He tells the guys that they don't have to worry. A group of people got stuck here not long ago. There are a lot of rooms here, so they should stay here to rest and spend the night. The white-haired guy also tells the guys about his feeling that lately this room has not been entirely in order. He advises everyone to be careful, especially at night. Now we see how the group approached the corridor in this house. In front of them there are two doors that stand opposite each other. It looks like they will stay in them for the night. The main character opens the door to his room. The room is small, but there is enough space for this Sigma. He is already impatient to lie down on the bed to rest. Dr. Gu turned his attention to the table on which lay a pen, a notepad, and some kind of phone. At the moment, he would like to inspect this entire room. Matthew Gu took the phone from the table into his hands. At that moment, someone asked Matthew Gu to open the door for him. I wonder who it could be. Chubby Wang and Chu Chang'e appeared behind the doctor. These two need something from the guy. Chu Chang'e now wants to know how the main character is doing with the clues. The guy says that he found a mobile phone that won't turn on. Chu Chang'e found a photo of Zhao Lei and his girlfriend from college, and in the box he also found a phone that also can't turn on. Zhao Lei's room is located opposite Chu Chang'e's room. It should be the key to solving this mystery. Tonight he will watch his actions again. Chubby Van tells his friends that he has an old computer in his room, but he can't turn it on. He has clothes in his closet that belong to high school students. The main character listened to Van and thought, he remembers that he had just passed by the room and found some kind of crib in it. Maybe this will help them. Chu Chang'e begins to write down something. He believes that in any case, this room in which they live is similar to the one in which Zhao Lei lived at different periods. The white-haired man believes that this copy is connected with time, but other than a clock going in the opposite direction, there is no thing that can indicate time. Perhaps in this copy time goes backwards. The main character listened to this theory from Van. He believes that even this could happen, and at the same moment the guy knocks his hand directly on the mirror to check something. Looking into this very mirror, Matthew Gu understands that this copy calls them to escape from the mountain of horrors. The key to unraveling the truth may not be obvious, but they will definitely try to find it. The main character remembers Zhao Lei's words that this is the first time he has seen such heavy snowfall. He also said that not long ago a group of people got stuck here. For Matthew, this guy's words are somewhat contradictory. After some time, we see how a man also entered this room. He picked up a piece of paper on which he had previously made his notes about Chu Chang'e. It's clear how interested he is. The man sees some crossed out words on this sheet of paper. He also sees a pen and remembers that it can erase a handwritten letter, so he uses it. Not wanting to waste any more time, the man took this pen and began to use it on this paper. He believes that there may be some kind of clue there. After some time, he saw some word on this piece of paper. You can see how he begins to worry and thinks that he is getting closer and closer to solving a certain mystery. And while he joyfully continued to work with this piece of paper, suddenly there was a power failure, and all the lights in the room went out. Because of this, he could not see anything, so he had to use his flashlight. He decided to continue his actions. The man began to shine his flashlight directly on the sheet and saw something in it. He begins to understand what is written there. Suddenly, judging by the man's face, he felt something behind him. Turning around, he sees something very scary and does not understand where it came from. We see the reasons why this man was so scared. Some ghost appeared behind him in the dark, who decided to immediately jump on him and have a bad time. We are shown a group walking along a dark corridor. Van understands that when there is no light, then ghosts begin to appear. But Matthew believes that this is only for the better. The group enters one of the rooms and sees a very scary picture. Something unusual happened in this place. Van even got scared once again, and the rest remain calm. The fat man thinks that someone died here, but the main character says that this is just a supernatural dungeon, so it would be strange if someone did not die in this place. These cool dudes begin to look around this room in search of something. The main character is trying to understand what really happened here, because there is a pogrom all around. The guys continue to look around with very serious faces. At that moment, they notice something very unusual near them. It looked like someone was coming towards them. These were a guy and a girl who live in this place. Seeing the strange behavior of the group, they want to find out what happened here. But now they need to open this door. Van decides to help Dr. Gu with opening this door. He leaned against the door with all the weight of his body and began to push it together with Matthew. They will definitely succeed. After a few seconds, these two were able to knock down the door to this room. The force of gravity turned out to be stronger than chubby Van, which is why he fell to the ground after these actions. After knocking down the door, these guys begin to look around in bewilderment. They don't understand where to put all the people who were supposed to be here. The blonde looks a little tense. He tells Dr. Gu that there is no one in this house. He asks if the people they are looking for came out before. Van is also very scared. He says that the door was locked from the inside and they just broke it in. There were no signs that anyone came out of here. Chu Changge says that although he has not seen the Hutai, it looks like it will be very bad. Apparently he realizes the seriousness of what is happening. The main character picked up the pen that the same man was using from the ground. He realizes that this man may have found some key clues, after which he simply disappeared. The blonde paid attention to Matthew Gu's words. He immediately fell into horror and does not understand how this could suddenly happen. Apparently, he did not want this to happen. Suddenly, he decided to move away from this group of people. He pressed his legs and told the others that he really wanted to go to the toilet. Apparently, he needed to think about something urgently. Chu Changje looks at the main character and tells him that he is going to go after that guy. The doctor heard this and nodded his head to him, letting him know that he heard him. Suddenly, we are shown a clock that, apparently, continues to go backward. Chu Changje remembers that the light was on in Zhao Lei's room, but there was no reaction to such a sudden movement. He continues to watch the blonde. Xiao Zhang noticed how Chu Changge, with a serious look, was chasing him all the way to the toilet. He got scared and asked the guy to leave, but Chu Changge was not going to listen to his words. Despite the fact that Chu Changge was practically next to Xiao Zhang, he still took out his pod and began to do his business, while asking Chu Changge to leave him alone. But while the blonde was waiting for an answer from the guy, he saw some kind of silhouette in the broken mirror. He was very scared, and thinks that Chu Changge decided to mock him in this way. The guy also looked at the bathtub filled with water, but he sees a silhouette there too and is surprised that the silhouette is there too. This all frightens him very much. After some time, this silhouette ceased to be dark and acquired colors. The face of some ghost was drawn, which was eager to tear this guy to shreds. Of course, Xiao Zhang wants to stay alive, so after what he saw, he immediately ran out of the toilet and started running down the corridor, hoping that he could break away from this ghost. This K-pop star continued to run along the corridor for some time. He almost reached the steps, but the same ghost appeared in front of him. He saw him in time and immediately stopped. After this, he decides to turn around and run back. Meanwhile, he also understands perfectly well that his mission is to escape from the horror estate. He will definitely succeed only if he runs out of here alive. While he is being pursued, he already sees the doors in front of him, which means that the exit is already quite close. Xiaozhen got to this door. He tried to open it, but who knew that it would be locked? He tried to pull the door handle in different directions, but nothing came out. Meanwhile, the ghost is already right behind him. The blonde is already very scared and he is still trying to open the door, and for the ghost, this is a good opportunity to grab him. At the same moment, the guy began to scream at the top of his voice. Realizing that the danger was close enough, he received a very high dose of adrenaline and made even more effort. Fortunately for him, after that, he was immediately able to knock down this door and move on, escaping from this damned place. The ghost did not even have time to grab this helpless guy. Having knocked down the door, the guy began to run further, wanting to break away from this villa. On the way, he begins to laugh with joy because he was able to escape and stay alive in such a dangerous situation. After some time of running around, Xiaozhang was tired. He stopped at a great distance from the villa to catch his breath and then move on. He thinks that there is nothing in danger for him here yet. While the blonde is resting, leaning on one of the trees, he does not understand why there is still no system invitation, because it would seem that he completed the task by escaping from this villa. Much to the surprise of this tired guy, the ghost is already right there. He looked up and sees that this ghost is hanging from the branches of this tree and looking straight into his soul. This guy looks into the terrible eyes of this ghost. He cannot understand who he really is, and once again begins to be very afraid for his life. Suddenly, we are shown a strong blow that Xiaozhang delivered with his foot. It looks as if he hit the tree trunk directly, causing it to simply break into two parts. Meanwhile, we see the events that take place in the villa itself. Wang and Matthew Gu decide to inspect the toilet where this blonde came. Chubby Wang sees that that guy has disappeared somewhere. Suddenly, a red-eyed Zhao Lei appears behind the two guys. He looks at their backs and makes different sounds, so he scared Wang, but he couldn't scare Dr. Gu. The red-eyed man is in no hurry to do anything yet. He looks at these guys and sees that they are looking around. He wants to clarify with them what exactly they are doing here. The main character tells him that there was a power outage here, so he offers to go down and have a look. The white-haired man says that there are often power outages here. Then Zhao Lei pays attention to the mirror, which somehow broke. He looks a little sad and does not understand how this could even happen. Now the white-haired man began to examine the sink. This seemed very strange to the two guys, so they decide to ask him what's wrong and what's generally wrong with him. After some time, Zhao Lei took out an object. Fat Wang thought he found women's stockings, but to his disappointment, it was just an ordinary belt. Apparently this belt belongs to Zhao Lei's father. He does not understand what his item is doing in this place. The main character decides to clarify with the guy what kind of person his father was. We see the white-haired man's memories. As can be seen, his father was a real alcoholic, holding a bottle in his hands. He shouts at the seller to give him a bottle of alcohol on credit. Little Zhao Len is trying to attract attention. The evil father begins to shout at his son, calling him unhappy. He asks him to go away from here because he does not understand why this child is screaming. With these words, he brought Zhao Lei to tears. The father scolds his son for causing him trouble all day long with his school. The other children notice that Zhao Lei looks very shabby, and he is not in his best shape. Here we see a memory of how Zhao Lei confesses to his father that he likes some girl and really wants to marry her. It was difficult for him to say about it. In response, his father starts yelling at him as usual. He thinks that his son would be better off marrying crap because his hard-earned money is meant for him to go to college and not spend it on girls. We return to the present. Zhao Lei says that he had a fight with his father because of his girlfriend. He doesn't remember anything after this incident. Matthew wonders if his father disappeared immediately after that. The red-eyed man heard a question from Dr. Gu about the disappearance of his father. No matter how much he wanted to answer this question, he could not remember what happened after that incident and whether his father disappeared immediately after that. Continuing to look for something, the white-haired man tells these guys to leave here without him because he wants to stay here in silence and think about everything from his life. Van sees that the main character is starting to leave the bathroom. He does not understand where he is going, so he decides to ask about it directly. Matthew says that they need to leave here. The guys, along with Mingguang, enter Zhao Lei's room. Wang believes that this could be very dangerous, but the main character says that 3 people disappeared in one night. This cannot be allowed to continue. The guy believes that everyone should finish this game before dawn. Van and the girl are already thinking about how they could manage to do this. Dr. Gu picked up some red watch. It shows a certain time, which this group of people now sees in front of them. Then Matthew Gu picked up his mobile phone and dialed the number 902 on it. He saw that no one was answering this number. Apparently there was something wrong with those people now. Chubby Van found some kind of disc. He shines his flashlight on it and shows his find to Matthew. The host computer in Van's house can store CDs. He offers to go up and have a look. They begin to climb to a higher floor. Van asks who the girl thinks is the ghost in this house. She believes that it is very likely Zhao Lei's father. His father disappeared after he objected to Zhao Lei's relationship. Apparently, the guy put up with his father for another year, after which his simmering grievances about the love affair burst out and he killed his father impulsively. She understands that Zhao Lei did not dare to face all this, so his memory was distorted and he cannot remember anything after that incident. If the assumption is correct, Dr. Gu wonders where the residence of Zhao Lei's father is. He also understands that Chu Chang'e, along with the others, just disappeared out of thin air. The group inserts this disc into the drive. Before turning on the computer, they impatiently wait for the picture to appear on the screen, because with this they will be able to find any clues. They see a video on the computer monitor. Zhao Lei's father is talking on the phone. He tells the person on the other side that even if he himself has no money, he is ready to do anything so that no one laughs at his son. The man thanks a certain brother Lee and tells him that he will come to work tomorrow. Van, having watched a couple of seconds of the video, already believes that Zhao Lei was lying about his father because he looks like a very adequate person. The group continues to watch the video on this computer and make their guesses about this person in the meantime until they see a door open behind them and someone is about to enter the room. It turned out that this is another ghost. Right now, he is only looking out, opening the door a little and watching people, already thinking about making his attack. Suddenly, Van felt like someone started to follow him directly. He was very scared and wanted to know who exactly was doing this, so he immediately turned back. After watching the video, Matthew understands that normal things are to work hard to feed and provide everything good for his son. But Zhao Lei may not understand this. This copy seems to be connected to Zhao Lei's past. Then the main character silently takes out his mobile phone and dials number 258 on it. Trying to call someone, they answer him and ask how he even came to this guess. Dr. Gu tells this man that he felt a strange feeling as soon as he entered this house. He also noticed how the clocks in this house go backwards. There are no asymmetrical words and numbers in the house. He did not understand this at first, until I didn't see the mirror. Apparently Matthew now understands perfectly well that the clock is not going back. They just got into the mirror world. Zhao Lei's alarm clock shows arrow 9, so they should turn it over. Wang and Mingguang turned over the clock and found that time seemed to have gone as usual. As it should, they were very surprised after they saw this. These two decide to come closer to Matthew Gu. They ask him to look at what is inside this phone. Wang hopes that he can call someone for help. The main character began to check this phone. He came across an empty phone book. Seeing this moment seemed very strange to them. While they were examining this phone, the system called up several electronic signs in front of this group, which had various information on this matter. They learned that the mobile phone can break the spatial line. It is a mirror projection product with limited functions, and it can be used 5 times. After that, their phone suddenly starts ringing until it is clear who exactly decided to call them, because this is an empty contact that has not been recorded anywhere before. The main character listens to what the person on the other side says. He greets Zhao Lei, and now Matthew Gu thinks it's Zhao Lei's father who is saying this. The father says that he doesn't want to stop the guy from falling in love. He just hopes that he will find someone who will truly relate to him, and this girl could cheat on him. The group heard about some kind of diary that the father was talking about. It lies under Zhao Lei's bed. Wang thinks that it sounds like a prop. Matthew understands that all the rooms are Zhao Lei's rooms in different eras. And then the girl suddenly remembers something. She understands that the room in which that guy now lives is his homeroom. Despite all the problems, the main character still intends to find the diary of that guy's father. He talks about this to his comrades. They slowly wander down the corridor in search of Zhao Lei's room. Meanwhile, Wang turned his attention directly to the clock and is surprised that it accurately shows the correct time. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Van sees that it is a girl, and Matthew says that the ghost here should be able to pull players straight out of the mirror world. However, we learn that the ghost has a limitation, and he certainly won't be able to take everyone from the mirror world at once. So this is for the best, and we need to quickly go and pick up the diary. The guys rush into Zhao Lei's room in a hurry. They quickly open the door and are about to start looking around here in search of the diary. Van decides to look immediately under the bed, because Zhao Lei's father said that the diary is there, but he sees that the bed seems to be welded shut and doesn't know what to do. However, a gigachad with a chainsaw always has a plan. He understands that there's no need to bother so much, because a chainsaw solves all problems. They can just use it. Without much thought, he immediately begins to saw the legs of this bed, which is all you can do to solve various mysterious mysteries. After this process, they were able to find here apparently the diary itself. It seems to Van that there is no information there, but Matthew believes that this should be the last entry in the diary before his disappearance. The father writes that Zhao Lei finished his studies and called him to say that he would come back today and say something. The father needed to tidy up and dress cleanly when his son came. Suddenly the clock rang again. after which Chubby Van fell into real horror. Because this is actually not good at all. He does not understand why it rang again so quickly. Then Van begins to look around. He sees that Dr. Gu has disappeared somewhere. All that remains of him is the diary that he previously held in his hands. Now Chubby Van looks at how some entries begin to appear on this diary by themselves. He does not understand who is writing this, but this inscription asks the guy to look up. Van obeyed and decided to look up. Apparently he didn't know what would be waiting for him there. He shone his lantern up and saw the scary ghost of Zhao Lei, which of course scared him. As always, Chubby thinks very negatively. He begins to run away from the ghost, trying to save his fat ass, while he believes that it's all over for him because the ghost will definitely grab him. The scary ghost does not intend to let this guy go. He continues to run after him, trying to catch up, and the guy runs away in fear at all his speed. While Van is trying to escape from the ghost, he runs along the corridor. As soon as he reached one of the doors, someone's hand jumped out, grabbed the guy, and was about to drag him towards him. It turned out that this was Chu Chang'e. He pulled the guy into his room, after which he closed the door. Van is glad that this guy is alive, but he's not sure that the door can protect him from the ghost. The smart guy, adjusting his glasses, tells the fat man that all the doors in this building can block ghosts. But this will not last long, in which case Van does not understand what the point of them is. Chu Chang's didn't even have time to answer Van's question. He immediately drew attention to someone's hand that was rising at the end of the room. He told Chubby about it and they both tensed. It turns out that this is some dead person. Chu Chang'e says that this is Zhao Guanhai, but they don't have time for him yet. Wang doesn't understand why they can't have time at such an important moment. After some time, the ghost suddenly decided to simply break the glass part and break into the room. He managed to do it, and now he is ready to get close to these guys. Chu Chang'e and Chubby Wang immediately drew attention to these actions on the part of the ghost. Because it was difficult not to hear something like this, Chu Chang'e grabbed the fat man and said that they needed to run away from here. They somehow broke away. Wang could not expect that the ghost would be Zhao Lei from the mirror, but Chu Chang'e believes that this stinking ghost can crawl out of anything but reflective. The ghost may even appear from the windows behind them. The guys may already be in danger, but if the ghost needs to get out, he will have to go through the mirror, at which moment the door to the mirror and to the real world will open. Chu Chang'e also says that it seems to him that this ghost is deliberately avoiding something. This guy would really like to know what exactly, because it will help them in the future. Wang decides to make his assumption on this matter. He believes that the ghost is deliberately avoiding Dr. Gu, apparently because he is afraid of him. In response, Chu Chang'e only showed his silence. White-haired suggests that Zhao Lei has a memory bias and this ghost is similar to his other half of personality. Perhaps he will disappear after Zhao Lei discovers him or reminds Zhao Lei of something he forgot. At this moment, the guy learns that if the level of suspicion of the storyline reaches 60 and above, then they will be able to receive side rewards. He remembers that suspicion was not valued before, but now it has increased sharply. Chu Chang'e now believes that this ghost may have heard their conversation, and perhaps he is somewhere here. Van got scared again. He asked his friend not to scare him like that. After these words, the ghost from the closet immediately grabbed Chubby Wang by the leg and dragged him towards him into the darkness. Wang is very scared and is waiting for help from the brave and strong Dr. Gu. The ghost is already very happy. He thinks that no one will be able to come to the aid of this fat man, and he will now taste the delicious body of Chubby Van. Suddenly, Matthew Gu appears behind the ghost, who grabbed him in such a way that it seems as if this ghost dropped the soap, and you can see from the ghost's eyes how scared it is. Now we can see how this ghost didn't like how Matthew Gu caught him off guard, so he turns around thinking that this guy is looking for his death. But the ghost of Zhao Lei does not scare Matthew at all. He understands that this ghost suffers from schizophrenia. This is a terrible disease, and the disease must be treated, so the guy took out and already started his chainsaw. Not wanting to waste time, the main character immediately struck this ghost with his chainsaw. He simply cut off half of his head, but at least he cured him of schizophrenia. Van looks shocked. Now we are watching the ghost himself, whose half of his head is already about to fall to the ground. The ghost does not believe that he lost the fight to this guy. Chu Chang'e and Chubby Wang watch as the ghost begins to slowly disappear. Wang is still scared and unsure if the ghost is actually dead. However, Dr. Gu is absolutely sure that the ghost is over. He just stood up in a cool stance because he was great and was able to defeat the terrible ghost of this villa, and it was as if the mirror world began to break around them. Chu Chang'e understands that the mirror world exists depending on the real world. When the mirror world disappears, reality will inevitably suffer. Matthew suggests going and inspecting Zhao Lei. The whole group enters a room and sees Zhao Lei, who is sitting on the floor right now and just crying. because after this incident, he was able to remember absolutely everything that happened. We will extract the memories of this guy. He says that he did not want to kill his father. He just made a stupid mistake and really wants to forget about this terrible incident in order to continue to live normally. The guy is trying to force himself to forget this incident. He wonders if anyone can make him feel better even after something like this. The main character approaches this white-haired man and says that he killed the ghost, which is why he will not be able to forget anything. Realizing this, Zhao Lei's eyes began to look into emptiness. This is very terrible news for him. He does not know how he can continue to live with these thoughts. Now we are watching how this copy begins to break, like a mirror that is cracked and is about to crumble into a very large number of fragments. Van is scared that the copy is about to collapse, because outside of this dungeon, these guys can still expect bad people in the form of robbers who can give them a bad time. But still, this is inevitable. This dungeon begins to slowly disappear and you can see how the real world begins to emerge, but the mirror one is no longer visible. The group is already completely in the real world. Van, in fear, looks around in bewilderment. He is trying to understand where the people are sitting who could be waiting for them here. He doesn't know why, but now Wang can calmly take the collapse of the copy. Chu Chang'e sees that the people chasing them may have disappeared. Meanwhile, a bunch of people are visible behind him. The main character, along with Chu Chang'e, quickly realized that there were some strange people standing near them who posed a threat, so they quickly grabbed Chubby Wang and tried to escape from them. It turned out that there was some kind of army with very cool cars. Their intentions are still unknown, because these guys are just standing still and not taking any action. Van doesn't understand why there is an army at all, but Matthew says that this place is close to Hengdian. People are worried about this event and sent troops here. The army passes near them and does not notice the guys. They understand that the robbers who were waiting for the guys in this place fled at the sight of the army, so it looks like they are now safe. The group has found a place to relax. You can see how Dr. Gu is now taking a hot shower, and at the same time understands that there are 14 days left before the start of the next event. The main character has already completely bathed. He turns off the water and at the same time understands that he will need to go to the ticket office to get a ticket and the right to participate in the event. Matthew Gu, rubbing his ears, leaves the bathroom. Van looks very surprised, and the guy tries to understand what the fat man saw that was so surprised. It turned out that Van received a prop in the form of a pot. The fat man thinks that he is the scapegoat of their campaign, because since he met the doctor, he has been unlucky in everything. The main character wants to find out from Cha Change what he was able to knock out there, and the guy is going to use one lottery ticket to knock out some item. Chu Change tells the guy that he got an unfortunate reagent produced by the company, a toy goose which doubles the speed attribute in 10 minutes. The doctor considers this prop to be mobile. The main character has been given an object because of which he will be pursued by a powerful killer. Of course, the guy is not happy about such news. Now he will not be able to live in peace. The doctor believes that the killer will still have to come to him and spend time on the road because he cannot appear nearby instantly. But still, tomorrow the group will go to another place. Van apparently forgot what will happen tomorrow, so he decides to check with his friends about this. Chu Chang'e tells him that tomorrow there will be a lantern festival. The group understands that they need to go to bed early today in order to get up early tomorrow. We see the main character who is sleeping soundly right now and does not foretell anything of trouble. Suddenly we see someone's leg. This man is standing on a nearby building and looking straight into Dr. Gu's window. He has his own intentions towards this guy. It turned out that this is the same killer that Matthew Gu received using a lottery ticket. This killer is going to kill the guy under the cover of darkness. In his hands, this killer is holding a sheet of paper, on which there is a photograph of the main character. Below it is written that this guy will only be needed by the dead, and his name is also written there. The guy asks his team if they are ready, because apparently he opened a new copy. Right now, Dr. Gu is reading information about this dungeon or copies. Now the group looks at the table with the items that they have in their inventory. Looking at all this, they are very interested in what benefit they can bring in the next copy. This dungeon is designed for 6 people. Teammates have been successfully selected, so the game will begin soon. Van is wondering what difficulties this dungeon can cause for them. We learn that the reward for completing this dungeon includes a free distribution of attribute points. Dr. Gu read this and understood everything. After some time, the game had already begun. Matthew Gu found himself on the night road, after which he began to quickly look around. He realized that he and his team were separated again. Then Dr. Gu somehow learns that this mission will be completed after midnight, but the guy wonders where he needs to go now. The guy looks at some phone and a map next to it. He sees that someone called the taxi at number 58. Dr. Gu picks up the map in his hands. He remembers that this dungeon is called a dead taxi. He also considers himself lucky, because the ghost car called him first. The main character called some strange creature. He said hello and said that he wanted to order a taxi. The driver introduced himself. His name is Sunshine Rental. He says that he will arrive soon. We can understand that Dr. Gu finds it strange that the taxi driver didn't even bother asking his location. They don't know this, and somehow they are going to find the guy. While the main character was thinking about this question, a yellow taxi car suddenly appeared behind him. Apparently, the driver really didn't have any problems because he didn't know Matthew's location. The driver stopped and immediately asks the guy if he called a taxi. The main character approaches the car and says that they came to him quickly enough. The taxi driver lowered the window, after which we watch his sweet and friendly face. He decides to show concern to the guy and tells him to quickly get into the car because it's cold outside. They started their journey. The taxi driver is surprised that this gentleman was actually able to go outside in the middle of the night, because in this city someone disappeared in the middle of the night. But Dr. Gu, for fun, asks the taxi driver if a person can go missing right in a taxi. But the driver says in all seriousness that they can, and quite a lot of them go missing. The taxi driver says that 2 years ago, a college student disappeared. He still remembers that her name is Lin Rongrong, and in the past few years, more and more people have begun to disappear. The main character took out some piece of paper that he found right in the taxi. He reads it, and at the same time asks the name of the taxi driver. He finds out that his last name is Zuo, but he apparently did not give his name. In this piece of paper, Dr. Gu recognized his name. The taxi driver's name is Zuo Xiaqu. He understands that the missing person, after getting into the car, turned out to be a taxi driver. Then the people missing in the car now became taxi drivers. Unexpectedly, but this taxi driver turns out to be a ghost. He turns to Matthew Gu with bloody eyes and asks him not to worry because he will send him back safe and sound. Now we are watching Chubby Van, he asks the driver. Why there are no other cars on the road? He says that it is 2 a.m. That is the whole reason. The taxi driver begins to tell the story that missing people still dream of their families, and the taxi driver also says that he has $1 million in a Swiss bank and his own business. They say that the missing people were cut into several parts at the factory. Right now we are seeing information about some girl, by the way. Her name is Lin Rongrong. The taxi driver tells the guy that victims usually point to heaven, as if they want to tell someone something. Van is interested. He wants to understand what is there in heaven. Suddenly, while Chubby Van was looking around as well as at the sky itself, he noticed a car passing in the oncoming lane. He was surprised, because before that, he had not met one. The guy took a closer look to see the driver, but was horrified to discover that the driver was a ghost, similar to Lin Rongrong, who was considered a missing girl. I wonder why she became the driver. The frightened fat man continues to look at the paper. He finds out that 80% of the people sitting behind were other players. Of course, the drivers in this dungeon had problems. Chubby Van understands that the danger in this place can only come from the taxi driver. The driver noticed this. Now he begins to look at the guy through the rear view window with his intimidating gaze. The fat man begins to sweat from intense excitement. He realizes that he himself is now in a taxi car, and at the same time sitting in the back seat, which means everything can end badly. Suddenly, the driver turns right at this fat guy. His face doesn't look the best, and he just smiles, trying to instill fear in this poor guy. The guy started screaming, seeing this terrible picture in front of him. He calls someone for help and asks the ghost to stop the car, as if they had stopped driving the car. Despite all the speed at which this taxi drives, Van still tries to open the door to jump out, but the ghost has thought of everything, and the fat man discovers that the door is locked. Suddenly, we see someone's leg. This person approached the car and grabbed the door handle. He is calmly going to open this door, apparently in order to help Van. It turned out that this man was Chu Changge. He opened the car doors with a straight face and asked the guy what he was doing here. Chubby didn't expect this and almost fell to the ground. Chubby Van is happy to see his dear friend, but he is now very scared and does not understand why the guy is asking him unnecessary questions, because they should run away from here, since the ghost sees them. However, instead of running, the white-haired Sigma simply stands still and looks into the eyes of the ghost, being at a loss. Van also stopped, not understanding what his friend was doing. At one point, Chubby Wang even doubted whether Chu Changge was really real, and not just another ghost. In response, the guy hit him on the head because the fat man was talking some kind of nonsense. He says that he wants to use this archiver, which Matthew Gu gave him earlier, in case he encounters some kind of critical situation, and now is just one of them. Chubby Van wondered when his friend knew that all drivers were ghosts. He says that although they are ghosts, they have no intention of attacking. They only have a psychological effect. These two got into the taxi driver's car. Van is thinking about what to do next. Chu Changge remains calm and says that he found some new evidence in the car that could help them. Van wonders what kind of evidence this is. The white-haired man says that if he calls one contact number listed in the missing person notice, he will hear a phone recording, and it is a recording of the killer. Chu Changge decided to call this number and demonstrate how it all really works. They hear the recording. The killer says that he is a taxi driver. He is now talking about his victims. The killer says that his fourth victim is a middle-aged man who came home late because his mother was in the hospital. He chatted with him a little, and he began to complain a lot. We see a scene in which this man complains about everything. He says that his wife is having a very hard time right now. They originally wanted to hire an escort, but they didn't have the money. The driver suddenly turns around and tries to show sympathy for this man. He tells him that this is all very pathetic, but you can see from his face that he is completely tired of these complaints. The man says that he usually doesn't get too tired. It just happens that he feels a little tired from his work, and this sometimes stresses him out. Suddenly, the crazy driver begins to smile broadly and very creepily at this man. The passenger does not understand what happened to him. Then the taxi driver takes out his sharp axe, after which the passenger noticed this object. He does not understand what his driver wants to do, but I think it's already clear what he is going to do. We see how the taxi driver, for a moment I think, swung his axe to hack to death this man. The passenger looks very scared, but he can't do anything and just sits silently in place. After the blow was struck, the taxi driver decided to push the bloodied man out of his car. He falls onto the asphalt and continues to bleed out his blood. You can see how the blow with an axe came straight to the neck. It was too early for the taxi driver, so he got out of the car to finish him off. The man asks for mercy, and the taxi driver tells him that he will soon free him. The driver grabbed the poor man right by his bloody neck and begins to choke him. The victim asks to let her go because he cannot die, since his dear family is waiting for him at home. The man says that his sick wife cannot do anything without him. His mother is also in poor health. He needs to take care of her too, so he asks once again for mercy. In response, the crazy killer just starts smiling like crazy. Apparently, he doesn't even think about sparing this poor man and wants to finish the job he started. Further, you can see how this madman simply took and dealt another blow with his sharp axe. He continues to smile, and seeing blood splashes from the poor man, he definitely will not survive this. We see Van. He thinks that the reason why that taxi driver killed people is too stupid, but Chu Changge believes that they are now in error. Even though this dungeon is called a dead taxi, not all drivers harm people. The taxi advertising company assures customers that they will be safe, and when you get into the car, the driver reminds you not to walk at night. These drivers are victims, killed and turned into ghosts. And then it dawned on Van. He believes that these ghost drivers are saving them. The real danger is the only killer who is yet to be found. Chubby thinks that Dr. Gu could have already met him. Chu Changje stood with his back to the fat man and very mysteriously began to look at the sky. He believes that the guy was already in the interlocutor's car. Events are transferred to the main character. The driver told him a story about Zuo Siakyu and wants to know the guy's opinion about his action, whether he did a good thing or a bad thing. The taxi driver believes that by his actions, he simply helped that man and did nothing wrong. But Matthew Gu is thinking about the answer. The main character believes that this driver has too high an opinion of himself. But the driver says that in addition to this man, he dealt with several other people and gives examples. Then this killer turns with a creepy look to the main character and asks if he has anything to worry about because the good uncle taxi driver can help with this problem at any time. But this driver doesn't scare him one bit. This doctor who has been through all sorts of things, the guy tells him that he lives a comfortable life and he really doesn't have any problems. We again see the car that these two are driving. Neither of them says anything, they just drive on in silence, after an answer from Matthew Gu. Then the driver puts his hand through the glass. Apparently, he was not at all satisfied with the protagonist's answer. He thought that the doctor would begin to understand him. This madman got out of the car and leaned his ugly face directly against the glass of the back door of the car. He tells the guy that it's time to get out of the car. In response to this crazy taxi driver, the main character is just about to say something in his calm voice. It's clear that he's not even in a hurry. He talks about how he met a woman who was so arrogant that she killed many people out of resentment. He felt that this could not be done and decided to use physical means to save her. Matthew says that he met a doctor who conspired with rich people to kill innocent people, to help him achieve his dream. He simply threw him from a great height. After these words, the main character gets out of the car with his chainsaw. Now Matthew looks like the real killer and not this blonde. Right now, the taxi driver fearfully moves away from him, realizing that the guy is not to be trifled with. Standing under the downpour, Matthew Gu looks with the killer's gaze directly at the driver. Right now, he is apparently going to do the same thing to the taxi driver as he did to his passengers. Then the events move to the car in which Chubby Wang and Chu Changge are sitting. Right now, the fat man is shouting to the driver to drive faster, because right now they are in a hurry to get somewhere. Chu Changge says that he is not very worried about the safety of Matthew Gu, but the difficulty of the dungeon was not indicated, and this worries him. Wang believes that now is the time to worry about Dr. Gu. Chu Changge understands that when the guy arrived, there was a taxi in front of the guy. Their car drove up to another similar taxi car. He was going to stop right next to it. The guys see that the car is standing still, its door is open, and the main character himself is nowhere to be seen. They leave their car and are about to go in search of their friend. While Chubby Wang and Chu Changge were trying to shout to Matthew Gu, they discovered something very scary. This can be understood from their very shocked faces. We are shown what these guys are now watching. They see two silhouettes. One is a man with an axe, and the other is being dragged along the floor by this man. And it looks very creepy. It turned out that it was Matthew Gu, who dealt with this terrible driver and now grabbed him by the leg and dragged him somewhere. The guy's friends continued to watch this in horror. The guys continue to look at all this horror. They can't even believe that this is their friend because it seems to them that he wouldn't do something like that. They saw the main character and were convinced that it was actually Matthew. The doctor does not understand what they are doing here now. Van tells him that he is worried about the guy and thought that something happened to him. Chu Changji at this moment decides to ask the guy about the car he was driving in just recently. Matthew says that this is the car of that killer. This is the same killer that they all heard about. Then Dr. Gu decides to show the nasty face of that killer so that they know what he looks like. This taxi driver looks pretty beaten up and is unlikely to be able to do anything else. Although Matthew wants to get rid of this guy quickly, he is always a little worried about what is called the list of monsters. Van is now at a loss. He doesn't understand what list of monsters we're talking about right now. His reward in the dungeon is a monster's mirror, and Chu Changge has a monster's eraser. Then you can see how Van decides to ask a couple of questions to the guy about everything, but Matthew invites him to get into the car first, and then talk about this topic. Suddenly the main character notices that the car is broken down, probably due to too much rain. Van knows that the place they are going to is very far away. Given this whole situation, the insane protagonist proposes in this case to simply finish off the killer taxi driver with his chainsaw in order to receive compensation from the system. Next, Matthew Gu draws attention to the notification that the deadly taxi dungeon will be temporarily suspended in 10 seconds, and all present players will be kicked out of here very soon. Wang sees that all the functions have become more complete, even the anti-crash system is built in. At the moment, players will not be able to act too aggressively. The taxi driver reminds him of what he said. Supposedly he cannot be killed, he will not die and will continue to kill people. After Matthew leaves this dungeon, Van now does not know what to do next. The crazy blonde is going to tell the guys about what they don't know for sure yet. He says that there is still a recently deceased person in his trunk. Having heard this and thought everything over carefully, the main character is still thinking about killing this taxi driver. Van does not understand what the doctor wants to do right now. Meanwhile, there is a report before all the players are thrown out of this dungeon. The main character continues to hold this killer, and this blonde is going to do something. We see how this dungeon begins to slowly disappear. A group of guys paid attention to this, and now they are just looking around, while continuing to hold the villain. After some time, all the guys left this dungeon. Van found himself among a crowd of people, and learned from the system that compensation would be sent to his email. Then we see how the fat man continues to stand in the real world. He is sad because they never finished off that taxi driver, because he killed many innocent people, and the guy is very sorry for them. Two guys appear behind the fat man who scared him a little. Matthew is sure that the doctor will die anyway, but there are a lot of people around here. They should move away from here and talk about everything. From a bird's eye view, we see a bunch of tents and houses from which light comes. Chubby Van never expected that more and more different people had gathered here. After a while, the group entered a building. Wang looks out the window and wants to check with Dr. Gu why he believes that the killer Chen Beidou will die. The cunning Matthew Gu sits down on a chair and decides to show the fat man the object that will cause the death of that villain. Chu Changge sees this and understands that now is the time to show Wang this item. Chubby Wang looks at it and tries to understand how it could even finish him off. Then we see the events that take place near the taxi driver. His passenger is sitting in the back seat and asks not to kill him. It is clear that he is not going through the best time right now. This taxi driver has already managed to get his axe. He turns towards this guy and says that he is here to save him, and that is what he is going to do now. Suddenly we see how this killer becomes unwell. Blood begins to flow from his mouth. He does not look the best, and apparently he himself does not understand why it is. We see this killer taxi driver who continues to cough up blood. He is still confident that he will not die because he can only kill others and no one else can kill him. Suddenly, another announcement popped up, saying that the source of danger in the dungeon, the terrible taxi, had disappeared. The dungeon was locked forever and could not be unlocked. Van sees that one of the players received compensation, which means that the doctor's plan really worked. The guy is also interested in what their compensation will be this time. One moment later, the main character receives some strange ticket. He does not believe that this can be compensation, because not only is a killer hunting him, but he also has a loan of 10,000 yen. Van apparently was much more fortunate. As compensation, he received a camera, and with the help of it, he will be able to photograph the bodies of ghosts. But this can only be done once a day. Then the fat man pointed the camera directly at the main character. He sees that Dr. Gu looks quite beautiful through the camera lens, but Matthew Gu reminds him to use this device with caution. Suddenly, Chubby Van noticed something next to the guys. He looks at it silently, but real horror is visible on his face. His friends noticed his expression and want to find out what happened to him. After their question, the guys waited for an answer from the fat man, but he never gave any answer. He just silently continues to look at one point, and this is very strange. It turned out that behind these guys there was another ghost behind the glass, but he was watching them with his green eyes and, apparently, was up to something not very good. It turns out that Chubby Van was just able to see this ghost with the help of his camera. Two of his friends also came up to him to look at it. The three of them continue to follow this ghost. Chubby Van is now in complete horror and cannot believe what he sees in front of him, because it seemed to him that there were no ghosts in the real world. It seems to the main character that this ghost decided to come here for all of them, but Van decides to narrow the topic and says that perhaps it came specifically for Dr. Gu. The white-haired man says that he remembers how Matthew Gu was wanted, and also received a reward from the lottery for a killer who is hunting him. Matthew thinks that this ghost should turn out to be a person. Van scratches his head because he doesn't understand why Matthew Gu is so calm, despite the fact that various bastards come here to finish him off. But Dr. Gu says that in 20 years of his life, he has gone through a lot. And then suddenly it dawned on the fat genius. He decides that he must pay attention to the appearance of this ghost. In a hurry, that is exactly what he is going to do. Suddenly, Chubby Wang saw in front of him a photograph of his friend Chu Changge, who, as usual, was just standing calmly. Chu Changjae believes that this probably has something to do with the reward he received. He received a letter from hell. It's all connected with ghosts, and apparently that's why the ghost appeared near their house. Van believes that they won't notice the difference even if they burn this thing. The main character says that this world is full of malice towards him, so it's time to go to the box office and buy new tickets. After some time, we see Matthew Gu and Chubby Wang going straight to the ticket counter to buy a couple of tickets. They see a large line in front of them consisting of different people. We see people who, just like our heroes, came here and stood in line. Next to them are two armed guards who stand here in case it is necessary to repel the threat. The main character begins to approach this crowd of people. At this moment, he silently passes near one of the soldiers and, apparently, is about to stand in line. We see a man handing someone a ticket and saying that he is giving him a high-difficulty dungeon ticket. Only then will the client be able to come to him for tickets to the Lantern Festival event. The frightened client is in no hurry to take this ticket. He tells the cashier that in the introduction to the action, not a word was mentioned about this, which means this should not have happened. However, the cashier doesn't care about this. He moves closer to the kid and tells him that the guy doesn't have to participate in this, so he can run away right now if he's chickened out. Suddenly, the main character appears, approaches the cashier and tells him that the cashier handed over a group ticket to a difficult dungeon for 3. The cashier saw this strong desire to get a group ticket, but it seemed strange to him that Matthew even decided not to ask anything about this dungeon. Cool Matthew Gu decides not to ask unnecessary questions. He approached the cashier and with a serious look, immediately took the ticket from him, thanking him at the same time. It is clear that the employee is in deep shock from his self-confidence. The cashier continues to hold the ticket. Matthew Gu is unhappy with this and says that he must give it back. The main character now thinks that the employee wants to hand over the tickets to the event right away, but it turns out that this is not the case. Then the cashier begins to smile and tells the main character to grab this ticket, if of course he can, while he looks at the weapon, hinting that the guard will definitely kick his ass. Matthew Gu didn't like this. He looks at this cashier with a crazy look and says that the army left after the event and Dr. Gu himself is still here. If he doesn't give the guy a ticket, he will regret it. A minute later, the group leaves this place. A crowd of people look at them and do not understand how they were able to get tickets so easily. But one of the people understands that Matthew Gu threatened the cashier. Van understands that tomorrow is the start day of the event. He asks the doctor why he is not sleeping yet. But it turns out that the guy is just thinking about different things. But someone thinks that he is thinking about who to rob tomorrow. This group continues to talk about all sorts of nonsense, although it is time for them to go to bed because they have to get up early tomorrow. Suddenly we see two people who seem to be standing and watching the group, trying to listen to what they are saying. Chu Chang-jae says that they stay in hotels that cost 100 game currency per day, and they stay here for more than 10 days. The closer to the event, the more worried those who have not received copies of tickets will be. Perhaps they will take some action this evening. But Matthew believes that the most dangerous thing will be tomorrow. Suddenly we see how one man from below with a sly smile looking at the group asks Dr. Gu if he knows who this man is. It seems to the group that they have decided to find fault with them. In response to this, the curious protagonist took out Chubby Van's camera. Apparently he wants to check whether these people are ghosts or not, and he decides to turn on the flash. Without warning this man, the main character simply took a photograph of him with his camera with a flash. Because of this, the man felt unpleasant, and he simply closed his eyes. They see this man himself, who is trying to cover his eyes from the flash, and behind him is some kind of white ghost. At first, they don't even understand what it could be. It seems that this thing is approaching them. Chu Chang-gae is worried that if the ghost's mission is to finish off Matthew Gu, then why doesn't he do it? It has been watching them for several days. Chubby Van is a little tense now. He doesn't understand why this thing entered someone else's tent right now. We are suddenly shown soldiers who are now panicking because someone has died among them. They are about to go and inspect the place where the murder took place. They ran up to this place and see a man lying on the ground with a bloody stomach, around whom people have gathered. Some guy crawls away from the corpse and points his finger at him. Chu Chang-jae remembers that the event is supposed to start tomorrow at 7 p.m. Seeing this whole situation, he says that he thought that something would definitely go wrong. Now it's already 5 o'clock in the evening. The group understands that it's time to go to the event so that they can safely be on time and not be late. The group set off. They walked in silence. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. When Chu Chang-gae noticed something, he asked Dr. Gu to look at this place because he became interested. It turned out that there was some kind of door there. The guy had already noticed that the light in the room opposite turns on when it gets a little dark, but it's only 5 o'clock, so there's no need for that. Dr. Gu doesn't understand why they care about people who are going to start participating in the event. They might be late, so they need to hurry up. Wang doesn't understand why the doctor isn't interested in all this. Chu Chang-jae still listened to the main character and decided to continue on his way to the event. But before that, adjusting his glasses, he decided to look mysteriously at this door. They come across a man on the way. He decides to find out where this group is going. Because it is quite dangerous there, Dr. Gu says that he is going to go to the city to take part in the events. However, this man still decides to warn the guy so that he will be more careful in the future, because today someone died near their hotel. He wonders if the group heard about it. The main character makes it clear to the man that he heard about this and saw him when he went to buy tickets. Unexpectedly, the man was surprised that this group had their own ticket. The man also decides to tell Matthew Gu that they sometimes have gang fights. Among them, there is a fearsome gang called the Qing-yun gang. The one who died today was from their gang. In this case, the group needs to be extremely careful because they may start to be followed. Dr. Gu thanked this man for warning about the danger in these surroundings. After this dialogue, the group was about to go further on their journey, but this man again attracted their attention. About to say something, Dr. Gu wondered what happened this time. In the end, it turned out that it was a false alarm. He just wanted to ask something. Their guest has never left the house since he moved here, but this is none of the group's business, so they can move on. Van says that he did not use his item today, and offers to use it now, but Matthew believes that the fat man will be able to use his thing during today. Anyway, this whole group will have to be careful tonight, but his friends don't understand what Dr. Gu could be afraid of, because he can even fight ghosts. In response, the main character decided to remind his friends about a very good phrase. It says, "The human heart is more terrible than ghosts and gods," which is why this guy is so strong. Then we see some kind of queue. At the very end stands Matthew Gu. The soldiers standing in front check the identity cards of all these participants, and then let them into the event. Suddenly, someone in the crowd decided to turn to Matthew. The person who asked the question is afraid that if he dies now, he will die completely, because this is the real world and not a dungeon. The soldier heard this and now looks angry. Meanwhile, Chu Chang-gae got tired of just standing in line. He turned back and saw that the group behind them had been following them all the time. Perhaps it was someone from the Qing-yun gang. The main character decides to look at these goons, but he is not at all afraid of their appearance. He sees them as a bunch of monkeys who want to taste his delicious banana. The time is already 7 p.m. The global large-scale event Lantern Festival officially begins. The nearest players with tickets can go directly to the event area. The main character begins to teleport directly to the event area. He is surprised that this happens precisely with the help of teleportation. He does not even have to use his legs. The activity area is full of lanterns. Players who correctly guess the riddles on the lanterns will receive random rewards from the lanterns. The lantern whose riddle is solved will disappear, and there will be no penalty for an incorrect guess. We again see Matthew Gu standing among a bunch of green lanterns. He has read all the rules that the system told him about, after which he is going to start collecting these lanterns. You can see a small drop of sweat running down this guy's face. You might think he's a little worried, but this guy always has everything under control. The main character took in his hands a huge sheet of paper, on which there is a lot of text. Various riddles are written there that this genius will have to solve in order to collect various lanterns. His first task is to find a place to hide before the first 100 demons appear. This time he will have to be more careful and first find out the characteristics of these ghosts. Suddenly they show us Chubby Van. He seems to be frozen and says that in 5 minutes the ghost will come out. He is afraid that all the lanterns outside will turn into ghosts. He continues to sit in his closet and look through the crack. He is afraid to go outside, thinking that there will be ghosts there, while the guy hopes that the time for various ghosts to appear has not yet come. Suddenly 2 bandits enter this room. The guy in yellow addresses his boss and it becomes clear that they are looking for Dr. Gu. They also have a locator with which they can find him. They understand that the fat man Wang and the 4-eyed guy Chu Changge are always spinning around Dr. Gu, and they also see that time has almost come to an end, which means ghosts will appear soon. Meanwhile, Chubby Van heard voices right in this room. He decided to see who it was, and when he saw 2 huge bandits, he was immediately horrified. He did not want to have anything to do with them. It turned out that these were not bandits at all. It was just some guy in a military uniform. These 2 guys paid attention to each other and were very surprised, and at the same time they were also scared. A guy in a military uniform simply opened the doors of the closet in which Chubby Van was hiding. The fat man took a fighting stance, apparently already preparing to fight a potential enemy. After a couple of moments, Van realized that this kid was not going to harm him, so he simply grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him towards him, saying that a ghost would soon come out hunting, so he should hide. They hid together. It seems to Van that this guy is from the army, but he is not from there, and his father gave him a ticket to the event. He heard that the authorities specially prepared several groups of people to participate in this. While the guys were carrying on their dialogue, the time on the clock was already 15 minutes past 8. Van asked his new friend to be quieter, and he looked outside, not understanding why there was no movement at all. But immediately after this, movement appeared. A ghost appeared in this room, which began to crawl through the window, and apparently he was ready to start looking for victims for himself. Unexpectedly for everyone, this ghost began to look straight in the direction of Chubby Van and his friend. The ghost is not even approaching them yet. He only looks creepily, trying to instill fear. They had already realized this, so they simply covered each other's mouths to make sure that none of them would make any noise. Wang believes that now is the time for Matthew Gu to show up and save everyone. Suddenly a ghost crept up to this closet, after which, without haste, it begins to slowly open the doors. Van realizes that there is no longer any point in sitting quietly, so he calls Dr. Gu for help. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to some strange wardrobe. We see another ghost in the form of a skeleton, who, having opened the door, is about to enter this room. This skeleton is addressing a certain guy. He supposedly knows that this character is hiding somewhere here, so he will definitely find him here and now. The ghost begins to demonstrate his acting skills. He pulls back the curtain and at the same time throws his clothes aside, hoping that his friend will be somewhere here. He still can't find the one he's looking for right now. He's already destroyed this whole place, but he still hasn't found it. It seems this ghost is already starting to feel sad. And then Chu Changge appears on the scene. Apparently he was just trying to hide from this ghost. He believes that perhaps the ghost knew his approximate location. The skeleton ghost understands that he has checked absolutely every place in this room except the curtains that stand right in front of him. He hopes that at least this guy will be there. Chu Changji heard the ghost's words. He doesn't understand why this ghost likes to tease people so much. Maybe he likes to instill fear. After his words, this ghost begins to slowly approach Chu Changge. He prolongs his pleasure and does not want to rush things at all, thinking that this guy is already in his hands. After a few seconds, this skeleton approached the curtains, after which he sharply pulled them back, being sure that this guy was hiding right behind them. However, unfortunately for this ghost and fortunately for Chu Changge, the guy was not there at all. He was hiding a little further, and the ghost is now a little disappointed and silently looks into the void. The skeleton ghost continues to hold these curtains in his hands and, in complete bewilderment, he looks around trying to find the guy, because he simply could not escape from under his nose. And then the main character appears, who has already managed to start his favorite chainsaw. He does not at all want to hide from this ghost, but on the contrary makes noise to attract attention. He asks the ghost what he wants. The ghost heard the sounds of a chainsaw and the voice of Matthew Gu. This ghost is now afraid for his life, because a bad time will come for him now. He silently looks towards the source of the sound and thinks what can be done. Chu Changgi understands that after Dr. Gu arrived here, he can leave his hiding place with a calm soul, because when the main character is here, then all the ghosts themselves should hide. Coming out of hiding, he silently watches as another ghost falls victim to the crazy Dr. Gu. A guy with a chainsaw runs after the poor ghost, and he, in fear, tries to escape and save his life. They ran out into the street. It seems to Matthew that they won't get any news. It's almost 12:30. Will they still be able to wander the streets calmly? That's the whole question. We see a bunch of ghosts hiding from this madman. Dr. Gu understands that they will still have to avoid other players who may be hostile, but at least the main character will not have to hide from the ghosts. Then the main character turned his attention directly to some green hat that was sticking out right from the bushes. Chu Changge considers this some kind of stupidity, but the doctor is apparently interested. It turned out that it was Mr. Green. The main character does not understand what he is doing here, and Mr. Green himself looks a little confused and does not even know what to say in response. Then Mr. Green shows the guy his middle finger and says that he is watching the guy so that he does not cause harm. Dr. Gu believes that this NPC hates him because he destroyed his dungeon. A reliable person told him that after the event everything here would be reworked and he could take the opportunity to return back. I wonder what the consequences would be after that. The main character understands everything perfectly. Moreover, most importantly, if the event does not restart, Mr. Green will not be able to use this to return to his home. Dr. Gu decides to stop his dialogue with Mr. Green. The evil green guy shouts after the guy, saying that in the future he will find out everything that will happen. The guy looks at the red sheet. He sees a riddle. To solve it, they first need to find an empty room with a mirror, but apparently the main character will have to go there all alone. Chu Changjae says that he looked at the riddles of other lanterns, and this riddle is simple compared to them. Matthew Gu invites the guy to find a room with a mirror together. Suddenly we are shown Chubby Van and his new friend. His new friend does not look the best. Van is carrying him on his back, and half of the guy's body is bleeding, leaving a mark. Chubby Van is already tired but does not give up. He wants to save this guy's life. He says that he will take him to the doctor. This guy believes that if Van finds a doctor, then everything will be fine with him. The military man wants to ask Van for a favor. He says that he has a gun with him. Chubby Van interrupted him, because he already understood what the guy wanted to say, but asks not to talk about death, because he will definitely save him. The wounded guy says that in fact, even if he dies, he won't regret it. Apparently he's already too tired of this whole game and wants to finish it as soon as possible. The poor guy remembers how when this game started, he was so scared that he was even afraid to start looking for his friend, whom he had known for quite a long time. And when he saw him again, he lay motionless. The teacher whom the guy hated most, who could catch up with anyone while running, died just like that. This guy believes that his friend came across some kind of killer who was terrifying everyone. The man was in the wrong place at the wrong time, as a result of which he received a blow from a brutal killer. His teacher was there to protect the ordinary students. Later, this guy joined the army and wanted to be like him, so he doesn't even regret that he is dying now. Chubby Van listened carefully to his new friend. He sympathizes with him and says that his father was also a teacher, and he died in the same way, protecting his students. While Chubby was carrying his wounded friend, he came across some dark silhouette on the way. He stopped in place for a minute and tried to understand who it was standing in front of him. It turned out that this was some serious man. He saw the wounded guy right on the van's back and wants to clarify what happened to him, because his condition leaves much to be desired. Chubby Van realizes that this man is from the army and tells the man that this guy was caught by a ghost and brought him to a similar state. They miraculously got out of there. You can see how the man tensed a little. He immediately asks to follow him. Chubby Van was even happy because he realized that he had finally managed to find help for his friend. With such a volume of blood loss, if it is not delayed for a while, then life may already end. Fortunately, they have a bandage, but there are not enough medical supplies. The man says that although the guy had no internal injuries, he would still have to undergo further treatment, and right now they will not be able to provide him with this. Looking at the condition of this guy, the man realizes that he definitely won't be able to hold out for long, and there are still 4 whole hours left before the end of the event. Only after that they will be able to provide him with proper help. Chubby Van listened to this man and understands that everything is very serious. Apparently this guy will have to take the situation into his own hands, and he himself understands this very well. He grabs his wounded friend by the hand and tells the man that he is going to take the guy to help him in another place, because nothing will work here. Lifting the wounded man back onto his back, he's about to leave the building and says that he knows a doctor who can definitely help. Perhaps he even means the beloved Dr. Gu. The military man heard that Van was talking about some doctor. He immediately decided to start asking questions. A guy came to his mind, a man in a white coat and with a guitar bag. He wondered if Van had met him. The events are transferred to the main character with Chu Changge. Matthew thinks there must be a mirror in the Yihongyuan, and the white-haired friend invites him to come in to take a look, because they won't know otherwise. Matthew Gu sees Mr. Green, who follows them all the way. He decides to check with the guy if he wants to continue following him. It turns out that this green man has one thing for this guy. This businessman says that he owes someone a favor, and he asked him to deliver something for the main character. I wonder what it could be. Matthew Gu is a little perplexed. He doesn't understand who can force an NPC to give something to someone. In response, Mr. Green loses his temper. Perhaps he no longer likes being called an NPC. The main character thinks that some other NPC asked Mr. Green to give something, but Green says that the people who ask him to do something are not like them. He took out a can of styptic spray from his hat. It is made by an evil god and it is a high-quality product. Once you touch the affected area, it stops the bleeding. Matthew, having learned that this was produced by an evil god, immediately remembered the statue of an evil god that he had recently destroyed. He is surprised that this god actually gave him something after all this. Meanwhile, while Mr. Green is putting his hat back on and Matthew Gu is examining the spray, Chu Changge approaches them and tells Dr. Gu that he was able to find the mirror. A mirror in an empty room. You need to turn off all the light sources and turn your back to the mirror for a minute to see something. Turning around, Matthew is going to try this. Chu Changge understood this guy's intentions, so he and Mr. Green decided to wait for the guy in another room so as not to interfere with his business. The main character has already been left alone in this room. He stands with his back to this mirror and apparently something is about to happen. Mr. Green listened to the sounds and it seemed strange to him that there were none at all, but Chu Changge understands that at least everything will be okay with Matthew Gu. Being on a higher floor, the guys noticed that someone was walking on the floor below. Looking down, they saw members of a very dangerous gang there who were better off staying out of sight. The gang boss, along with his watchdogs, are looking for Matthew Gu here. Their locator shows that this doctor was somewhere here. The boss demands that they continue to search, because they must finish him off today. Mr. Green suggested that Chu Changge stop these badnits from entering the room, because Matthew might be busy inside, and the white-haired man believes that they have everything under control, because the bandits entered just in time. With his cunning face, Chu Changge realizes that very soon, something will appear in this mirror that should not be there, and the bad guys who came here will not like it at all. Meanwhile, we again see our main character, who sits and is engaged in mooning while he counts the numbers, having by this time counted to 68. A silhouette begins to appear behind him in the mirror. Suddenly, Dr. Gu heard some sounds coming from outside his room. He became curious about what was going on there, so he was already thinking about going over and checking what was happening there. At that moment, he is thinking about the fact that someone came to this house besides his friends. At the same moment, a huge and terrible hand of some creature crawls out of the mirror. It turned out that this is some kind of huge ghost. He has quite huge muscles, and in appearance he looks like a very formidable opponent, who will be quite difficult to defeat. Now we are watching Chubby Van. He is looking at the wall right now and does not understand what kind of sounds are coming from there. He looks scared. Apparently this is something serious. Now we see Mr. Green, who is trying to rush to some room before the door closes in front of him. Chu Changge understands that their time is slowly but surely coming to an end, which means that it is time to sort out key information. In addition to the death of players and other things, the ghosts here may come from other dungeons. Wang asked Chu Changge to stop. He previously thought that these ghosts were specially prepared for this event, but it turned out that this was not the case, and Mr. Green, with the help of these actions, wants to return to his dungeon. In other words, we learn from the main character that after the completion of the event, the ghosts in this event, including Mr. Green, can somehow return to their dungeons. If you think about it this way, this activity is meant to provide players with new opportunities, but in reality, when more powerful ghosts return to the dungeon, its difficulty will increase. Van recalls how he did not understand why some of the dungeons they entered did not have difficulty indicators, but the original purpose of this game was to help people develop. But according to their assumptions, this activity clearly helps ghosts evolve. He thinks that the organizer of this evolutionary game may also be worried. Meanwhile, Mr. Green ran into the room. The tired green guy says that 5 minutes have passed and they need to act quickly. These ghosts are so strong that in just a few waves he will not be able to hold them off. Van is thinking about whether it is worth continuing to solve the lantern riddles. The doctor asks him to guess. But after solving the riddle, he will have to return under the lantern, and running back and forth is a waste of time. Suddenly, Matthew Gu turned his attention to a bunch of different bladed weapons that were lying in the corner. The guy began to look very happy after what he saw. Dr. Gu picked up a long stick and began to poke one of the green lanterns with it. Chubby Wang does not understand what he is doing, and Dr. Gu continues to do his job. The main character's plan is very simple. He is going to lower this lantern, use this lantern to find the answer, and then answer the question directly without wasting any extra time. Mr. Green was frightened when he saw Dr. Gu, not understanding anything. Trying to remove the lantern, he asks him not to touch these lanterns, because there are terrible ghosts inside him. However, Mr. Green said this a little late. Matthew Gu has already managed to remove this hanging lantern, after which all that remains is to wait for what will happen now. Dr. Gu picks up this lantern from the floor and says that he is not to blame for anything. In response, Mr. Green lost his temper because he just saw a guy poking this thing with a stick. After that, Matthew Gu looked at his paper with riddles. Now it seems to him that the lantern he chose does not suit him, in which case Chubby Wang suggests hanging this lantern back. We see the same ghost from the mirror who is friends with Dr. Gu. They carry lanterns together with Mr. Green. Van does not understand why Matthew himself did not pick up the lantern. However, if he does, this thing will light up. Chu Changja believes that there is something completely wrong with this place. Because the previous layout was not like this, the main character decides to check with his friend if he has been here before. At this moment, something seems strange to Matthew Gu. He remembers that he and Chu Changja grew up together, but he does not remember the white-haired man coming to Hengdian. Meanwhile, the joyful Chubby Wang has attracted the attention of Dr. Gu. He happily announces that he has found the green room and is pointing his finger at it right now. Chu Changja says that it's time for them to go straight there, because in this case they will be able to guess the riddles in the lantern. Dr. Gu silently goes after his group. While a group of tough guys silently set off towards the green building, they notice some people on their way. Those people noticed them in the same way and they locked eyes. These people look a little scared. They think that the main character's group came here to solve the riddle about the wicker lantern. They hope that everything will turn out peacefully. Chu Changja responds by showing his sweet smile. Wanting to show these people that they are friendly, he wants to check with them if they have encountered any problems. Fear is visible in the boy's eyes. He says that he and his friends were here earlier than the main character's group, but apparently he doesn't have the courage to just tell them to leave. Another guy tells the guys to go out and wait outside while the others go inside to look around, because it will be better this way. The girls grabbed each other's hands. They are very scared. Turning to these guys, they want to find out if they are there. The girls want to hear a response from them so as not to worry. The guy says that at that time they happened to pass by and recognized 2 classmates of the guys who came in, so they also sent 3 people here to go look for the missing people. Chu Changja listened carefully to the story from this poor guy. He approached him and wants to clarify whether the 3 who went in search of the other guys came out. But there is no sound inside yet. Matthew Gu's group is invited to go inside and look around so that they can later tell them how their friends are doing. Van agrees to help them. The guys should just wait here. The guy in the blue jacket says that the things inside must be very scary, so the guys should be prepared before entering there. Van decides to show his strength as a last resort. The main character approached the door of this building. He put his hands to both doors and is already pushing it. You can see how the door easily succumbed to such pushes. A group of cool dudes came inside. They are now just standing, and Van says that his head is slowly starting to go numb, and his back is getting cold. As you might guess, this is not good at all. Suddenly, the fat man drew attention to someone sitting in the corner of the room. It seemed that this creature was crying, and Dr. Gu did not understand why his friend was so timid. Then the whole group begins to look at this unusual girl in a red dress, who is not paying attention to them yet, but just sits in the corner and continues to cry. Through the straight hair of this girl, you can see an insidious smile as well as her sharp teeth. She turns to one of the guys and asks them if they can give her protection. The main character decides to ask this ghost if he once saw 5 people here who entered this place in 2 parties, but the ghost in response only asks to braid his hair for him. Matthew Gu tries to ignore this request from the creature. He repeats his question, and the serious-minded girl once again asks him to braid her hair for her. The toothy monster repeats over and over again that he really wants her hair braided. The guys look at this and don't understand how to act in such a situation. She says these words too loudly. Van covered his ears because he is afraid of going deaf. They still don't understand what kind of pigtails we are talking about. Chu Changja asked the fat man to look behind him. Van listened to him and turned around. To his surprise, the door that had previously been behind them somehow disappeared, while the ghost repeated his phrase. A serious Dr. Gu approaches this sick girl and demands that she stop screaming, because she is only getting on her nerves. She seems to have calmed down for a while. Wang still covers his ears. Chu Chang'e asks Matthew Gu if he found anything, but apparently he didn't find anything, and decides to ask the same question for Chu Chang'e. The white-haired guy tells the main character that he found splashes of blood nearby, but this blood is not so much perhaps there was some kind of fight. Dr. Gu already has experience and understands that this is due to arterial damage. He also understands very well that you cannot tear out someone else's artery with your bare hands. Holding the girl's hair in his hands, he tries to understand how someone could tear out someone else's artery. The guy assumes that this was done with the help of a murder weapon. However, it could also be that a ghost did it, in which case everything could be completely different. But still, the guy is no longer interested in this. He would like to know something else. Suddenly, Chubby Van turns to the main character. Meanwhile, he still continues to cover his ears. Apparently, the girl again begins to make some very strange sounds. Covering his ears, Van hopes that this sound will stop as soon as possible. At the same moment, he noticed that something was wrong with the ghost. The monster girl begins to scream loudly and stand on her two legs, while her hair stands on end, and it is not clear what will happen next. The guys also noticed that this ghost has no mouth anywhere. Van believes that the ghost did not have a mouth before or after, while how it can speak remains a mystery. She previously asked the guys to tie her braids. Apparently something is wrong here. Chu Chang'e looks at this ghost and also convinces that she has no mouth at all. Chubby Wang still looks tense and continues to look at the ghost in surprise. We see some guy who decided to approach this girl and start tying her braids. They both sit in silence and wait for this process to come to an end. The frightened guy makes it clear to the ghost girl that he still tied these braids for her. Perhaps she also got on his nerves with her nasty requests. The ghost girl in a calm voice thanks the guy for helping her braid her hair. After her words, she bared her teeth and seemed to be going to tear this guy into pieces. She opened her mouth so that a whole watermelon could now fit in there. She once again thanks the guy for his help, after which she rushes at this poor fellow, not wanting to show mercy. At this moment, Chu Chang'e realizes that this beautiful madam's mouth was blocked by hair. Wang realizes that the matter is bad, so he urgently needs to tell Dr. Gu about it. Then we see the main character, who is supposedly trying to help this girl braid her hair. He pulls her hair and asks her not to scream, because he still has to help her, and Van is trying to shout to the guy. Chubby Wang realizes that he shouted to Matthew Gu too late, which is why it looks like it's all over for him, because the ghost will now open its mouth and attack the guy. However, while nothing has happened yet, the guy calmly stands still and tells the girl that he was able to help her. He wonders how exactly she can thank him, and the girl only remains silent in response. We see a group of guys with girls waiting for Matthew Gu's group outside. He sees that 15 minutes have already passed since they entered this building. These people are afraid that something might have happened to those guys. Meanwhile, Mr. Green appears on the stage. The guy saw him and was very surprised. He heard them talking about Dr. Gu's group. He wants to know how long they stayed there. The guy repeats that a whole 15 minutes have passed since this group went inside. Mr. Green understands that 15 minutes is quite a long time, which means that something bad could have happened to them. Suddenly, this group hears the voice of that same ghost girl who is right now in the same room with Matthew Gu's group. They are all unpleasant, and they cover their ears so as not to hear this sound. We see the main character's group again. Chu Chang'e is now cleaning his jacket from any dust, and Wang and the doctor directed their gaze somewhere to the side. I wonder what they saw. It turns out that this group left this greenhouse. A group of young guys noticed them. They are very happy that the guys came out of this place safe and sound, although they thought that the end had already come for them. Chu Chang'e says that there is no time to waste, so they should go. The guy understands him and thanks him for his help. Meanwhile, Mr. Green in the background yells at Dr. Gu, wanting to know what he did this time. Dr. Gu, being a real madman, takes out the ghost's girl's hair and also a knife. By this, he made it clear to Mr. Green that he cut that ghost's hair. Mr. Green understands that he should not have asked questions. This hair can block any ghostly attack, of course. You first need to make sure that the ghost's attack will fall on this hair. The guy understands that he has received armor, but considers it useless. After the main character learned the functions of this hair, he decided to give it to Chubby Van. Because it would be more useful for him, Chubby Van is now at a loss. Matthew Gu further noted that some of the lights simply went out, but Chu Chang'e believes that these are just problems with the wires hanging directly above the lights. We are shown the lanterns themselves here. Indeed, half of them are calmly burning, and the other half are simply hanging, extinguished and not emitting any light at all. Wang looks at this and also thinks that there is a problem with the line, but does not understand how to fix it. Dr. Gu tells the guy that these lines are somewhat similar to human blood vessels. We again see the same girl who sits in the corner and cries, but most of her hair has already been cut off. Matthew Gu and Chu Changge look at the blood. The doctor thinks that the marks on this hand are lighter than before. Chu Changge decides to say something else. He tells the guy that this house seems to be slowly being digested by the household, and this sounds very unusual. The white-haired man already said that the layout of this place is different from before. Originally, he thought it was a simple change in the light, but now it seems like a new feature has been added. The guy again looks at the hanging lanterns and tells the main character that these threads, similar to blood vessels, connect the lanterns, and in each lantern offends one ghost. Matthew Gu listened to his friend. He says that after these bodies are digested, they can be transferred to the lantern through these threads, which will make the ghosts stronger. Standing next to Chubby Wang, Dr. Gu examines him and believes that since the threads remind him of blood vessels, this means that somewhere nearby there must be a heart capable of supplying blood. Suddenly, the main character noticed something strange. He sees in the distance a huge building and smaller buildings. They all begin to glow with a bright purple light. Matthew Gu thinks that the ghost near that heart, if there is one, will be especially powerful to protect it, and the rewards there will have to be good. Then the main character decides to take one of the green lanterns into his hands. He thinks about what they will do next. Suddenly something strange begins to happen to this lantern, after which some strange amulet fell out of it, which apparently is some kind of reward. Chubby Wang, seeing this reward, understands that they were finally able to find the correct answer to the riddle given to them. Dr. Gu continues to hold the amulet in his hands. The main character finds out that this is a certain speaker of ideas. He can help them with various problems. This interested Dr. Gu, and he wants to try this new thing as soon as possible. From Matthew Gu's sly look, one can understand that he is going to try this item right now, but perhaps he will need some kind of test subject for testing. He decided to use the help of his dear tame ghost. The guy immediately puts his amulet on him. No one could have expected such actions from Matthew. Apparently, this amulet helps the main character read the thoughts of other creatures. After he put the amulet on the ghost, he heard him asking not to twist her hair. Van felt funny at the ghost's words. The ghost, in turn, didn't like that they were laughing at him, and he looked threateningly at the fat man. Meanwhile, Matthew doesn't understand why Mr. Green didn't return. As soon as you remember Mr. Green, he appears right behind Chubby Van. In order to scare him once again, he asks the guy some question. With his actions, this green man scared both Chubby Van himself and the ghost, who was holding an extinguished lantern in his hands. Judging by the expression on Mr. Green's face, he did not want to scare them at all. While the guy and the ghost were trying to calm down after the sudden appearance of this green man, he noticed something, which makes him look a little unhappy now. It turns out that the little guy noticed the lantern that the ghost is now holding in his hands. He decides to check with the others why they gave this lantern directly to her. Sigma. The main character decides to give his answer to Mr. Green's question. He says that it seems to him that this lantern looks very beautiful in the hands of a ghost. The time on the clock is already 10:30. The group is walking along the empty streets in some direction. They are going to get to their destination safe and sound. On the way, Van remembered how Bai Wuchang told them that someone was watching them, but nothing special was discovered. Perhaps that guy simply lied to them. The guy thought about it after the fat man's words. He doesn't believe that Bai Wuchang came to them just to swallow for them, because it even sounds very strange. But it's possible that this guy didn't even lie to them. Chu Changge thinks that that man's voice sounded very familiar. He thinks that there would be no point in him just blatantly lying to them. We see the memories of Chubby Wang. Bai Wuchang talks about a certain guest who settled with them and never left his home. The fat man thinks that this same guy is a ghost. Chu Changje, adjusting his favorite glasses, makes it clear to the guy that he doesn't know the answer to this question, but they should still be careful. At that moment, Matthew Gu noticed someone upstairs. This man saw a group of guys walking from below. He looks a little tense and does not understand what they are doing now from below. The guy warns them that there will be another wave of ghosts soon. Wang immediately became worried, because that man's face was very pale, as if he was going to scare someone to death. Chu Changji understands that they are running out of time, so they should hurry up. Chu Changji invites his friends to go and hide in a nearby building, because they don't have much time, and this is the first thing that came to this guy's mind. Seconds count. The whole group begins to run towards this building, and Van is right now lagging behind. He becomes scared, and he asks his friends to wait for him and not close the doors. This guy in military uniform sees what this group is doing now. He tells them not to run into this building, because they won't be able to hide there so easily, and it's very dangerous. We can again observe the group that ran into this building. They are now all sitting a little sad, and Chubby Van looks outside trying to make out some ghosts. Seeing that all the people had already gathered in the building, a blue-haired guy in a military uniform shouted to them that he was going to hand over a certain prop. After his words, he threw this object right at them. As we can see, the throw was quite accurate. This guy hit poor Chubby Wan right in the forehead, and the object bounced off the guy's forehead and fell straight into the hands of Dr. Gu. The guys begin to look at this item. It turns out that these are just ordinary keys, but they cannot understand why this item could be useful. It turns out that these keys have a mysterious power. With the help of it, you can open doors, after which these doors can transport them to a random place. The item can only be used once every 7 days. After they found out what this item was capable of, Chu Chang'e began to talk about some ghosts that could be in this place. Wang is afraid that ghosts may enter their room. Matthew Gu believes that judging by the fat man's reaction, there is a high probability that he will encounter a ghost. Next, we see 2 military men dressed in their uniforms. Apparently, they are currently undergoing treatment. A soldier with an ID of an angry Guiguzi silently watches Matthew Gu's group. We are shown a soldier from ID Night of Roses. He lies on the floor, holding his stomach, and with a sad look asks his friend if someone else will come here. The blue-haired guy talks about the doctor that their ensign mentioned earlier. Unlike these guys, Dr. Gu's group does not have a door bolt that can save them from ghosts. This guy gave them the keys he had just received, hoping that this would help. First of all, the guys need to take care of themselves because it's also not safe here. The door bolt is valid for 4.5 minutes, and the ghosts will wander for 5 minutes. The guy looks out the window and sees that there are a lot of scary ghosts wandering below. He really hopes that in these 5 minutes without protection, nothing will happen to them. He also thinks that these ghosts dropped the lantern. Some unusual and very scary ghost begins to emerge from one of the lanterns. The guy sees this and he is very interested in where this ghost will go right now. He watches the ghost through the crack. He tries not to attract attention, and he is very scared now because it seems as if this powerful ghost went straight into the building towards the main character's group. The guy's screams are heard from the neighboring house. Ghosts begin to gather near this building. The soldier is sure that nothing will happen to Matthew. He is also the only doctor left. Suddenly, this guy realized something. He was very scared, as if his life depended on it. It looks like there is a really serious problem. The guy and his wounded comrade turn around and see that their deadbolt has expired, which means that in the next 30 seconds, some terrible ghost could come to them at any moment. On the door, which is already completely unprotected, someone suddenly begins to knock. These people try to sit quietly so as not to attract attention to themselves. They can only hope that no one will come to them. At this moment, the blue-haired man is already becoming completely scared. He invites his friend to jump off this building when this ghost bursts into the room, because the building is not tall. But as soon as the guy stuck his head out, he immediately saw the ghost. A bunch of ghosts noticed the guy's head, which he stuck out of the window of this building, after which they all at once begin to crawl along the building straight to this window. The soldier was frightened by this turn of events, after which he simply closed the door and told his comrade that there were a lot of ghosts below, so jumping was not an option. After all this, 2 guys squeezed into a corner closer to each other. They are very scared and believe that everything is over for them, and they will die today at the hands of terrible ghosts. Then you can see how the blue-haired man remembered that he had a pistol with him. He took it out and immediately pointed it towards the doors. Now he is ready to hospitably greet the enemy. He continues to hold the loaded pistol pointed towards the doors for some time, but to his surprise, he no longer notices any movement. It turns out that the main character is now banging on the door. He tells the soldier that he knows about the pistol that he pointed towards the door, so he is not going to enter now, and he killed the ghost that was here earlier. Having opened the door, the blue-haired man sees the doctor and realizes that ghosts have stopped roaming the streets, after which he saw a dead ghost. He is surprised how Dr. Gu was able to finish him off. Matthew Gu asks the guys to look at the green letters above his head. This indicates that he is Dr. Gu, after which the black-haired doctor hands the keys to the guy. Then the guy begins to look around. He saw these soldiers and decides to find out where the other one is, waiting for an answer from these guys. One of them points in one direction and says that when Lieutenant Tisang saw a suspicious man walking in that direction, he immediately decided to start following him. Matthew believes that these junior lieutenants acted very arrogantly, leaving 2 wounded here, but the guys say that that group of people was too suspicious and may have been planning something. Dr. Gu decides to clarify about various vital things, thinking that these guys have run out of them. Dr. Gu decides to clarify whether they will stay here or help her in searching for the junior lieutenant. The blue-haired man decided not to waste time on useless thoughts. He confidently told Matthew Gu that they would definitely go with him to help in this search. After some time, a group of guys teamed up with the soldiers and together they managed to reach the very building that the 2 were talking about. Apparently they were going to go inside. Chubby Van carries a wounded soldier on his back. The main character offers to go inside the building and find out if this tower has different rewards for lantern lovers. Suddenly, a bunch of armed bandits appear behind the group. They see in this group people in a military group, as well as a doctor for whom a reward has been assigned, so they intend to capture them. The main character, even in such a situation, is not at all lost. He tells his comrades to start entering this tower as soon as possible. The group begins to run away from the angry bandits. Chubby is afraid that when they enter the building, he might be digested. But Dr. Gu says that such a heart is not capable of such a thing. We see how they successfully reach the entrance to this building. Matthew Gu opens the door so that the others can calmly run inside, and meanwhile the bandits are trying to catch up with them. Having run inside, they stopped for a while, after which they began to look around. The blue-haired guy sees that the ceiling in this building is quite high, and this is surprising. Chuchanga shouts to the others to go up the steps and first find a door in which to hide, because the people outside are about to catch up with them, and then it will be bad. Meanwhile, Chubby Van hopes that the ghosts will not be in the place where they are now going to hide, because then there will definitely be no time for jokes. Suddenly, one of the doors is opened by a man in uniform already familiar to us, who was helping Chubby Van with his friend. He saw a group of people and is now at a loss. It turned out that he was the very lieutenant that these people in uniform were looking for. They were very happy to see him and were ready to rush into the arms of this handsome man. That man was just as happy to see them. Meanwhile, a bunch of bandits ran into this tower. They don't understand what kind of strange place this is, but their boss has no time for that now. He only knows that Dr. Gu is somewhere here, so it's time to look for him. We again see the main characters group. They are all standing and looking around, and Chubby Van is trying to help the brown-haired soldier get to his feet, because it will be difficult to constantly drag him on his back. Chuchangja continues to look around this room. He is serious and understands that they should hurry up, because the bandits can find them at any minute. Meanwhile, Matthew Gu approached some kind of pool, near which he found someone's skeleton. At this moment, it seems to him that this scene looks very familiar. The guy remembered a riddle, for example. If he finds a pool with skeletons, holds the skeletons and sinks to the bottom of the water, then what will happen to the skeletons? Meanwhile, the lieutenant warns the group that the bandits are already coming here, so it's time for them to hide somewhere so as not to fall into their dirty hands. The military man pointed at the closet, hinting that he should hide there, but Chubby Van doubts that such a small closet could handle so many people. Meanwhile, Dr. Gu, pleased with himself, tells the guys to hide there, and he, hugging the skeleton, is about to dive to the bottom. At the same time, he will apparently solve the riddle. The group listened to the guy and did not ask unnecessary questions, after which they all ran into this closet at once and locked themselves right there. They sit here in silence so as not to attract unnecessary attention to themselves. Matthew Gu made sure that his friends obeyed and locked himself in the closet, after which he threw the skeleton behind his back and headed towards the pool to dive underwater to the very bottom. A couple of moments later, very aggressive bandits knock down the door of this room. They are very serious about finding Dr. Gu, and apparently are going to examine every corner of this room. After the bad guys ran into this room, everything around began to shake. The gang boss even began to think that an earthquake had begun. We see Matthew Gu diving underwater with a skeleton on his back. He realizes that the mystery is to see the changes in the bones after jumping with the bones on his back. While the doctor is diving under the water, he noticed that there were someone's remains under the water. He was very surprised to see this because he did not expect it. Continuing to examine these things underwater, after some time the guy realized that this was a player's account, but it would be difficult to understand why he died here. Suddenly we see how the skeleton that was behind the main character suddenly turns into a ghost who is ready to strangle this guy, but Dr. Gu remains completely calm. We again see the bandits who continue to wander around this room, looking for Dr. Gu. They cannot find anyone yet, but the boss believes that they may be hiding somewhere here. This boss in a yellow t-shirt invites his chain dogs to split up and start searching this room. He hopes that it will definitely work, and they will capture these people. Then this guy with Irokesis turned his attention to something strange. He looks at it in bewilderment, and it is clear that he was interested in understanding what it really is. It turns out that he was looking into the pool and thinks that someone might be hiding here, but his friend says that there may be water ghosts in this house, so it's better to stay away from the pool. Then we see how a group of bandits with swords begin to slowly approach the closet in which almost the entire group of Matthew Gu is hiding. Apparently those people are in serious danger, and only a miracle can save them. They understand that they are being approached. The blue-haired one is going to be the first to take action when the bandits open this door, but he has run out of ammunition. He is wondering how they can be defeated. At that moment, the blue-haired man was very surprised. You might think that their door had already been opened, but it was definitely something else. And what exactly, we will now find out. The bandits themselves, who were about to open the door, were also very surprised. They turned around and saw some strange situation. For them, it turned out to be very unexpected. They saw someone's hand coming out under the water. Apparently, it's already clear who the owner of this hand is. As expected, it was Matthew Gu who defeated the underwater ghost and surfaced to get some air. The boss noticed the doctor and already pointed his cannon at him. Supposedly, he already knew that the guy would be underwater. Suddenly, this guy began to look very scared, although it would seem that they were able to surround the doctor, and now he definitely has nowhere to run. It turned out that the same underwater ghost appeared behind the main character, who, despite all his attempts, could not drown Dr. Gu. Apparently, he wants to try again. However, the serious Dr. Gu is not afraid of such things. Sensing a ghost behind his back, he immediately turned around and punched this bastard in the jaw. The guy surprised the bandit boss with his actions. Matthew Gu continues to hold the ghost and does not want to let him go. He continues to strike the monster with his fist. The crowd of bandits begins to be afraid. They do not understand what this guy is doing, and understand that he is not to be trifled with. After standing and thinking for a while, the bandit boss again decides to point his gun directly at Matthew Gu, because there is a big reward for this guy that they want to get. Dr. Gu heard that a weapon was pointed at him. He remains calm as always and understands that something urgently needs to be done. This guy always has everything under control. He decides to dive under the water to make it difficult to detect, and he decides to leave the body of the beaten ghost afloat. Apparently, the bandits now have big problems. Seeing such a picture in front of him, the bad guy was not taken aback. He thinks that Dr. Gu considers this guy a complete fool. Supposedly, he cannot do anything after seeing how the guy dived under the water. Suddenly, Chubby Wang jumps out of the closet. Thinking that his friend Matthew Gu is in big trouble now, he screams and throws some heavy object straight towards one of the bandits. With his well-aimed throw, the fat man was able to hit the bandit boss right on the stupid head. That guy's watchdogs noticed this and are now going to kick Van's ass for such an act. However, it turns out that Chubby Van all this time was only pretending to be some kind of weakling, and now the time has come when he needs to show his strength. Right now, he hit one of the bandits with a sword in the face. Chubby Van snatched the sword from this bad guy. Now he is definitely ready to stand up to the rest of this brutal gang, so that they understand that today they should have stayed at home. Having grabbed the sword, Van begins to disperse these losers, waving his sword and showing everyone his formidable appearance. Thus, he helped his friends get out of the closet, and the bandits should already retreat. The blue-haired one helps his wounded friend walk. He understands that they did not expect that this fat man would be so flexible and strong. It's just very surprising. Now we see how almost the entire group deals with the bad guys. The lieutenant uses a pistol, and Chu Chang'e fights with the help of a guitar case belonging to Matthew Gu. We see how, after a well-aimed throw from Chubby Wang, the boss of these bandits lies on the ground unconscious, and Dr. Gu decided to take advantage of this and came up to pick up his weapon. Armed with the gun of the bandit boss, the main character raised it above himself, which everyone saw, after which he asks the remaining bandits to leave here, and they, in turn, do not want to leave this guy alive. Wang believes that the time has come to escape. Because these guys may have accomplices, Chu Chang'e believes that they should not escape, but simply leave here. He still believes that there is something wrong with this place. The whole group huddled together. Then suddenly they felt a strong earthquake. They try to stay on their feet so as not to fall and try to wait for it to end. The earthquake continues. Wang looks at Dr. Gu and does not understand what is happening here. He believes that the heart is being destroyed and wants to escape from here. But Chu Chang'e believes that it is too late. We see Matthew Gu approaching the window. Wang looks scared and thinks that the guy is going to jump out of the window, although it might be too dangerous. However, Dr. Gu is in no hurry to make a decision. He stopped at the window and just looks down, remembering that he forgot to take the chicken out of the freezer. The main character says that if they jump from such a height, they will probably die on the spot. Chu Chang'e is convinced that anyone would die from such a height. Suddenly, the soldier remembered the key that could help them in this dangerous situation. Van thinks that they need to find some kind of door, but doubts that it can help. The soldier silently used this key, after which a trawl opened near them, which is still unknown where it leads, but everyone will have to run there because they have no other choice. Having opened this door, the blue-haired man tells his lieutenant to go first. The man heard this and silently, with a serious look, is about to enter this strange portal. The lieutenant begins to silently, very carefully and slowly enter the portal. First, he put his hand in there to test the sensations of this process. The lieutenant has already completely entered the portal. Van now does not want his group to be separated, but the main character says that this will not happen, unless of course they are lucky. Then Matthew Gu, Chubby Wang, and Chu Changge begin to enter this portal at once. The fat man looks at the soldiers. The blue-haired one asks the brown-haired man to find shelter in case they get separated. Dr. Gu begins his movement. After some time, he finds himself in some place and tries to look around to try to understand where he is now and where his friends are. Then the main character realizes that the portal actually sent him here directly from the Handian. He is now thinking about whether this can be considered luck or not. Suddenly, far from him, the guy notices a huge explosion. He understands that it occurred in the direction of Hengdian, but does not understand why exactly it happened. The guy finds out that the dungeon ended early and all the players were kicked out. He wonders if he has some kind of plan. He believes that if he was slower in the game, he could get compensation. Suddenly, a thunderstorm begins in the sky. Matthew Gu's friends are nowhere to be seen nearby. He silently looks at the sky and realizes that he will have to go through all this alone. He decides to ignore this thunderstorm and decides to first return to one hotel to try to meet someone, because this is very important to him. Then the main character approaches the hotel and picks up some strange paper from the floor. It says how some guy can't get enough without a certain activity. This sentence makes Dr. Gu smile. Wang and Chu Changge notice a kind ghost coming towards them. Wang thinks that she wants to convey a message. Chu Changge believes that Mr. Green should come here, not this ghost. Dr. Gu, holding a sword in his hands, asks his friends not to worry, because compared to this ghost, he is more worried about this new discovery. He wants to know Chu Changge's opinion on this matter. The guy says that there is a new game planner. One side will allow players to develop and the other controls the resources in the dungeon. The different goals of both sides lead to differences in the game's dungeons and its activities. Matthew Gu believes that if subsequent events are the same as this, the dungeon should become even more difficult. Chu Changge also thinks that the game will soon be re-released with a new difficulty level. Suddenly, a notification arrives saying that in the future, dungeons will no longer be divided into difficulty levels, and players who die in this dungeon will still lose some of the items received. Wang believes that the dungeon about which only recently passed beta testing. Chu Changge believes that perhaps they are the players for beta testing. But the fat man does not understand how this is possible. Dr. Gu decides to clarify what his friend is looking at. He is thinking about whether a certain reviewer is faceless. Matthew Gu wants to know this, and it would be nice to check out the new dungeon. Chu Changje believes that after this event, the mechanism of the dungeon has changed. Next time, it is better to be careful, and he remembers that the guy is going to team up with Hanshan for the next dungeon. After the words of his friend, the main character fell into bewilderment. Chubby Wang reminds that if Matthew Gu does not go to the dungeon, then everyone will know that he is on the wanted list. The main character is wondering if Chu Changge will go with him. He responds by asking for the keys to the hearse, and they will see if they can go to the supermarket and find a service department to repair it. The guy looks out the window and seeing the heavy rain, he realizes that he will have to use an umbrella. He also wants to finish loading the dungeon with Han Shan and then run away with him. Then we see some person who, with a very strange look, hands over one group ticket to some person and asks him to keep it and not lose it. We see the contented face of the main character of some two guys nearby. They are already getting ready to go play because they received their long-awaited ticket. The main character and his new teammates begin to teleport to a dungeon called Escape in Time. Dr. Gu thinks that the name is really strange. He learns that players are invited to board the Escape through Time Train, play their role, and successfully reach the terminal. Two players cannot be in the same carriage, otherwise one of them will be randomly killed. Matthew Gu, along with the lieutenant and the blue-haired one, teleports to the Shichahai station. The time on the clock is 12:30, and now these guys are starting to look around. The player info panel won't open. Two players are in the same car and one of them randomly dies, and they can't tell if there are other players in the car. The blue-haired man does not believe that this dungeon is really that harmful to ordinary players, but Dr. Gu believes that this is not necessarily the case, after which he asks to look at something. Various players who participate in this dungeon see the cards that they were given. Different booths are written on them, which they get specifically so that they do not get confused. One of the girls, who is also a player, holds her card in her hands and understands that perhaps other players are waiting on the site now, so they are delayed. Players learn that time is already running out, which means that train number 1 is about to arrive at the station, so we kindly ask you to take your work certificates with you and get ready to board the train. The main character, looking very pleased, has prepared his certificate and understands that the train will arrive soon, so this good boy is ready to board it. Meanwhile, the train has finally arrived at this station. The work permit is an important document for opening a corresponding restaurant in the train, so it is better not to lose it. Matthew Gu took a closer look at the train and noticed that there was someone inside. Despite the fact that this is the train's departure station, Dr. Gu understands that there are still 2 minutes left. If they cannot board the train, they will be left here. One of the players looks at his certificate and believes that it's all over for him, because he ends up in the 7th carriage. Because of this, he is very worried. This kid thought for too long. He noticed that he had no time left, so he decided to start running. Otherwise, he might stay here. But while running, he felt that he was running out of time. The guy looks at his watch and realizes that he is really late. He is already thinking about getting into carriage number 6, and from there moving on to his 7th carriage. He understands that if 2 players are in the same carriage, then one of them will be killed with a 50% chance, so luck will come in handy here. But if he misses the train, then the chance of death will be 100%. And then this guy is going to run into carriage number 6. He wants to make it before the doors are closed in front of him, because then he certainly won't be able to run inside and will die. We see a girl. She is exactly the same player as that guy, and understands that she needs to run faster. Otherwise, time will soon come to an end, and those who do not have time will lose. The bald guy ignored this girl and decided to run further at great speed, thereby surprising the girl. This guy does not intend to lose at the very beginning. The main character saw this kid and thinks he's really strange. The lieutenant says that this man tried to jump into carriage number 6, but Matthew had already realized this. Meanwhile, the train has already set off, which means that those who did not have time to board their carriage have already lost in this game. The lieutenant still can't understand whether that kid got on the train or didn't make it in time, but Dr. Gu, in comparison, only cares about what's written on this card. It says here that flight attendants must replenish the restaurant's supplies, they must also try to fulfill passengers' orders, wear a work ID, and barely communicate via intercom. The players learn that the train has already started moving, so they should return to the restaurant to take stock. The man in black believes that in this case, they need to play the role of a stewardess. We watch Matthew Gu wander around the carriage with passengers. The train journey takes 34 minutes and has 9 stops, including origin and destination stations. The girls are discussing the news about how people have recently been faced with supernatural events. One of the girls, as soon as she got on the train, saw someone like her. Suddenly, one male passenger decides to contact the main character, calling him a flight attendant. He asks to bring him a bottle of soda, flavored with orange juice. Apparently, Matthew already wanted to be rude to this passenger, but he remembered the rules that the system gave, after which he agreed to fulfill the request of this passenger. The main character came to the kitchen and took a piece of paper on which all the foods and various drinks that are available on board the train are written. He realizes that there are only 3 bottles of orange soda. He also realizes that if his product runs out, but there are still passengers who want it, then he can replenish the supplies. But he wonders where exactly and what will happen if they are not replenished at all. Suddenly, the main character noticed sounds from the walkie-talkie. The blue-haired soldier is trying to attract the attention of his ensign to tell him something. Dr. Gu asks to stop shouting because his ensign managed to board the train. The ensign himself says that everything is fine on his part and wants to know how things are going with the other guys. The blue-haired guy is sitting in the very first carriage. He is very glad that everything is fine with his friends and says that this walkie-talkie is the only thing that helps them communicate with each other. Another guy with gray hair speaks into the radio from carriage number 2. He also says that he was successfully able to board his carriage and everything is fine with him. The ensign understands that their first level was completed successfully and it did not cause them any problems. Perhaps in the future, the levels will become more and more difficult. After a while, we can understand that absolutely all the players managed to board this train. Each of them took his own carriage, and even a guy named Fan Xiang, who almost ran out of steam on the way. The blue-haired man asks the doctor if he has seen ghosts, but Matthew discovered something, namely that something got on this train when he just arrived here, counted 32 passengers, and a problem appeared. The main character said into the radio that his list said that there were only 31 people. Upon hearing this, absolutely all the players fell into real horror, because anything could await them. The blue-haired man gets to his feet and understands what this means. There is one extra on the train. He is afraid that there may be some danger in his carriage. The smart warrant officer picked up the radio and invites all players to count the number of people in their carriages to make sure that everything is fine or there is some kind of threat. Suddenly, while the man was communicating on the radio, some hunchbacked man approached him, addressing him. He said that he wanted to make an order. This flight attendant was going to serve him. This man decided to show his very creepy facial expression, while he is almost toothless and asks the ensign to give him 2 rows of raw meat, but it is not clear how he is going to chew it all. The man is unpleasant to look at this terrible expression on his face, but he has to, because this is his role in this dungeon. He agreed to fulfill the request, because according to the rules, he cannot give a refusal. The train stops and passengers find out that they have arrived at the stop in the city of Chongying. The train waits for a minute. Passengers who want to get off can get off right now, and they want to hurry up. The main character learns that he can calmly and without threat to his life simply get off this train. He got off and then simply began to look around, wanting to discover something interesting. He saw his friend and wants to know his condition. A client has just approached him to place an order and ordered 2 kilograms of raw meat. Matthew Hu wonders if the man agreed to this request. If the ensign wants to sacrifice himself to satisfy the demands of the passengers, he can lend him a saw to cut the meat. But there is no guarantee that the passengers will make cruel requests next time. In fact, the ensign is worried about the situation that Dr. Gu mentioned. He wants to ask the question what the guy would do if a passenger made excessive demands on him. Dr. Gu says that the optimal solution would be to kill other living people and then carry out the ghost orders. But the rules state that 2 players cannot be in the same carriage, but this can be done when the train stops and then just stand on the platform. Then Matthew Gu asks the man to look in one direction, saying that there is another way. With these words, he greatly interested the ensign. There are sellers on the platform that supply consumables, but it could be worse. The sellers are willing to kill anyone before they give anything. They are already thinking about approaching one of these sellers. The train will depart again in half a minute. Passengers who want to leave the train can still do so. The guys understand that they may not have enough time to leave the train. Meanwhile, the girl also understands that they are being hampered by the small amount of time they are given, and the seller at that moment waves his hand and looks very creepy. We again see the same train that begins to move away from its place. It is already clear that the players sat down in their cars because they do not want to lose.